Listen closely. Can you hear it? The whisper of ancient leaves, the deep rhythm of a drum that echoes from a time before memory, a chant rising from the earth itself, calling the names of powers that shaped the world from chaos. Iwa, the essence of character. As, the divine authority that speaks creation into being. This is the living heart of Yoruba mythology, a spiritual universe so vast and intricate that even its most famous figures, like the wise creator Obatala or the fiery king Shango, are merely the beginning. For every story told in the open, there are dozens more hidden in the shadows, waiting just beyond the firelight. Today, we are stepping into those shadows. We are going on a journey to uncover 50 hidden legends, a secret history of the Yoruba people that has been carefully guarded, passed in hushed tones from elder to child for countless generations. These are not the tales you think you know. These are the stories of forgotten deities who tend to the quiet corners of existence, of spirits that wander the boundaries between worlds, and of cosmic events so profound they rearrange the very fabric of reality. This is the deep, intricate tapestry of one of the world's most enduring belief systems, and most of its threads have remained, until now, wonderfully concealed from the wider world. Think of this not as a simple history lesson, but as an excavation of the soul. Every culture has its surface-level stories, the myths taught to children and shared with visitors. But beneath that surface lies a rich, complex underworld of lore, filled with beings of immense power and mystery whose names are rarely spoken aloud. Imagine a pantheon so deep that it contains divinities for the most specific aspects of life and nature, a spirit that governs the moment of inspiration before a craftsperson begins their work, another that watches over the final breath of a dying day, a deity whose sole domain is the silent understanding between twins. These are the hidden legends. They are the supporting pillars of the cosmic order, the unseen forces that the great Orishas themselves rely upon. To know them is to understand the Yoruba worldview in its fullest, most magnificent complexity, to see the entire universe not as a simple hierarchy, but as a brilliantly woven network of interdependent powers and personalities. So consider this your personal invitation to a front-row seat for one of the greatest untold stories of human civilization. We are about to pull back the veil on secrets that have been preserved through oral tradition, through art, and through sacred ritual for centuries. We will meet the guardians of crossroads you never knew existed, hear the echoes of battles fought in realms beyond our own, and witness the birth of concepts that define reality itself. This is a voyage into wonder, a promise of discovery that will change how you see not just West African spirituality, but the very nature of myth and legend. Get comfortable, open your mind, and prepare to be amazed, because we are about to unearth 50 hidden legends of the Yoruba. Our journey into the hidden world begins not with a thunderous god, but with a silent, watchful presence rooted deep within the earth. Picture a colossal Iroko tree, its trunk wider than a village hut, its branches a sprawling canopy that blots out the sun, creating a permanent, sacred twilight beneath its leaves. This is no ordinary tree. It is a living entity, a spirit known as Igi Iroko, and its legend is our first secret. More than just a guardian of the forest, the Iroko is a sacred conduit, a bridge that connects our tangible world to the ethereal realm of the ancestors and the Orishas. Its roots are said to delve into the very underworld, while its highest branches tickle the floors of Orun, the Sky Palace. Because of this, it possesses a profound, often unsettling consciousness. To stand before an ancient Iroko is to stand at a crossroads of realities, a place where the veil is thin and the air hums with unseen power. This immense spiritual status demands immense respect, a respect demonstrated through quiet, consistent offerings. You would never approach an Iroko empty-handed. Village tradition dictates leaving small tokens at its massive, gnarly base: a single kola nut, a sprinkle of white chalk, a calabash of cool, fresh water, or perhaps a few cowrie shells. These are not bribes, but gestures of acknowledgement, a way of saying, "I see you, Great One, and I honor your presence." It is a relationship built on reciprocity. In return for this reverence, the Iroko acts as a protector for the entire community, its spirit warding off malevolent forces and ensuring the fertility of the surrounding land. But this relationship has a sharp edge, a warning passed down through generations. To harm the Iroko, to break its branch for firewood, to carve your name into its bark, or the ultimate transgression, to attempt to cut it down, is to invite a curse of unimaginable suffering. Stories tell of lumberjacks whose axes miraculously bounced back to wound them, of families struck with sudden, unexplained illnesses, and of entire homesteads falling into ruin after disturbing the tree's peace. The most compelling and chilling aspect of the Iroko's legend, however, lies in its whispers. On certain nights when the moon is just a sliver and the wind is still, the tree is said to speak. Its voice is not a sound heard with the ears, but a vibration felt in the soul, a series of images and intuitions that flood the mind of anyone resting beneath its boughs. These whispers are a double-edged sword, offering either divine wisdom or a siren's call to destruction. There are tales of a lost hunter who, in despair, slept against the Iroko's trunk and awoke with a perfect mental map of the forest, leading him safely home. Another legend speaks of a grieving potter who received a vision of a new, beautiful design from the tree, a design that brought her village great prosperity. But the tree's knowledge is vast and unfiltered, and it does not discriminate between what is helpful and what is dangerous. There is the haunting story of a young man, arrogant and seeking power, who demanded secrets from the Iroko. The tree complied, whispering to him the location of a hidden treasure. He followed the guidance, only to be led deep into a sinkhole from which he never emerged. The Iroko had shown him truth, but it was a truth he was not equipped to handle. Ultimately, the Iroko is far more than a spirit of nature. It is a living library, a direct line to the collective memory of all who have come before. Every person who has ever lived in its shadow, every prayer ever murmured at its base, every joy and every sorrow experienced within its domain, the Iroko absorbs and remembers it all. It is the silent historian of the clan, the keeper of genealogies and forgotten pacts. To commune with it is to potentially access the wisdom of one's own lineage, to hear the echoes of ancestral voices guiding you forward. This first hidden legend sets the tone for everything that follows, revealing a universe where the boundary between the living and the spiritual is porous, where every element of the natural world is imbued with consciousness and consequence, and where profound power often resides in the most silent and steadfast of places. If the Iroko tree represents the silent, patient memory of the earth, then our next legend introduces a force of transformative and violent change, a power that literally reshaped the world and the destiny of humanity. We come now to Ogun, the formidable god of iron, war, and technology. You may know him as a mighty warrior, a patron of blacksmiths and soldiers, but the hidden legend reveals a far more profound and earth-shattering origin for his power, a secret discovery that did not come from the divine council in the sky, but was wrested from the very heart of the world below. Before Ogun, humanity lived in a state of primal simplicity. Our ancestors used sharpened stones and fire-hardened wood. They were hunters and gatherers, living in awe of a natural world they could not control, vulnerable to every predator and every storm. The concept of building a city, of forging a plow to till the earth, or of crafting a weapon that could truly defend a territory was utterly unknown. The world was soft, and humanity was trapped within its limitations. The turning point did not happen in a celestial forge or a godly workshop. It occurred in the deep, silent darkness of a specific, sacred mountain known only as Oak Erawo, the Mountain of Stars. The popular tales say Ogun was a hunter, pursuing a massive, otherworldly boar that had been ravaging the outskirts of the earliest human settlements. This beast, with hide tougher than stone, led Ogun on a chase that lasted for days, finally vanishing into a fissure in the side of this unassuming mountain. Driven by fury and determination, Ogun followed the creature into the cavernous depths, descending far beyond where any sunlight could reach. He found himself in a vast subterranean chamber, but the boar was gone. Instead, the cavern was illuminated by a faint, pulsating, reddish glow emanating from the walls themselves. The air was thick, hot, and carried a strange, metallic scent he had never encountered before. In the center of this chamber sat a being not of flesh and blood, but of living stone and shimmering ore, a forgotten earth spirit, the guardian of the mountain's metallic heart. This spirit was not an Orisha. It was an older, more primal entity, a force of raw, unrefined potential that had slept since the moment of creation. It communicated not with words, but with visions, showing Ogun the fiery liquid heart of the mountain, the molten iron that flowed like water deep within the earth. It showed him that this substance was the skeleton of the world, the hidden strength that gave the planet its form, and it revealed the secret to awakening it, the application of immense, concentrated heat and force. Using stones from the cavern, Ogun built a furnace, channeling the volcanic heat that seeped through fissures in the rock. He gathered pieces of the strange, heavy rock that lined the chamber, the iron ore, and through a process of trial, error, and divine intuition, he achieved the first smelt. He witnessed raw, dull stone transform under fantastic heat into a glowing, liquid fire, which he then poured into a hollowed-out stone, creating the very first metal ingot. But the legend goes even deeper. The spirit then guided him to a single, perfectly flat, impossibly hard black rock that rested near the subterranean heat source. This was to become his first anvil. This was no ordinary stone anvil. The hidden myth states it was a fragment of the primordial foundation of the universe, a piece of the original matter that existed before the gods even began their work of creation. It was imbued with As, the fundamental power of authority and manifestation from the dawn of time. When Ogun lifted his first crude hammerstone and struck the red-hot iron upon that anvil, the sound that echoed through the cavern was not just a clang of metal on stone. It was the first note of a new age, a resonant frequency that vibrated through the very fabric of reality, signaling a permanent shift in the balance of power. In that single strike, 3 destinies were simultaneously born. The first was technology, the ability for humanity to reshape their environment, to create the tools that would allow them to build shelters, farm the land, and master their world. The second was warfare, for the same process that created a plowshare could, with a slight change of intent, create a sword, introducing the concept of organized, large-scale conflict and dominion. And the third was the separation of humanity from the animal kingdom. No animal, no matter how clever, could ever harness the elemental power of metal. This act made humans something different, something new, beings of creation and destruction, partners and rivals to the gods themselves. Ogun emerged from that mountain a changed deity, carrying with him the knowledge of iron and that first cosmic anvil. He did not merely give humanity a new material, he gave them a new destiny. He bestowed the knowledge of the forge, creating the first generation of blacksmiths, who became the most vital and revered members of early society. They were the original technologists, the ones who crafted the spears that ensured survival, the hoes that turned wilderness into farmland, and the sacred implements used in ritual. Yet with this great power came an equally great burden, a duality that Ogun himself embodies to this day. He is both the creator who builds civilizations and the destroyer who tears them down on the battlefield. The hidden legend of his first anvil explains this inherent contradiction. Because the anvil was forged from primordial essence, the power it helped unleash was raw and neutral, containing the potential for both profound good and catastrophic evil, a reflection of the dual nature of creation itself. The secret of metal was not a gentle gift, it was a Promethean fire stolen from the womb of the earth, and it forever bound humanity to a path of incredible achievement and inevitable conflict. Now we descend from the fiery forges of the mountain into the profound, silent depths of the ocean, to meet a deity whose nature is as vast and mysterious as the sea itself. This is the realm of Olokun, the androgynous ruler of the deep sea, the source of all the world's waters, and the keeper of immeasurable wealth and wisdom that lies hidden on the ocean floor. While many know Olokun as a powerful figure of abundance, the hidden legend speaks of a moment of such profound, cosmic sorrow that it physically altered the world, giving birth to a secret, subterranean river of pure, salty tears. This is the story of the lost river of Olokun's tears, a tale that connects the divine to one of history's most tragic human chapters. The great loss that triggered this celestial weeping is rarely spoken of. It was not a simple argument or a temporary setback. The most guarded versions of the myth tell of a fundamental schism in the nature of reality, a moment when the world above the waves and the world below were forcibly, permanently separated. In the earliest times, it is said that the domains of sky, land, and sea were more fluid, with beings able to move between them with greater ease. Olokun, in their majestic solitude, ruled a magnificent underwater kingdom of crystalline palaces and gardens of living coral, a realm of perfect order and profound beauty. But a shift occurred. Some stories suggest it was a consequence of Obatala completing the physical world, solidifying the land and raising the sky, which had the unintended effect of isolating the deep sea. Others whisper of a conflict with the other Orishas, who grew fearful of Olokun's immense, untamed power and the secrets hidden in the abyss. The result was the same. A great barrier was erected, not of stone, but of divine law, restricting Olokun's influence largely to the deep and cutting them off from the vibrant life of the surface world. This was not a punishment but an isolation, and for a consciousness as vast as the ocean, this separation was an agony beyond mortal comprehension. From this divine loneliness, Olokun wept. Their tears were not like human tears. Each one was a droplet of concentrated sea essence, holding the memory of every lost connection and the weight of the entire ocean's solitude. These tears did not simply dissolve into the salt water. Instead, they flowed with a purpose of their own, seeking the lowest point, not of the sea but of the earth. They carved a secret channel through the bedrock, a hidden artery that began deep beneath the Atlantic Ocean and now winds its way through the planet's subterranean veins. This is the Lost River, a flow of water so saturated with spiritual energy that it is said to glow with a soft blue-white light in the absolute darkness. Its waters are colder than ice and heavier than any normal seawater, possessing a unique property. They are a liquid record of all that has been lost to the depths, a library of sorrow and memory. To even find this river is a monumental task, requiring one to navigate labyrinthine caves and endure the crushing pressure of the earth's embrace, a quest that few have ever undertaken and even fewer have returned from. The river's power is as dangerous as it is alluring. A single drop placed upon the tongue is said to grant visions of breathtaking clarity, pulling back the curtain of time itself. You might witness the rise and fall of lost continents like Atlantis, see the faces of your most ancient ancestors, or perceive the swirling patterns of futures that have not yet come to pass. This is not a gentle dream, it is an overwhelming flood of information, an unedited torrent of past, present, and potential. The spiritual cost, however, is absolute. The same waters that grant these visions are infused with the essence of Olokun's grief. To drink from them is to willingly take on a portion of that divine sorrow. Those who have attempted it speak of a permanent melancholy that settles in the soul, a profound understanding of the world's inherent loneliness that can never be forgotten. Some seekers are said to have gained their vision but lost all capacity for earthly joy, forever haunted by the beauty and tragedy of all they were shown. The river does not lie, but the truth it offers can drown a human spirit as easily as the ocean drowns a body. This hidden legend finds a devastating echo in human history, creating a powerful and sobering link between Olokun's mythical sorrow and the Atlantic Ocean's role in the Middle Passage. For the countless souls forcibly taken from West Africa during the transatlantic slave trade, the ocean was not a source of life or a path to adventure. It was a place of unimaginable terror, suffering, and death, a liquid grave. In the Yoruba spiritual view, these events did not go unnoticed by the deity of the deep. The tears shed by those chained in the holds of slave ships, the anguish of families torn apart, the cultural memories violently severed, all of this profound loss poured into Olokun's domain. The hidden river is thus understood by some elders and spiritualists as more than just Olokun's personal tears. It became a confluence, a collecting point for this colossal human grief. The river absorbed these memories, making it a sacred, if harrowing, memorial to the lives lost during that horrific journey. It serves as a metaphysical anchor, ensuring that this history is never truly forgotten, but is instead preserved in the very bones of the earth, a permanent record of a pain so vast it required a divine vessel to hold it. This connection transforms the legend from a simple myth into a profound spiritual metaphor for resilience, memory, and the deep, abiding connection between a people, their gods, and their history, no matter how painful that history may be. After the profound melancholy of Olokun's depths, our exploration of the hidden layers of Yoruba cosmology takes a sharp turn into a far more unsettling and transactional realm. We now venture into the concept of the Ajogun, a powerful collective of divine forces that personify destruction, chaos, and the inevitable hardships of earthly life. These are not demons in a Western sense, but fundamental, necessary antagonists in the human drama, entities like Eshu, who is death itself, Arun, the embodiment of sickness and disease, Ofo, the spirit of irreversible loss, and Ep, the power of devastating curses. They are the necessary counterbalance to creation and order, the challenges that test human character and resolve. While their individual names might be known, the truly concealed legend is the existence of a spectral, ever-shifting bazaar where these entities operate, the celestial market of the Ajogun, a place where human destinies are the primary currency. This is not a physical marketplace you can ever hope to find on a map. It exists in a dimension parallel to our own, a phantom agora that flickers in and out of reality, becoming accessible only during specific, rare cosmic alignments, perhaps when certain planets converge, or during the brief, total darkness of a solar eclipse, or at the precise liminal moment between the end of one year and the beginning of the next. Within this ethereal forum, the Ajogun do not simply attack humans at random. Instead, they engage in a complex, coldly logical system of barter and exchange. Imagine a silent, tense auction house where the lots up for bid are not objects, but the very threads of a person's life force, a person's potential for prosperity, their health, their relationships, even the very date of their death. These are all considered tangible, transferable commodities in this grim economy. An entity like Arun, disease, might covet the robust vitality of a healthy young farmer. To acquire it, Arun must offer something of equal spiritual value in trade. It might bargain with Eshu, death, offering to collect a series of souls from an elderly village in exchange for the right to claim the farmer's health. Alternatively, Ofo, loss, might trade a future period of great financial ruin for a family in exchange for granting Arun the power to inflict a specific, debilitating illness. This cosmic bargaining explains those sudden, inexplicable twists of fate that can leave us reeling. The legend provides a framework for understanding why a vibrant, healthy person can be struck by a mysterious ailment overnight, or why a thriving business can collapse without warning, or why a seemingly blessed individual might experience a shocking, untimely death. From our perspective, these events feel random and cruel, but within the hidden logic of the celestial market, they are often the result of a concluded transaction, a fate that has been legally, if horrifyingly, traded away. A string of inexplicable bad luck might be the fallout from a deal where Ep, the curse, purchased a person's protection from Ofo, loss, leaving them vulnerable to a cascade of smaller misfortunes. The market's operations reveal a universe governed by a brutal spiritual equilibrium, where every gain for one force must be balanced by a loss elsewhere, and human lives are the medium of exchange. Yet humanity is not merely a passive victim in this daunting spiritual commerce. This is where the crucial role of the Babalawo, the master diviner and priest of the Ifa tradition, enters the legend. These highly trained individuals are not just spiritual leaders, they are cosmic advocates and negotiators. Through the ancient, intricate system of Ifa divination, a Babalawo can discern the subtle vibrations of these celestial transactions before they are fully finalized. It is akin to intercepting a contract before the signature ink has dried. By casting the sacred palm nuts or the divination chain, the Babalawo reads the patterns of a person's destiny and can identify if their spiritual assets are being targeted for a hostile takeover in the Ajogun's market. Their job is to intervene directly, to act as a defense attorney for the human soul. This intervention takes the form of specific, prescribed rituals and offerings known as Ibo. The Ibo is not a bribe, it is a counter-offer, a legally binding spiritual proposal designed to appease the Ajogun and nullify their original claim. For instance, if a divination reveals that Aran, disease, is seeking to claim a client's health, the Babalawo might direct the client to prepare a specific Ibo, perhaps a particular animal combined with choice foods, herbs, and sacred objects. This carefully assembled offering is presented with precise incantations and prayers. In the metaphysics of the market, this Ibo is presented as an alternative commodity of equal or greater value, satisfying the Ajogun's hunger without it having to consume the person's health. It is a spiritual settlement, a way of saying, take this designated sacrifice instead of the life you are pursuing. The most skilled Babalawos are revered for their ability to navigate these treacherous negotiations, effectively out-bargaining the forces of chaos to protect their community. They operate on the front lines of this unseen war, using their profound knowledge of cosmic law to shield human destinies from being arbitrarily traded away, ensuring that an individual's path is shaped by their own choices and character, rather than becoming a mere pawn in a transaction between indifferent celestial powers. But to truly grasp the nature of this cosmic marketplace, we must understand the one entity who acts as its ultimate facilitator, the divine messenger who ensures all transactions, even the most destructive, are properly communicated and recorded. This brings us to one of the most complex and misunderstood figures in the entire pantheon, Eshu, also known as Eligba, the keeper of the crossroads and the master of chance and opportunity. You have likely heard of him as a playful trickster, a figure of duality who can bring both blessings and misfortune, often depicted with his iconic staff and his distinctive colors of red and black. But beneath this well-known persona lies a secret so potent and dangerous that it has been guarded for centuries, a truth that forms our fifth hidden legend, the existence of Eshu's unspoken true name. The names we know him by, Eshu, Eligba, the prankster at the crossroads, are merely titles, public handles he uses to interact with the world. His real name, the one that resonates with the core of his being, is a sound so powerful it is believed to be the vibrational key that locked the pathways between heaven and earth into place at the dawn of creation. To speak this name is not to call him, it is to command the very fabric of communication and chance that he personifies. The taboo against uttering this name is not born of simple reverence, but of a profound and practical understanding of cosmic mechanics. Think of Eshu as the divine operator of the universe's most complex switchboard. Every prayer sent to an Orisha, every offering made, every message from the human world to the divine must pass through his domain at the crossroads. He is the essential intermediary, the one who ensures that spiritual traffic flows as it should. His known names are like public phone numbers. They connect you to his office, where he can choose to help you, test you, or ignore you based on his inscrutable wisdom. But his true, hidden name is the system's root-level administrative password. To speak it aloud is to bypass his discretion entirely, to seize direct control of the lines of communication and force his hand. The consequences of such an act are not merely about offending a deity, they are about destabilizing the entire spiritual ecosystem. It is the equivalent of throwing a wrench into the gears of fate itself, with unpredictable and potentially catastrophic results for the one who dares and for the world around them. The mythical tales surrounding those who have supposedly discovered and uttered this name serve as stark warnings, illustrating the terrifying duality of the power it unleashes. One legend speaks of a powerful but arrogant Babalawo from a forgotten age who, after a lifetime of study, believed he had deciphered the true name from the most cryptic verses of the Odu, the sacred texts of Ifa. Consumed by a desire for ultimate control, he went to a remote crossroads at the darkest hour of the night and pronounced the name with absolute authority. For a moment it seemed he had succeeded. The stories say the very air stilled and all sound ceased as the pathways of the world realigned to his will. He found he could redirect the prayers of his rivals into voids, ensure his own messages to the gods were heard first and foremost, and even manipulate chance in his immediate vicinity, finding lost treasures and avoiding all misfortune. He became, for a brief, glorious time, the undisputed master of his own destiny. But Eshu, the master of balance, does not tolerate such a fundamental violation of natural law. The legend concludes that the Babalawo's great victory was also his ruin. By seizing control of all communication, he inadvertently severed his own connection to the subtle, guiding wisdom of the other Orishas. His life became a series of sterile, self-serving victories devoid of any true meaning or spiritual growth. He died alone, surrounded by wealth but utterly disconnected from the community and the divine interplay that gives life its richness, a king of an empty castle. Another, more chilling tale recounts the fate of a young woman driven not by greed but by desperate love. Her beloved was lost at sea, and after years of praying to no avail, she became obsessed with finding a way to force a response from the heavens. Through a dangerous pact with a wandering spirit, she is said to have learned the hidden name. She went to the crossroads and screamed it into the wind, not as a command but as a plea. The result was immediate and horrifying chaos. Eshu's power, forced into manifestation without his guiding intelligence, ran rampant. Messages of all kinds went haywire across the region. Town criers delivered news meant for other villages, causing panic and confusion. Lovers' letters were delivered to the wrong houses, shattering relationships. Birds, the natural messengers, flew in frantic, nonsensical circles. Most tragically, the woman's own desperate prayer for her lost love was twisted and amplified, broadcast on a loop through the spiritual realm until it became a maddening screech that shattered her own mind. She never found her beloved, but she was forever haunted by the distorted echo of her own desire, a living testament to the fact that raw power without the wisdom to wield it is a weapon that inevitably wounds the one who holds it. These stories underscore the fundamental truth about Eshu's unspoken name. It is not a tool for humanity to use. It is a fundamental component of cosmic order, and to interfere with it is to risk unraveling the delicate threads that connect all things, inviting a chaos far greater than any blessing one could hope to gain. After confronting the cosmic bargaining of the Ajogun and the dangerous secrets of Eshu's name, our journey into the hidden layers of Yoruba spirituality now brings us to a point where the veil between the living and the dead becomes dangerously thin. We arrive at the phenomenon of the Ajogun masquerade, a vibrant, powerful spectacle of color, music, and movement that is far more than just a cultural performance. While the public sees swirling, elaborate costumes and energetic dancers, the concealed truth, our sixth hidden legend, is that these are not performances at all in the conventional sense. The costume is not a symbol, it is a meticulously constructed portal, a sacred technology designed to temporarily house the consciousness of a specific, invited ancestor. During the ceremony, the spirit world doesn't just feel close, it physically overlaps with our own, and the masked figure moving through the village is not a person portraying a spirit, it is the re-embodied dead, returned with a palpable, tangible presence to interact directly with their living kin. The creation of the Ajogun costume is itself a profound and secretive ritual, a process governed by strict taboos and spiritual protocols. This is not the work of a single artisan acting on creative whimsy. It is a collaborative act between a specialized priest and the family of the descendant who seeks to commune with their ancestor. The selection of fabrics is never random. Each color, pattern, and texture is chosen based on the specific personality, achievements, and Orisha affiliations of the ancestor being called. A strip of deep indigo might represent their connection to the mysteries of Olokun, while a flash of brilliant red could honor their fiery, Shango-like passion in life. But the most critical component, the true heart of the vessel, is what is hidden within the countless layers of cloth. Woven into the very core of the costume are potent, consecrated objects known as afin, or medicine. These can include fragments of the ancestors' personal belongings, sacred herbs bundled by a babalawo, and earth taken from their final resting place. This assembly of materials doesn't just represent the ancestor, it creates a unique spiritual signature, a resonant frequency that acts as a beacon, allowing that specific soul to locate and anchor itself within the physical world once the ritual begins. When the ceremony commences with the rising tempo of the drums and the charged chanting of the community, a transformation occurs that goes far beyond theater. The individual who dons the costume undergoes a rigorous spiritual preparation, often involving fasting, prayer, and specific ritual cleansings to make themselves a suitable, and most importantly, a hollow vessel. As the heavy layers of the Ajogun are placed upon them, they are not merely putting on a disguise, they are willingly stepping aside, allowing their own consciousness to be submerged so that the ancestor can occupy their physical form. The moment the mask is lowered is the moment of transference. The dancer's gait changes, their gestures become unfamiliar, and their voice, when they speak, is often a distorted, otherworldly echo that is not their own. They are no longer themselves, they have become a living crossroads, a bridge of flesh and spirit through which the ancestor can walk back into the world of the living. This is why the behavior of the Ajogun during the ceremony is so unpredictable and must be treated with the utmost reverence. The ancestor, now physically present, is not a passive observer. They are an active participant in the community's affairs. They might move through the crowd, bestowing blessings with a touch of their costume onto the heads of their descendants, a transfer of spiritual energy known as as. They might stop before a specific individual and deliver a pointed, personal message, a warning about a hidden family conflict, a revelation about a forgotten debt of honor, or guidance on a crucial decision. There are documented accounts where an Ajogun has identified a long-lost family heirloom, revealed the location of a missing will, or even settled a generations-old land dispute by recalling details only the original ancestor would know. This direct intervention is the entire purpose of the masquerade. It is a judicial and spiritual court presided over by the dead themselves, ensuring the continuity of family legacy and moral order. However, this immense power carries inherent dangers, and this is where the legend reveals its most sobering layer. The overlapping of worlds is a fragile, volatile state. The sacred space of the ceremony is protected by the priests and the collective faith of the community, creating a spiritual barrier that keeps out malevolent or wandering spirits who might try to hijack the open portal. But if a protocol is broken, if an onlooker shows disrespect, if a taboo is violated, or if the person wearing the costume is not spiritually prepared, the barrier can be breached. The most chilling hidden stories speak of false Ajogun, where a malevolent entity or a troubled, unappeased spirit seizes the vessel instead of the intended ancestor. These manifestations are often marked by a sudden shift in the energy. The vibrant dancing becomes erratic and aggressive, the messages turn to curses, and the costume itself may seem to move with a hostile, unnatural force. Restoring order in such a situation requires the immediate intervention of the most powerful priests to ritually dismantle the connection and send the intruding spirit back to its own realm. A dangerous exorcism that underscores the very real risks of inviting the unseen world to take physical form. The ghostly masquerade of Ajogun thus stands as a profound testament to the Yoruba belief in an unbroken, active relationship with the past, a daring ritual where death is not an end, but a different state of being that can, under the right sacred conditions, literally walk among us once more. From the controlled chaos of the Ajogun masquerade, we now turn to a force of pure, untamed nature, a goddess whose breath can reshape the landscape and whose spirit is as changeable as the weather itself. This is Oya, the warrior queen of winds, storms, and the transformative power of the Niger River. She is the tempest that clears the old to make way for the new, a figure of fierce protection and sudden, radical change. While many revere her for her power over lightning and the gale, there exists a beautiful and lesser-known secret within her domain, a legend of creation born directly from her most violent dances. This is the story of the stone children of Oya's whirlwind. Imagine the fury of a desert storm, a spinning column of dust and wind so powerful it can uproot trees and reshape dunes. Now envision this force not as an agent of mindless destruction, but as a deliberate, creative act. The hidden lore tells us that when Oya's personal whirlwinds, those that carry her conscious will rather than just atmospheric conditions, touch down upon specific hallowed grounds, something miraculous occurs. These are not random plots of earth, but places where the veil between the physical and spiritual worlds is naturally thin, such as ancient riverbeds, lightning-struck plains, or the silent, rocky plateaus where the ancestors are said to gather. As the whirlwind spins across this sacred soil, it does not simply scatter debris. Instead, it acts as a cosmic sculptor, a divine lathe that gathers the finest particles of sand, clay, and mineral from the earth. Within the vortex's heart, where the winds move at impossible speeds, these elements are fused together through friction and spiritual pressure, polished by the very air itself, and then gently deposited back onto the ground as the storm dissipates. What remains are not rough rocks, but small, astonishingly smooth stones, often no larger than a thumb, each one a perfect, oval gemstone crafted by the storm. These are Oya's stone children, and they are far more than mere curiosities. Each one is a tiny battery, a vessel imbued with a concentrated spark of Oya's own volatile and transformative energy. To hold one is to feel a subtle hum, a vibration that speaks of rushing winds and electric potential. They are cold to the touch yet seem to carry an inner warmth, and their surfaces are so flawlessly polished they feel like glass worn smooth by a river for 1,000 years. Their colors are as varied as the storms that create them, ranging from deep, smoky grays and blacks that recall the heart of a thundercloud, to swirling patterns of red and brown that mirror the fertile soils of the riverbank, and occasionally, even stones with a faint, opalescent sheen that catches the light like a flash of distant lightning. Because they are born of Oya's essence, these stones are inherently dual-natured, and their application depends entirely on the intention and character of the one who wields them, making them sought after by two very different kinds of practitioners, warriors and healers. For the warrior, a stone child is a potent talisman of protection and decisive action. A soldier or hunter would carefully wrap the stone in a piece of red or maroon cloth, colors sacred to Oya, and carry it into battle or on a dangerous journey. The belief is that the stone does not make one invincible, but rather sharpens the senses and reflexes, allowing the bearer to move with the speed and unpredictability of the wind itself. It is said to deflect not only physical harm but also spiritual attacks, creating a subtle buffer against malevolent forces or curses. There are old stories of warriors who, in the midst of a chaotic fight, felt the stone grow warm against their skin, a warning that prompted them to duck a spear or sidestep an enemy's charge just in time, as if guided by an unseen gust of wind. The stone's power here is one of chaotic defense. It doesn't provide the solid, immovable protection of a mountain, but the evasive, redirecting power of a storm, helping its bearer navigate turmoil and emerge unscathed. For the healer, however, the very same stone is a tool of profound transformation and emotional alchemy. In the hands of a skilled babalawo or an elder versed in the properties of herbs and energies, the stone child becomes a focal point for rituals aimed at healing deep-seated trauma, breaking destructive habits, or navigating major life transitions. The logic is powerful. Just as Oya's storms clear away dead wood to allow for new growth, her stones can help clear away stagnant spiritual and emotional blockages. A common healing practice involves the healer gently rubbing the smooth stone over the patient's body, particularly around the heart and the brow, while chanting prayers to Oya. The stone is believed to draw out the old winds, the grief, fear, and stuck energy that causes sickness and despair, replacing it with Oya's fresh, vitalizing breath. In this context, the stone's volatile energy is not used for defense, but for gentle yet forceful change, catalyzing a personal whirlwind that sweeps clean the inner landscape of the soul to make space for renewal and strength. The true test of these stones, however, lies in the quest to find them. They cannot be purchased or traded as common goods. To do so would be to insult Oya and drain the stone of its power. They must be earned through a personal journey. A seeker, whether warrior or healer, must first undergo a period of purification and make offerings to Oya, demonstrating their respect and stating their sincere intention. Then they must travel to one of the known sacred grounds after a storm has passed, guided by intuition and faith. The search itself is a meditation. The stones are never found in plain sight on a well-trod path. They are often half buried in mud, nestled amidst the roots of an overturned tree, or resting at the bottom of a fresh water pool created by the rain. Finding one is never an accident. It is always a response, a gift from the goddess to a heart she deems worthy. The moment of discovery is described as a sudden stillness in the air, a knowing that the stone was waiting there specifically for you. A direct and tangible connection to the mighty, unpredictable, and ultimately life-giving power of the whirlwind. While Oya's storms reshape the outer world with roaring winds, our next legend invites us into a much quieter, more intimate realm of transformation, the silent, green kingdom of Osanian, the master of the forest and the god of herbal medicine. He is the ultimate physician of the wilderness, a deity often depicted as a solitary figure with one leg, one arm, and one enormous ear, symbolizing his deep connection to the earth and his unparalleled ability to listen to the subtle voices of nature. But the forest is vast, and its secrets are not given up easily. The true, hidden lore reveals that Osanian does not work alone. He is served by a host of elusive, non-physical spirits known as the Dream Weavers, ethereal entities who are the true conduits of botanical wisdom, acting as messengers between the divine mind of the plant world and the human healers who seek to understand it. These Dream Weavers are not beings you can ever hope to see with your waking eyes. They are not fairies or sprites with physical form. Instead, they are best understood as conscious patterns of energy, intelligent frequencies that ride on the gentlest night breezes, moving through the leaves with a purpose as silent and inevitable as the growth of a root. Their sole function is to carry the secret knowledge of the forest directly into the minds of sleeping herbalists, shamans, and medicine men and women. They do not communicate with words or clear images. Their messages are far more abstract and symbolic, delivered as vivid, sensory-rich dreams that are often baffling upon first experience. A healer might dream of a specific shade of purple shimmering on a river stone. only to wake with the sudden, unshakable knowledge that a plant with flowers of that exact hue, growing near a stream, holds the key to reducing a fever that has resisted all other treatments. Another might receive a dream of a spider weaving a web in a precise, geometric pattern between two specific types of leaves, revealing that a poultice made from those two plants, woven together in that same pattern, can draw poison from a wound. The education of a true herbalist in the Yoruba tradition, therefore, is only partly about memorizing plants and their known uses. The far more critical and deeply concealed part of their training involves the arduous discipline of learning to interpret these cryptic botanical dreams. This is a lifelong apprenticeship in the language of the subconscious, guided by nature itself. A novice healer, under the tutelage of a master, will begin by sleeping in a sacred space within the forest or a hut filled with drying herbs, their head often resting on a pillow stuffed with specific, spiritually conductive plants like basil or eucalyptus. Before sleep, they will offer prayers to Osanian and make small offerings of honey or clear water, not to bribe the dream weavers but to signal their receptivity and pure intention. The goal is to make one's own mind a clean, still pool, ready to receive the ripples of divine knowledge without distorting them with personal desire or ego. Interpreting these dreams is an art that requires immense intuition and a profound connection to the living world. The master and student will spend hours each morning dissecting the night's visions, treating each symbol not as a random thought, but as a precise piece of a larger therapeutic puzzle. The dream of a rotting log, for instance, would not be seen as an omen of death, but might instead point to a particular fungus that grows on decaying wood, a fungus that holds potent antibiotic properties. A recurring dream of a bird with a broken wing might guide the healer to a specific plant whose leaves are shaped like feathers, a plant that can be used to set and spiritually mend fractured bones. This process of decoding is a collaborative dialogue between the human and the divine, a constant refinement of understanding where the student learns to trust the intuitive leaps and connections that arise from these symbolic encounters. The most gifted herbalists are not those with the best memory, but those with the most receptive and discerning dream minds, able to distinguish a true message from Osanian's weavers from the ordinary clutter of the sleeping brain. This hidden relationship explains why the most powerful and effective herbal remedies in the tradition are often unique to a specific healer or lineage. Two master herbalists might both be treating the same ailment, but they could arrive at completely different yet equally effective plant combinations. This is because their personal dream weavers have revealed different pathways to the same healing outcome, tailored to the specific spiritual signature and understanding of that individual practitioner. The knowledge is living and fluid, not a fixed recipe in a book. It is a conversation with the intelligence of nature, a conversation that ensures the ancient art of healing never grows stagnant but continually evolves, offering new solutions to both old and new afflictions through the quiet, mysterious, and profound work of the dream weavers who visit in the deepest hours of the night. From the healing whispers of Osanian's forest, we now descend into one of the most poignant and emotionally devastating realms of Yoruba spiritual belief, a legend that touches the very raw nerve of parental love and loss. This is the heartbreaking mystery of the Abiku, the spirit children who are trapped in a cruel, cyclical dance between worlds. An Abiku is not a human child with a fleeting spirit. It is a spirit that temporarily takes on human form, born to a mother only to die young, again and again, returning to its joyous spirit companions and then choosing to be reborn, often to the same family, to repeat the painful cycle. For the parents, this is a unique and profound torment, to hold a beautiful, vibrant child in your arms, to love them with all your being, only to have them inexplicably sicken and pass away just as they begin to walk or talk, or truly imprint themselves on your heart with the haunting suspicion that this has happened before and will happen again. The Abiku spirit is not considered evil in a malicious sense. From their perspective, they are simply homesick. the spirit world known as Orun, is described as a place of effortless joy and endless play, filled with their true kin, the other Abiku children. Earthly life, with its hardships, responsibilities, and physical limitations, feels like a prison to them. They make pacts with their spirit companions, promising to return to Orun after a short visit to the world of the living. The signs of an Abiku child were carefully documented by elders and diviners. These could include a child born with strange birthmarks, often in specific patterns that were said to be the marks of their spirit companions, or a child who had vivid, detailed memories of a previous life and spoke longingly of a home with beautiful trees and constant playmates. Most tellingly, they might frequently and casually speak of their impending departure, saying things like, "I will go back soon," or "My other mother is calling me," sending chills of dread through their human parents. Faced with this cyclical tragedy, families were not without recourse, but the path was desperate, dangerous, and undertaken under the cover of absolute darkness. This brings us to the hidden ritual known as the Midnight Covenant, a solemn pact made not with a deity, but directly with the wandering spirit of the child itself. This was not a ceremony of celebration, but one of profound pleading and spiritual negotiation, a last-ditch effort to convince the Abiku to break its pact with its otherworldly friends and fully commit to a single earthly life. The ritual had to be performed at the precise moment of midnight, the liminal hour when the veil between the living and the spirit realms is at its absolute thinnest, allowing for direct communication. The entire process was shrouded in secrecy, with only the child's parents and a trusted, highly skilled Babalawo present, for fear that any outside energy could disrupt the fragile connection. The first critical component of the covenant was the marking of the child. This was not a simple tattoo or a random scar. Using a specially consecrated blade or a sharp piece of iron, the Babalawo would make a small, precise incision on the child's body, often in a hidden place like the top of the head, behind an ear, or between the toes. The choice of iron was absolutely deliberate and spiritually significant. Iron, as we learned from the legend of Ogun, is the metal that separates the human world from the primordial chaos of the spirit realm. It represents permanence, structure, and the unyielding nature of earthly life. The cut itself was a symbolic act, a way of physically and spiritually carving a permanent anchor into the child's ethereal form, a brand that declared, "You are now of this world, and this world will hold you." Into this fresh, small wound, a potent, iron-rich powder, often made from magnetite filings or dust from a blacksmith's anvil, would be gently rubbed, further sealing the bond with the essence of Ogun's transformative power. Simultaneously, the parents would begin the incantations, their voices low, steady, and filled with a mixture of love, sorrow, and fierce determination. These were not shouted commands, but whispered pleas, a litany of promises and reminders. They would call out the child's name, both their given earthly name and any spirit name revealed through divination, weaving them together. They would describe the beauty of the earthly world, the taste of ripe fruit, the warmth of the sun on the skin, the sound of their family's laughter. They would make promises of love and protection, vowing to fill the child's life with so much joy that it would eclipse the memory of Orun. Most importantly, they would directly address the spirit's pact, verbally dismantling it. The Babalawo would lead this, speaking with the authority of the Orishas, saying, "The pact you made in the land of shades is hereby broken. The friends who wait for you in the groves of play are waiting in vain. Your home is here, your blood is our blood, and your destiny is now tied to this earth." The culmination of the ritual was a binding act of community and memory. After the marking and the incantations, the child would be presented with a specific, personal object that had been prepared in advance. This could be a small iron bracelet that would be worn at all times, a carved wooden toy that had been brushed against the sacred Ogun anvil, or even a specially prepared piece of clothing. The parents would make the child touch and acknowledge this object, implanting it in their memory as a tangible token of the covenant. The underlying belief was powerful and psychologically profound. If the Abiku spirit ever felt the pull of Orun and tried to leave, this physical marker, this receipt of the Midnight Pact, would act as a constant reminder of the promises made and the love that awaited them in the human world. It was a spiritual tether designed to ground the wandering soul and give it a reason to choose life, no matter how strong the call of its spirit companions. The success of the ritual was never guaranteed, but for countless families throughout history, it was a sacred, desperate gamble born of a love so powerful it was willing to confront the very laws of life and death to keep a child safe. But after the desperate, whispered pleas of the Midnight Covenant, our story now turns to the very opposite of silence, to the primal, powerful heartbeat of Yoruba spirituality itself, the drum. We meet Iron Agalu, the revered patron spirit of all drummers and the very soul of the instrument. While many cultures have myths about the invention of music, the hidden legend of Iron Agalu reveals a far more personal and cosmic sacrifice, a story not just of creation, but of a god who gave a part of his own being to make the world sing. Before Iron Agalu, the world was a strangely muted place. Yes, there were sounds, the rush of wind, the crash of thunder, the murmur of streams, but these were chaotic, unstructured noises. There was no rhythm to bind them together, no pulse to coordinate the dance of life, and no means for humanity to send a coordinated, resonant message back to the gods who created them. Communication between heaven and earth was a scattered, imperfect thing, reliant on chance omens and fleeting intuition. In the beginning, Iron Agalu was a solitary spirit, a being of pure rhythm who existed within the silent spaces between heartbeats. He understood the fundamental pulse of the universe, the invisible tempo that governs the orbits of stars and the growth of plants. He longed to make this internal rhythm audible, to give it a voice that all of creation could hear and feel. And so he set to work. From the trunk of the sacred Iroko tree, he carved the first hollow body. From the hide of a deer that had willingly offered itself, he stretched the first head. With cords made from twisted vines, he pulled it taut. He had created the physical form of the first drum, a beautiful, perfectly crafted instrument. But when he struck it, nothing happened, not a whisper, not a tap, not the faintest vibration. The drum was utterly, profoundly silent. It was a body without a soul, a beautiful shell with no life inside it. The other Orishas gathered, curious and then disappointed. Obatola examined the drum and declared it a fine piece of craftsmanship but inert. Shango struck it with a bolt of lightning and still not a sound emerged. The drum was a perfect vessel, but it contained no voice. This silence represented a fundamental problem in the cosmic order. The gods could speak to humanity through nature, but humanity had no powerful, collective voice with which to answer, to praise, to plead, or to commune. Iron Agalu, in his profound devotion to his art and to the connection between realms, realized what had to be done. The drum could not be given just any voice. It needed a voice imbued with divine consciousness, a voice that could carry the full spectrum of human emotion and spiritual yearning. And so he made the ultimate choice. Standing before the silent drum, he began to dance, a slow, deliberate dance that channeled the very essence of his being. Then, with a final, decisive movement, he did not strike the drum with his hand, but plunged his own spirit hand directly into the center of the drumhead. In that moment, he did not simply play the drum, he fused with it. He sacrificed a portion of his own eternal essence, his own spiritual core, and transferred it directly into the instrument. The effect was instantaneous and cataclysmic. The drum roared to life with a sound that was both a deep, resonant thunder and a clear, high-pitched call. It was the sound of Iron Agalu's own soul-given voice. That first beat echoed across the cosmos, and for the first time, all of creation fell into a synchronized rhythm. The waves began to crash in time. The hearts of all living creatures found a common pulse, and humanity suddenly understood the concept of music, dance, and collective prayer. The drum became the primary tool for communication with the divine, the technology that could carry the ass of human prayers directly to the ears of the Orishas. But the cost was permanent. Ayanagolu, having given away a part of himself, was forever changed. He became bound to his creation, the eternal patron who is both the player and the played, his spirit forever resonating within every drum that is ever made. This is why master drummers are said to be possessed by the spirit of Ayanagolu when they play. They are not merely musicians, but vessels for a fraction of that sacrificed divine essence. The original drum, the one that contains the largest, most potent piece of Ayanagalu's own voice, was not left on earth. The legend states that once its work of awakening the world to rhythm was done, it was taken to a secret cosmic realm for safekeeping. This is not a physical place you can travel to. It exists in the dimension of pure potential, a realm sometimes called Igba Iwa, the calabash of existence, where the foundational blueprints for all of creation are stored. There, the silent drum, now silent once more, holding its immense power in reserve, rests at the center of a grove of crystalline trees, waiting. The belief is that this original drum is not lost but hidden for a purpose. Its rediscovery is not a matter of a physical quest, but a spiritual and societal one. It is said that the drum will only become audible again. Its voice will only ring out once more when humanity as a whole achieves a state of perfect harmony and understanding, when our collective rhythm aligns completely with the divine will of the universe. This event would herald a new golden age, a time the elders refer to as the Second Awakening. In this age, communication with the divine would be as clear and direct as conversation. Prayer would not be a hope sent into the void, but a dialogue. The Orishas would walk openly among a people who truly understood their own place in the cosmic order. The sound of the rediscovered drum would not just be heard, it would be a transformative force, healing old wounds, mending broken lineages, and restoring balance to a world that has long been out of sync. The silent drum of Ayanagolu is therefore more than a relic, it is a promise and a challenge. It is a testament to the immense power of sacrifice and a reminder that the deepest, most powerful connection to the divine has always been available to us, not through complex rituals, but through the pure, rhythmic heartbeat of a community living in truth and harmony, waiting for the moment we are all truly ready to listen. From the cosmic resonance of Ayanagalu's drum, we now journey into a lush, hidden corner of the wilderness, to a place where the boundaries between the animal kingdom and the divine become wonderfully blurred. This is the realm of Erinal, a deity whose own story is one of profound transformation. He began as a legendary hunter of such skill and empathy that he never took a life without offering a prayer of thanks, and he possessed an innate knowledge of the healing properties of every plant and spring he encountered. His reverence for the natural world was so deep that the other Orishas elevated him, transforming him from a mortal hunter into an immortal god of medicine, fresh water, and the bounty of the forest. While many revere Erinal as a source of healing, the concealed legend speaks of his most loyal and astonishing companions, a unique troop of monkeys whose fur was not made of hair but of living, shimmering iron. These were not ordinary monkeys gifted with simple strength. They were divine constructs brought into being through a confluence of Erinal's hunter's spirit and the foundational power of Ogun's forge. The stories suggest that Erinal, in his quest to protect the most potent and sacred healing groves from both human greed and malevolent spirits, journeyed to Ogun and presented him with a profound request. He offered Ogun the purest ore he had gathered from a meteorite that had fallen in a pristine river, combined with rare, conductive herbs from the deepest forest. Ogun, recognizing a kindred spirit who also served the community through his arts, took the materials and worked them not in a physical fire, but in the celestial flames of his divine will. The result was the creation of the first iron monkeys, beings with the agile, intelligent forms of primates, but with bodies sheathed in a flexible, interlocking metallic pelt that gleamed with a dark, bluish-gray luster in the dappled forest light. These extraordinary creatures served as the eternal guardians of Erenal's most sacred spaces. Their primary duty was to protect the source pools, the mystical springs where Erenal's power to heal and purify was at its most concentrated. An iron monkey did not sleep or eat in any conventional sense. They drew sustenance directly from the vitality of the grove itself, and their metallic fur allowed them to blend seamlessly with the wet, gray rocks and dark earth around the water's edge, making them nearly invisible until they chose to reveal themselves. Their strength was not merely for show. An iron monkey could effortlessly tear a fallen tree limb in two with its bare hands, and their grip was said to be as unbreakable as a blacksmith's vice. Yet, despite this formidable power, they were not inherently aggressive. Their purpose was defense, not offense, and their most fascinating ability was a spiritual one, an innate, unerring capacity to sense deception and impurity in a person's heart. This made them the perfect gatekeepers for a god of healing. A desperate person could travel for days to find one of Erenal's hidden groves, drawn by stories of miraculous cures. But finding the grove was only the first step. Upon arriving at its perimeter, the seeker would often find the path mysteriously blocked or feel an intense, watchful presence from the surrounding canopy. The true test was not a physical challenge but a spiritual one. The iron monkeys, hidden from sight, would be silently reading the seeker's intentions. A person arriving with a heart full of genuine need, pure of purpose and seeking healing for themselves or a loved one, would suddenly witness a breathtaking sight. One by one, the iron monkeys would emerge from their camouflage, their metallic fur catching the light, their intelligent eyes holding a deep, knowing calm. They would not threaten, but would instead gently part the foliage, clearing a path directly to the healing waters, their presence a silent blessing and an escort to the source of aid. Conversely, those who arrived with deceit in their hearts met a very different fate. A hunter hoping to poach the rare animals that drank from the sacred pool, a rival medicine man seeking to steal the powerful herbs for his own profit, or anyone carrying malice or ill intent would find the grove turning against them. The iron monkeys would remain unseen, but their influence would be felt. The seeker would become hopelessly lost, walking in circles just feet from their goal. Thorny vines would seem to shift and tighten, blocking their way. The very air could grow heavy and difficult to breathe, a palpable pressure of rejection. In rare cases, if the deception was particularly vile and the intruder persisted with violence, the monkeys would reveal themselves not as guides but as enforcers. They would not maim or kill, but would use their immense strength to physically eject the transgressor from the sacred ground, carrying them effortlessly and depositing them far from the grove, dazed and bewildered, with their dishonest intentions fully exposed and their quest a complete failure. The judgment of the iron monkeys was swift, absolute, and never wrong, ensuring that Erenal's greatest gifts of healing were reserved only for those who approached them with respect and genuine need. Now, let us leave the watchful iron guardians of the forest and journey to the very heart of Yoruba civilization, to the sacred city of Isle Ife, the mythical cradle of all humanity. Here, beneath the bustling markets and ancient palaces, lies a secret so profound it defies our very understanding of history and memory. This is the legend of the Library of Sands, a vast subterranean archive that holds not scrolls or tablets, but the entire chronicle of existence written in patterns of ever-shifting sand. Imagine a cavern of unimaginable scale, its ceiling lost in a darkness that mimics the primordial night, its floor an endless flat expanse of the finest, purest white sand. This sand is not still, it is in constant, gentle motion, flowing and rearranging itself as if breathed upon by some unseen intelligence, which in fact it is. This entire library is the physical manifestation of a single, primordial earth spirit known as Al. a being so ancient it witnessed the very first moments when Ajogun, the progenitor of the Yoruba people, descended from the heavens on a chain to create the world upon the waters. All is not a deity who interacts or speaks, it simply is. Its consciousness is the sand, and its sole purpose is to record. Every footstep ever taken, every word ever spoken, every tear of joy and cry of sorrow, every act of love and every moment of betrayal, every single vibration of every soul that has ever drawn breath is captured and etched into the intricate, flowing patterns of this impossible library. The sands shift to form symbols, images, and scripts that are not of any human language, but a pure, visual language of event and emotion. A single grain might represent the moment a child first learned to walk in a village 1,000 miles away, while a swirling vortex of sand could depict the rise and fall of a forgotten empire. This is the ultimate historical record, an unbiased, continuous stream of everything that has ever occurred, maintained with perfect fidelity by the patient, timeless spirit of the earth itself. Of course, such an overwhelming torrent of information is useless without an interpreter, a librarian who can navigate the chaos and translate the endless motion into coherent narrative. This immense responsibility falls to a single mortal, the Uni of Ife, the spiritual and traditional ruler of the Yoruba people. The Uni is not chosen for this role by mere political succession. He is identified from birth through intricate divination as the one soul capable of withstanding the psychic onslaught of the library. His accession to the throne is not complete until he has undergone the secret, harrowing ritual of descent, where he is led by a council of elders to a hidden entrance and left alone to face the living archive. To read the sands, the Uni must enter a state of deep, self-induced trance, a level of meditation so profound that his own identity nearly dissolves. His physical eyes see only a chaotic, shimmering blur, but his spiritual sight, his third eye, perceives the patterns with stunning clarity. In this state, he does not read in a linear fashion. He becomes a focal point, and the information flows into him, answering the questions he holds in his heart. The purpose of this reading is never for personal gain or trivial curiosity. The Uni consults the Library of Sands only in moments of ultimate crisis for the entire Yoruba nation, times of impending famine, the threat of a devastating war, or a spiritual plague that confounds all the Babalawos. He might seek to understand the root cause of a current conflict by viewing its origins in a dispute between ancient ancestors. He could look for patterns in past droughts to find a solution for a present one, or he might search the records of a great healer from a bygone era to find a cure for a new, mysterious sickness. The answers he receives are not simple sentences. They are floods of context, emotion, and consequence. He might experience the ambition that fueled a forgotten king, feel the collective despair of a people during a great migration, or understand the precise botanical knowledge of a master herbalist who lived 5 centuries ago. He emerges from the trance not with a simple answer, but with a profound, embodied understanding of the problem and its potential solutions, which he then must translate into practical wisdom for his people. However, this access to absolute truth carries a grave and terrifying cost, a burden that every Uni must bear. The library does not differentiate between joyful and tragic events. It records all with equal intensity. To seek an answer about a famine means the Uni must also experience the pangs of starvation and the grief of parents watching their children perish. To understand the origins of a war, he must feel the rage of the warriors and the terror of the victims. This direct, empathetic connection to all of human suffering can shatter a mind not prepared for it. The history of the Unis is marked by stories of those who, after a particularly harrowing consultation, were never quite the same, haunted by the collective pain they had witnessed, carrying the sorrow of millennia in their eyes for the rest of their days. This is the ultimate sacrifice of the ruler, to willingly immerse himself in the totality of his people's pain in order to guide them toward a better future, a living bridge between the unvarnished truth of the past and the hopeful potential of what is yet to come. But hidden within the gentle currents and life-giving waters of Osun's domain lies a secret far more complex and dangerous than her reputation for love and fertility might suggest. We now come to the 13th of our hidden legends, a story that reveals a crucial, often overlooked dimension of this powerful Orisha, the shadow pact of Osun's mirror. While Osun is rightly celebrated as the source of sweet waters, beauty, and the profound bonds of the heart, this concealed tale reminds us that love itself is a force of immense power, and like a river, it can both nurture the land and erode the very ground beneath our feet. The legend speaks of a mystical object, a mirror that does not hang on a wall or rest on a vanity, but appears only when and where Osun chooses, perhaps as a perfect, still pool in a secluded bend of her river, or as a shard of obsidian suddenly gleaming in the moonlight, or even as the reflective surface of a dewdrop on a specific flower at dawn. This is no ordinary mirror. It does not show your face, your clothes, or your surroundings. Instead, it reveals the shadow of your deepest, most unspoken desires, the yearnings you may not even fully admit to yourself. To gaze into this mirror is to undergo a profound and unsettling self-confrontation. A person desperate for wealth would not see themselves surrounded by gold. They would see the shadow of their own ambition, a dark silhouette of themselves in a position of absolute power and control, admired and envied by faceless others. A lonely heart seeking love would not see a perfect partner, but the shadow of their own idealized connection, a vision of themselves being cherished, understood, and completed, free from the fear of abandonment. The reflection is not a lie. It is a brutal, amplified truth, showing the raw, emotional core of the desire stripped of all rationalization and social constraint. It shows you not what you think you want, but what your soul truly craves in its most potent and undiluted form. The vision is so compelling, so perfectly tailored to the secret chambers of your heart, that it creates an almost irresistible pull. This is the moment of the pact, a spiritual contract that requires no signed document or spoken vow. The pact is made the instant a person, captivated by the vision, reaches out to touch the reflection or speaks to it, or simply makes a conscious, internal decision to accept the shadow as their destined future. The fulfillment of the desire is as swift as it is miraculous, but it operates on a cruel, literal logic that ignores the nuances of the human heart. The legend of a young artist named Mormi serves as a stark example. Mormi was talented but felt invisible in her village, her art overlooked by elders who favored traditional forms. One evening by the river, she saw her reflection shift in the water, showing a shadow self standing before a cheering crowd, her name on everyone's lips. She made the pact, yearning for that recognition. The very next day, a wealthy trader from a distant city passed through, saw her work, and declared her a genius. He bought all her pieces and promised her fame in the capital. Her desire was fulfilled. However, the recognition she received was hollow. The people in the city praised her for reasons she didn't understand. They valued the novelty of her work, not its soul. Back in her village, her sudden success bred not pride but resentment and envy. Her closest friends, feeling abandoned and judged, turned away from her. She had gained the fame she saw in the shadow, but she had lost the genuine community and heartfelt appreciation that would have given that fame any real meaning. The mirror had given her exactly what she asked for, but in doing so, it stole the context that would have made it valuable. The true cost of the shadow pact is always a fundamental erosion of one's character or relationships, a kind of spiritual entropy where the fulfillment of one intense desire creates a vacuum elsewhere in one's life. A person who gains the power they craved might find themselves isolated by suspicion, unable to trust anyone. Someone who wins the love of a specific person through the pact might forever be haunted by the knowledge that the relationship was born not of genuine, organic connection, but of a manipulated destiny, making the love feel fragile and unearned. The pact shortcuts the natural process of growth and striving that builds character and forges resilient bonds. By accepting the Shadow's offer, you are essentially trading your journey, with all its lessons, failures, and authentic connections, for a predetermined destination. You arrive at your heart's desire, but you arrive empty, having left the best parts of yourself along the road you were meant to travel. The mirror, in its terrifying wisdom, does not create these consequences. It simply reveals the inherent trade-off of getting what you want without the personal development required to truly hold it. Osun's lesson here is not one of malice but of balance. Her waters give life, but they can also flood. Her love nurtures, but it can also become a possessive, consuming current. The mirror is a test of self-awareness, a challenge to look into the depths of one's own desires and ask not just what do I want, but what person will I become in getting it, and what will I have to sacrifice to live in that shadow. Our journey now takes us from the reflective, flowing truths of Osun's realm into the deep, silent forest where truth is pursued with relentless precision. Here we find Osusi, the master huntsman and the divine embodiment of justice, a figure who moves through the wilderness with a purpose that extends far beyond the tracking of game. While many know him as a provider of food and a guardian of hunters, the hidden legend reveals the astonishing origin of his most sacred tool, a weapon that is as much a concept as it is a physical object, the star-forged arrow. This is no simple projectile carved from a common branch. Its creation was a cosmic event, a collaboration between celestial and terrestrial powers that resulted in an instrument of perfect poetic justice, capable of hunting abstractions as easily as it tracks a deer. The story of its making begins not on Earth but in the heavens during a time of great turmoil shortly after the world's creation. A massive star, having reached the end of its long life, streaked across the sky, a brilliant, silent tear of fire plummeting toward the earth. It did not crash randomly, however. It was guided, drawn by the focused will of Osusi himself, who had prayed for a material of ultimate purity and truth to craft a weapon worthy of his sacred duties. The star fragment, once it cooled, was not a lump of common iron. It was a unique, silvery metal that hummed with a soft, celestial light, a material that resonated with the fundamental order of the cosmos. Osusi took this star metal to Ogun's forge, but the god of iron found that even his most intense earthly fires could not soften it. The metal refused to be shaped by anything born of the world it had fallen upon. Understanding was immediate. This material required a different kind of power, one that bridged the heavens and the earth. Osusi then turned to the sky once more, this time calling upon the king of the firmament, Shango. In a display of divine cooperation, Shango summoned the celestial thunderbird, a being of pure lightning and storm. With a single, controlled strike, the thunderbird's lightning, a force of both destruction and cleansing, hammered the star metal on Ogun's anvil, not melting it but folding it, shaping it into a perfect needle-pointed arrowhead. As the metal cooled, 3 feathers molted from the thunderbird's own wing, feathers that shimmered with captured lightning and hummed with the energy of the storm. These became the fletching, the guidance system for the arrow. The shaft was then fashioned from the wood of the Iroko tree, connecting the weapon to the ancient wisdom and memory of the earth. The resulting arrow was a tripartite marvel, a point from the stars, fletching from the storm, and a shaft from the world tree, a perfect synthesis of cosmic order, divine authority, and earthly truth. This extraordinary origin explains the arrow's unerring accuracy. When nocked and drawn by Osusi, it does not simply fly toward a target, it follows the very threads of destiny and truth. It can twist in mid-air, bypassing any physical obstacle because it is not hunting a body, but the essence of a deed or a lie. This is where the legend transforms from a story of a hunter into a profound allegory for justice. Osusi uses this arrow not only to bring sustenance to his followers, but to pursue those who believe their misdeeds are hidden by darkness, distance, or deception. A corrupt chief who secretly hoards grain during a famine might be found one morning with the star-forged arrow embedded not in his flesh, but in the locked door of his secret storehouse, exposing his crime to the entire village without a single word being spoken. A poisonous rumor started by an anonymous whisperer might see the arrow thud into the ground at the gossiper's feet the next time they attempt to speak, a silent, undeniable warning that their treachery has been seen. The justice it delivers is often poetic, reflecting the nature of the crime itself in its consequence. There is a famous, whispered tale of a wealthy merchant who consistently used false weights to cheat his customers, amassing a fortune through his deceit. He felt secure, protected by his walls and his guards. One night, the star-forged arrow was found in the morning, having pierced through his roof and landed directly in the center of his own scales, splintering the balancing arm in two. The symbolic message was clear. The instrument of his deception had been judged and destroyed by the instrument of cosmic truth. In another account, a man who had falsely testified against his own brother to steal his inheritance was later discovered trapped in a hunter's snare in the exact location where he had sworn his false oath, the star-forged arrow pinning the hem of his robe to the earth, holding him there until the community arrived to discover him and learn the truth. The arrow ensures that justice is not merely punitive but revelatory, forcing hidden truths into the light in a way that restores balance and allows the community to heal. Perhaps the most fascinating and unsettling aspect of this legend is the idea that the arrow can be invoked not by Osusi alone, but by the collective, focused will of the wronged. When a community suffers an injustice with no clear perpetrator, or when an individual has been so grievously wronged that all earthly avenues for justice are exhausted, they can perform a specific, solemn ritual. They gather at a crossroads at dawn, presenting offerings of kola nut and bitter kola to Osusi, and they speak their truth aloud, naming the injustice in precise, unemotional detail. It is said that if their cause is truly just and their hearts are pure, one of the feathers on the star-forged arrow will tremble in its ethereal quiver. Osusi will then loose the arrow on their behalf, and while it may not always result in a physical arrow appearing, its influence will be felt. The hidden lie will be exposed through a sudden, inexplicable chain of events. The lost item will be found in the possession of the one who denied taking it. The secret pact will be revealed by an unforced confession. The arrow operates on the principle that the universe has a native inclination toward truth, and Osusi's weapon is merely the focused application of that principle, a divine tool that cuts through the noise of deception to reveal the silent, unwavering fact at the heart of any matter. After the silent precision of Osusi's cosmic arrow, we turn our attention from the hunt for truth to its direct revelation, entering the sacred space of the Babalawo and the very tools through which the universe speaks. This brings us to our 15th hidden legend, a secret that lies at the heart of Ifa divination itself, the laughing shells of the Babalawo. The ikin, the sacred palm nuts, are far more than simple instruments. They are ancient, consecrated objects believed to be vessels for the very voice of Orunmila, the Orisha of wisdom and prophecy. In the hands of a master diviner, their patterns of fall are a language, a complex code that maps out the intricacies of a person's destiny, revealing the spiritual forces at play and the necessary rituals to restore balance. But the truly concealed lore speaks of a phenomenon so rare that many Babalawos may go their entire lives without witnessing it. It occurs only when the revelation at hand is not about an individual's path, but about a shift in the destiny of an entire community, a nation, or even the cosmic order itself. In that charged moment, the ikin do not simply land on the divination tray with a quiet tap. They emit a sound, a gentle, resonant, almost bell-like chime that seems to ripple through the air, a sound that the elders H-A-V-E Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, the soft, cosmic laughter of destiny itself. This laughter is profoundly misunderstood if taken as a sign of mockery or frivolity. It is the sound of immense, ancient wisdom acknowledging a profound and necessary truth. Imagine the universe as a vast, interconnected web of stories and possibilities. Most divinations touch upon a single, local thread, adjusting its tension or mending a small tear. But a prophecy that triggers the laughter of the shells is one that involves the movement of the entire web, a fundamental realignment of the pattern that will send reverberations across generations. The laughter is the sound of that pattern shifting, the vibrational signature of a new, necessary, and inevitable truth settling into the fabric of reality. It is a confirmation from the cosmos that the information being channeled is of the highest order, a direct download from the source of all knowledge. For the Babalawo in that moment, it is both the ultimate validation of his sacred office and the most terrifying burden he will ever be asked to carry, for he is now the sole mortal conduit for a truth that will change everything. The blessing inherent in this event is as immense as the responsibility. To hear the shells laugh is to know with absolute certainty that you are in the presence of pure, unadulterated truth. There is no room for doubt or second guessing in the interpretation. The Odu, the sacred verses that are recited in response to the pattern, will flow from the Babalawo's lips with an authority and clarity that transcends his own learning, as if Oren Miller himself is speaking through him. The prophecy revealed is always one of profound importance, a warning that can avert a catastrophe or a revelation that can guide a people to a new golden age. The knowledge granted is a sacred tool of immense power, capable of healing deep societal wounds, preventing wars, or ushering in an era of unprecedented peace and prosperity. It is the closest a human being can come to holding a fragment of divine omniscience, a glimpse into the grand design that is ordinarily hidden from mortal eyes. Yet this immense gift is inextricably woven with a dire warning, a weight that settles on the diviner's soul the moment the sound fades. The laughter is also a sobering reminder that such knowledge cannot be unknown, and its revelation will inevitably set in motion a chain of events with consequences that are both necessary and often difficult. The prophecy might foretell the fall of a beloved king, the end of a dynasty, or a great famine that will test the resilience of the people. The Babalawo becomes the keeper of this difficult truth, charged with delivering a message that may bring sorrow, fear, or even anger to his community. He must stand firm in his role, presenting the prophecy without sugarcoating its implications, for to soften the truth would be to betray the sacred trust placed in him by the Orishas. The laughter, in this sense, is a cosmic acknowledgement of the painful burden of clarity, a sympathetic echo for the human who must now shoulder the weight of a future that has been irrevocably spoken into existence. History, as preserved in the oral traditions, holds whispers of such moments. One powerful account tells of a Babalawo in the ancient city of Oyo, who, while performing a divination for the Olokun, the king, heard the shells laugh. The prophecy that emerged was a complex and heartbreaking one. It revealed that the king's favorite son, a beloved and charismatic prince, would, if he ascended the throne, lead the empire into a disastrous war through his reckless ambition. The prophecy offered a path to avoid this fate, but it required the king to publicly disinherit his own son, an act that would cause immense personal pain and political turmoil. The Babalawo delivered the message with a heavy heart. The king, torn between his love for his child and his duty to his people, ultimately made the difficult choice to follow the prophecy. The prince was sent into exile, and while it caused a period of strife, it ultimately spared the Oyo Empire a conflict that could have shattered it forever. The laughter of the shells had blessed the kingdom with a future, but it had demanded a king's heart as the price. Another, more enigmatic tale speaks of a gathering of the most senior Babalawos from across the land, convened during a time of great spiritual confusion. As they cast the shells together, seeking guidance for the entire Yoruba people, a chorus of soft laughter filled the room. The resulting prophecy did not speak of kings or wars, but of a great spiritual forgetting that would befall the people, a time when the old ways would be challenged and the names of the Orishas would be whispered less frequently. Yet, woven into this prophecy of loss was a promise of eventual return and renewal, a vision of a future where the children of the diaspora would one day rediscover these hidden legends and breathe new life into the ancient traditions. The laughter here was a comfort and a challenge, acknowledging the painful cycle of history while affirming the ultimate resilience of the spiritual truth they served. In every instance, the laughing shells mark a pivotal juncture, a moment where a single human being, armed with nothing but faith and a handful of sacred nuts, becomes the hinge upon which the door of destiny swings, forever changed by the weight of the truth he has been chosen to carry and impart. From the cosmic resonance of the laughing shells, we now seek the comfort of a mother's embrace, descending into a secluded, water-carved sanctuary hidden deep within a labyrinth of riverside caves. Here, veiled in perpetual twilight and accessible only by those who know the secret songs to calm the river's current, rests our 16th hidden legend, the weeping statue of Yamoja. Yamoja, the mother of all Orishas, is the vast, nurturing presence of the ocean and the flowing rivers, the source of all life and the ultimate symbol of unconditional, protective love. She is the womb from which existence sprang, and her compassion for her children is as deep and endless as the waters she commands. While she is celebrated in countless public shrines, this particular statue is her most private and sorrowful aspect, a sacred effigy that physically shares in the burdens of those she cherishes. Carved from a single, massive piece of dark, water-smoothed jetstone, the statue depicts Yamoja not in her regal power, but in a moment of profound maternal empathy, her head bowed as if listening to a whisper from the depths of the human heart. The phenomenon itself is both breathtaking and heartbreaking. The statue does not weep constantly, nor on any predictable schedule. The saltwater tears only begin to form and slowly trace paths down the smooth, dark stone during periods of immense collective sorrow affecting her children, the Yoruba people, and by extension all of humanity who call upon her. This is not a response to individual grief, no matter how profound. The triggers are cataclysmic, echoing through the spiritual realm like a seismic shock. The onset of a brutal, widespread war that tears families apart would cause the statue to weep, a devastating plague that sweeps through villages, leaving orphans in its wake, would see the silent tears flow. The tragic echoes of historical events like the Middle Passage, where millions of her children were lost to the ocean depths, are believed to have made the statue weep for generations, the salt a perpetual offering to their memory. The statue acts as a spiritual barometer for the psychic pain of her people, a physical manifestation of a mother's shared grief when her children are suffering on a massive scale. The collection of these tears is a ritual of immense solemnity, performed only by a designated priestess known as the Iya Ma Yamoja, the mother of Yamoja. She does not rush to gather them greedily. Upon learning of the weeping, often through dreams sent to priests in nearby communities or through divination, she undertakes a ceremonial journey to the cave. Her approach is one of reverence and shared sorrow, not celebration. She carries with her a special vessel, a small, open cowrie shell that has been ritually cleansed and consecrated, for cowrie shells are sacred to Yamoja and symbolize the womb and the origin of life. The priestess does not scrape the tears from the stone. She patiently holds the shell beneath the statue's face, allowing each precious saline droplet to fall naturally, respecting the slow, painful pace of this divine mourning. It is understood that the tears are not mere water. They are liquid compassion, a concentrate of Yamoja's own spiritual essence mixed with the acknowledged pain of her people, transformed into a potent, alchemical substance for healing. The application of these tears in ritual is handled with the utmost care, for their power is to address wounds that are not physical, but etched into the very soul of a person or a family line. They are used in two primary, profound ways. The first is for the healing of deep, intractable emotional wounds that resist all other forms of therapy or spiritual cleansing. A person suffering from a grief so heavy it has paralyzed their spirit, such as the loss of a child or the trauma of violence, might be given a single drop of the sacred tears to be mixed into a calming herbal infusion. As they drink, the priestess chants prayers, calling upon Yamoja's nurturing energy. The belief is that the tear does not erase the memory, but rather validates the pain at a cosmic level, allowing the individual to feel their sorrow is witnessed and shared by a divine mother, which in itself can begin to loosen the grip of isolation and despair that often accompanies profound trauma. The second, and perhaps even more powerful, use is for the cleansing of generational trauma. This is work that addresses curses, patterns of misfortune, or deep-seated fears that seem to pass from parent to child, as if encoded in the family's very DNA. In these rituals, the Yamoja might add a tear to a basin of river water, creating a sacred bath. The descendant, representing the entire lineage, is ritually washed with this water. The prayer here is not just for the individual, but a plea to Yamoja as the source of all life to go back to the very root of the trauma, be it a betrayal, an act of dispossession, or a forgotten crime, and to cleanse the spiritual bloodline. The saltwater tear is the perfect agent for this. It represents the ocean from which all life came, and it carries the memory of collective sorrow, allowing it to resonate with and neutralize the old, inherited pain. There are accounts of families who, after such a ritual, found that long-standing patterns of addiction, poverty, or broken relationships began to shift, not through magic, but through a released capacity to break the cycle, as if a spiritual weight had been lifted that had been pressing down on them for generations. The weeping statue thus stands as a timeless testament to a love that is so vast it feels our deepest pains as its own, offering not a cure, but a sacred, shared sorrow that can, in time, become the foundation for profound and lasting healing. Now, let us ascend from the sorrowful, healing depths of Yamoja's cave and step into a realm of pure potential, a place that exists not in the distant past or the far future, but right beside us, hidden in the shimmering air we breathe. This brings us to the 17th of our hidden legends, the invisible city of the Orun. While we have explored the mighty Orishas and the revered ancestors of the Ajogun, the Orun are an entirely different order of being. They are the benevolent people of heaven, a vast population of pure spirits who are not gods, nor are they the human dead. They are the native inhabitants of the spiritual plane, beings of immense creativity and advanced knowledge who live in a state of perpetual harmony, overseeing the smooth functioning of the cosmos in ways we can scarcely imagine. Their existence is a testament to the incredible complexity of the Yoruba spiritual universe, a universe teeming with life in forms both seen and unseen. The true secret, however, is not just their existence but the location of their home. The hidden lore speaks of a magnificent, sprawling metropolis that exists in a perfect, parallel dimension to our own human towns and cities. It is not a distant cloud palace or a subterranean kingdom. It is right here, superimposed over our reality, its glittering spires and bustling avenues occupying the exact same physical space as our homes and markets, yet separated by the thinnest, most fragile veil of perception. Under normal circumstances, this city is completely undetectable. Its sounds too high-pitched for our ears, its light vibrating at a frequency invisible to our eyes. We walk through its grand plazas every day, utterly unaware of the vibrant civilization pulsing just beyond the reach of our senses. This invisibility is not permanent. There are specific, sacred moments when the fabric between the worlds grows thin enough for a glimpse, and the most common of these is the liminal hour of dawn on certain holy days, particularly those dedicated to Obatala, the Orisha of purity and clear vision. On these mornings, just as the sun begins to bleed light over the horizon, but before its full disk has risen, the world holds its breath. For those few precious minutes, the veil becomes like a semi-transparent curtain. A person standing in the right place, often a quiet crossroads, a hilltop on the edge of town, or the bank of a still river, might witness a breathtaking mirage. The familiar landscape of their village seems to double, and superimposed over it, they see the gleaming, ethereal structures of the Ara-Oran city. The buildings are described as being woven from solidified light and harmonious sound, with streets that flow like rivers of mercury and towers that spiral toward a sky filled with multiple, gentle suns. The air hums with a melody that is both alien and profoundly beautiful, the sound of a civilization operating on principles of physics and art we have yet to discover. Interactions with the Ara-Oran are extraordinarily rare and never initiated by humans. They are the ones who choose to cross over, and they do so for a specific purpose, to bestow gifts of inspiration. These encounters are not grand audiences or lengthy conversations. They are fleeting, almost dreamlike moments. An artist struggling for years with a creative block might be walking home at this liminal dawn and suddenly find a figure of shimmering, translucent light standing before them. The figure does not speak with words, but instead places a hand on the artist's forehead, or sometimes simply breathes upon them. In that instant, the artist's mind is flooded with a vision of such clarity and beauty that it can define their entire life's work. They might suddenly understand how to compose a symphony that captures the sound of the cosmos, or see the complete blueprint for a revolutionary new form of architecture, or grasp the intricate plot and characters of a literary masterpiece. The gift is not the finished product, but the seed of the idea, pure and perfectly formed, along with the intuitive knowledge of how to bring it into being. The gifts are not limited to the arts. The Ara-Oran are master technologists on a cosmic scale, and their insights can propel human understanding forward in leaps and bounds. There is a whispered legend of a blacksmith in a forgotten age who, after such an encounter, awoke with a complete mental schematic for a new type of bellows that radically increased the heat of his forge, revolutionizing metalwork in his region. Another tale tells of a farmer who was shown a vision of crop rotation and organic fertilization methods centuries before they became common knowledge, allowing his village to thrive during a prolonged drought. The Ara-Oran seem to assess the needs and the inherent potential of the individual and the wider community, offering a piece of knowledge that is just advanced enough to be understood and implemented, thereby gently nudging human progress forward without causing disruptive chaos. The recipient is often left with no memory of the being's face, only the absolute certainty of the idea now burning in their mind and a lingering sense of serene, otherworldly grace. These chance meetings are the hidden catalysts of history, the unseen hands that have guided human innovation and artistic expression for millennia, reminding us that we are not alone in our quest for beauty and understanding, but are part of a much larger, benevolent community of minds. But what if the profound loneliness of the Abiku spirit, the one desperately trying to return to its joyful companions in Oran, is not just a random affliction, but actually a symptom of a far deeper, more beautiful cosmic bond? This brings us to our 18th hidden legend, the origin of the egg, the celestial soulmates or spirit companions who are bound to one another by the most sacred and unbreakable pact imaginable. Before any soul is born into the world of flesh and suffering, it exists in a state of perfect communal bliss in the spirit realm, a place of effortless understanding and shared consciousness. Within this realm, souls naturally gravitate towards one another, forming deep familial bonds. These are your egg, your true spiritual kin, the beings who know the essence of your soul better than you could ever know yourself. You laugh together, create together, and explore the infinite wonders of the pre-life realm as a single, harmonious unit. The thought of being separated from them is unthinkable, a fate worse than any earthly death. It is this very fear of separation that gives birth to the most powerful covenant in the spiritual world, the blood oath of the first egg. The hidden myth tells of a time when the first souls were preparing to descend to earth, a journey that was understood to be perilous, isolating, and fraught with the danger of forgetting their true divine nature. The thought of facing this daunting journey alone was unbearable, and so the very first group of kindred spirits gathered at the cosmic crossroads, the place where all destinies are woven, and they made a pact. Using a thorn from the celestial Iroko tree, each soul pricked its own spiritual essence, drawing forth not a physical blood, but a droplet of its core life force, its as. These droplets were mingled together in a sacred calabash, swirling into a single, luminous liquid that contained the combined identity and unwavering commitment of the entire group. One by one, they drank from this mixture, sealing a vow that would echo across all of time. They swore that no matter how far apart they were scattered on earth, no matter what bodies they were born into or what circumstances they faced, they would recognize one another, protect one another, and guide each other back toward their shared spiritual purpose. They swore to be each other's memory in a world designed to make them forget, and to be a beacon of home in a landscape of alienation. This oath explains the mysterious, often instantaneous connections we feel with certain people throughout our lives. Have you ever met a stranger and felt you've known them forever? Have you ever formed a deep, inexplicable bond with someone in a matter of days, a connection that defies logic and time? These are not mere coincidences. They are the faint, miraculous echoes of that primal oath, the egg recognizing its own across the veil of forgetfulness. They manifest as the childhood friend who feels more like a sibling, the mentor who appears exactly when you are most lost, or the partner whose soul seems to be a perfect mirror of your own. Their role is not to create a perfect, conflict-free life, but to act as divine anchors. They challenge you when you stray from your path, they comfort you when you are broken by the world, and they reflect back to you the truth of who you are, especially when you have forgotten. An encounter with a member of your egg is always a moment of profound significance, a crack in the facade of earthly reality through which the brilliant light of your true spiritual home comes shining through. However, this beautiful, binding oath has a tragic and deeply misunderstood shadow, one that directly connects to the heartbreaking cycle of the Ajogun. While most egg groups support each other's earthly journeys, there are instances where the bonds are so powerful and the longing for the spirit realm is so intense that the oath becomes twisted. Imagine one soul from a particularly tight-knit egg being born. The moment it takes its first breath, it is overwhelmed by a sense of profound loss and isolation. It misses its companions with an agony that physical reality cannot soothe. Back in the spirit realm, the rest of the egg feels this sorrow just as acutely. In their desperation to be reunited, to have their group whole again, they begin to call their earthbound member back. This is not a malicious act, but a manifestation of their own spiritual homesickness for their complete unit. Their collective call becomes a siren song, a powerful psychic pull that the incarnated soul, often a young child, finds irresistible. The child, feeling out of place and lonely in the human world, begins to long for home, speaking of their other mother or their friends in the beautiful grove. They may sicken not from a physical disease, but from a soul-deep yearning to return to their egg. Their repeated cycles of birth and death are not a punishment, but a desperate, failed attempt to fulfill the oath, to either bring the entire group to Earth or to return everyone to the spirit world together. This hidden link provides a much more compassionate lens through which to view the Ajogun phenomenon. The child is not a capricious or cruel spirit, but a tragically loyal one, trapped between two powerful loves, the love for its human family and the unbreakable primal love for its spiritual kin. The Midnight Covenant ritual we explored earlier can now be understood in this new light. It is not just a plea to a single wandering spirit. It is a direct intervention in the dynamics of an entire egg. When the parents and the Babalawo perform the ritual, they are essentially renegotiating the terms of that ancient blood oath. By marking the child with iron and speaking words of binding to the earth, they are not breaking the pact but amending it. They are saying to the entire egg still waiting in Orun, your brother, your sister is needed here, his journey is here, her love is here now. Your oath must now include protecting her in this world, not calling her back to yours. A successful ritual doesn't sever the connection, it transforms it. The egg, instead of being a source of spiritual pull, becomes a source of invisible guidance and protection from the other side, honoring their oath by helping their member thrive in the earthly life they have chosen, fulfilling their collective destiny in a new and profound way. The story of Oya's whirlwinds and Erinal's guardians speaks to a world where nature itself is a conscious participant in the cosmic order. But now we must confront a legend of raw, divine retribution, a tale where the very body of a betrayer becomes an eternal testament to the consequences of crossing a king. This is the grim account known as the Singing Bones of Sango's betrayer, a chilling narrative that reveals the fiery third king of Oyo was not only a master of thunder but also a wielder of poetic, everlasting justice. The chief in question was not some anonymous minor lord, but a man named Bonka, a once trusted advisor and war general who had eaten from Sango's own plate and fought at his right hand. Bonka's betrayal was not a simple act of disloyalty. It was a deep, personal perfidy rooted in soaring ambition. He saw Sango's increasingly volatile and fearsome power not as a divine gift to the empire, but as a destabilizing force that threatened its longevity and, more importantly, blocked his own path to the throne. In secret, Bonka began to weave a web of dissent, whispering to other chiefs that Sango's lightning, which once protected them, now struck indiscriminately, and that a cooler, more predictable head was needed to rule. The final, unforgivable act came during a pivotal war with a rival kingdom. Sango's strategy relied on a feigned retreat, a tactic that required Bonka's forces to hold a crucial mountain pass, creating a killing box for the enemy. But Bonka, seeing an opportunity to be rid of Sango and claim victory for himself, deliberately withdrew his troops hours early. The trap was sprung empty. Sango's own royal guard was encircled and nearly annihilated, and the king himself only escaped by calling down a cataclysmic storm that consumed friend and foe alike in a tempest of fire and panic. It was in the aftermath, standing amidst the scorched earth and the bodies of his most loyal warriors, that Sango's grief transformed into a cold, terrifying fury. He did not simply want Bonka dead, he wanted his treachery to be remembered and feared for all time. He wanted the chief's name to become a synonym for regret. Sango's punishment was as brilliant as it was brutal, a fusion of his control over the elements and his understanding of the human soul. He tracked Bonka to his fortified compound, not with an army but alone, with the sky darkening at his back. When Bonka emerged, defiant and surrounded by his own soldiers, Sango did not hurl a lightning bolt. Instead, he raised his hands, and the very air around Bonka began to crystallize, wrapping him in a prison of solidified wind and heat. The stories say Sango then began to chant, his voice a low rumble that resonated not in the air, but in the marrow of Bonka's bones. The chief's body did not burn. It vibrated, each bone humming at a different, specific frequency until, with a final, resonant command from Sango, his skeleton was pulled cleanly from his flesh, leaving the body to collapse in a shapeless heap. The bones, now gleaming and pure white, hovered in the air before the horrified onlookers. Sango then sculpted them, using the tips of his fingers like a master carver, shaping the larger bones into drums, the ribs into the body of a stringed instrument, and the smaller bones into a set of flutes and rattles. This ghastly orchestra was not silent. Imbued with the resonant energy of Sango's chant and the final, terrified consciousness of Bonka, the instruments immediately began to play, not a song of triumph but a haunting, discordant lament. The music they produced was a direct reflection of Bonka's final moments. The deep, thrumming drums echoed the thunder of Sango's approach and the pounding of his own fearful heart. The high, reedy flutes captured the sharp, panicked notes of his desperate excuses and ultimate realization. The stringed instrument, when the wind passed over it, produced a wavering, melancholic melody that spoke of his regret, not for the betrayal itself, but for its catastrophic failure and the eternal consequence he now faced. This was not a curse of endless pain, but of endless reflection. Jibonka's spirit was bound to the music, forced to endlessly replay and re-experience the moment of his downfall, to forever hear the symphony of his own poor choices. Sango then took this terrible orchestra and, in a final act of symbolic power, buried it. He did not hide it in a deep cave or cast it into the ocean. Instead, he buried it in the earth at a specific, unmarked crossroads on the main road leading into the city of Oyo. It was a public secret, a warning to every chief, every traveler, every ambitious soul who entered the kingdom. They would know the bones were there, and they would know the price of treachery. To this day, the legend persists that on certain stormy nights, when Sango's power is felt most strongly in the crashing thunder and flashing lightning, the earth at that hidden crossroads grows soft. The rain washes away just enough soil for the music to escape. It is said that if you are walking alone on such a night and you hear a faint, melancholic melody carried on the wind, a sound like a drumbeat mimicking a panicked heartbeat, intertwined with a flute's sorrowful cry, you are hearing the singing bones of Jibonka. The music is not loud or aggressive. It is a ghostly whisper, a ripple of ancient remorse rising from the ground. Those who have heard it describe an overwhelming feeling of sadness and a sudden, intuitive understanding of the futility of betrayal. It serves as a timeless, auditory monument, a reminder that some mistakes are so profound their echoes never truly fade, and that the judgment of the gods can be a creative, as well as a destructive, force, crafting instruments of warning from the very foundations of a traitor's being. But what happens to the dreams that never quite make it to the surface of our waking minds, the fragile visions that form in the deepest sleep and dissolve before dawn's light can give them shape? This brings us to a realm of profound and gentle melancholy, the 20th of our hidden legends, the Garden of Forgotten Dreams, tended by a quiet, almost reclusive Orisha named Ijopa, the guardian of fading memory. This garden is not a place of grand power or thunderous drama, but a sanctuary for ephemeral things. Ijopa is a minor deity, one rarely called upon in great ceremonies, for her domain is not the power of memory we actively hold, but the soft, whispering echo of all that we have let go. She is the caretaker of the intangible, and her garden is a vast, sprawling landscape that exists in the liminal space between the world of dreams and the void of absolute forgetting. Imagine a place where the light has no single source, casting neither sharp shadows nor bright highlights, but instead bathing everything in a perpetual, soft twilight reminiscent of the hour just before dusk. The air itself feels thick and silent, absorbing sound so completely that your own heartbeat becomes the loudest thing you can hear. This is the Garden of Forgotten Dreams, and its flora is both breathtaking and heartbreaking. Every flower, every leaf, every blade of grass is woven from the very substance of a dream that was dreamed but never remembered. A delicate, silver-petaled blossom might be the physical form of a child's fleeting dream of flying, its details already gauzy and indistinct. A twisting, thorny vine covered in bioluminescent buds could be the lingering echo of a nightmare that caused a sleeper to stir and turn over, its terror dissipating into the safety of a new position. There are trees with leaves of shimmering, translucent film that show fragmented scenes of impossible cities and conversations with long-dead relatives, their narratives fractured and incomplete. The entire garden is a tapestry of almost was and nearly remembered, a museum of the mind's most private, abandoned creations. The process of a dream arriving here is a slow, gentle fade. When a dream is formed in a person's mind but fails to make the transition into waking consciousness, it doesn't simply vanish. Instead, it detaches like a dandelion seed on a still day and drifts on ethereal currents until it finds its way to Ijopa's domain. Upon arrival, the dream's energy begins to coalesce, taking root in the soft, dark soil of the garden and growing into a unique plant that reflects its emotional core. Dreams of joy might become flowers of brilliant but rapidly shifting colors. Dreams of profound insight might crystallize into intricate geometric patterns on large, flat leaves. Dreams of sorrow often manifest as weeping willows with leaves that drip a shimmering, dew-like substance that never quite hits the ground. Ejopa walks these silent paths not with sadness but with a quiet reverence, tending to each ephemeral creation, ensuring it has its moment of beautiful, tangible existence before it finally, peacefully, dissolves back into the formless potential from which it came. The immense value of this hidden garden, however, lies in the possibility of retrieval. It is said that a truly powerful shaman or babalawo, one who has mastered the art of astral travel and can navigate the treacherous landscapes of the subconscious, can undertake a spiritual journey to this garden on behalf of someone in dire need. The seeker is never someone who has merely misplaced a pleasant thought. The journey is reserved for cases of profound spiritual or creative crisis. This might be an artist who has lost the foundational vision for their life's work due to trauma or illness, a leader who has forgotten the prophetic dream that once revealed the path to save their people from famine, or an individual suffering from a fractured sense of self after a catastrophic event has severed them from a core memory that gave their life meaning. The shaman's quest is not a simple stroll through a meadow. It is a perilous navigation of a realm where reality is based on emotion and symbolism, not physical law. The retrieval itself is an act of delicate spiritual surgery. The shaman, having entered a deep trance and found the garden, cannot simply grab any appealing flower. They must hold the specific, resonant frequency of the lost dream in their mind, a frequency often determined through intense divination and deep conversation with the afflicted person. Guided by this spiritual homing beacon, the shaman searches the endless gardens until they find the one plant that vibrates in harmony with that lost potential. The act of plucking the dream is not a physical tearing. The shaman must cup the flower or leaf in their hands and with immense focus absorb its essence back into their own spiritual body, carefully containing it for the journey back. This is a moment of extreme vulnerability, for the shaman is opening their own soul to house a forgotten fragment of another's, risking their own mental stability in the process. One well-known tale speaks of a master potter named Adebawale, who, after a severe fever, lost the memory of a complex glaze technique that was the secret to his family's renowned pottery. His hands remembered the motions, but his mind could no longer access the vision of the final, iridescent result. His work became dull and lifeless, and his lineage's legacy was threatened. A shaman journeyed to the garden and after a long search found a crystalline orchid that pulsed with a soft rainbow light, the very dream where Adebawale's ancestor had first discovered the technique. The shaman brought the essence back and in a ritual breathed it over the sleeping potter. Adebawale awoke not with a sudden, clear memory but with a profound sense of knowing. He went to his wheel and without conscious effort created a piece more beautiful than any he had made in years, the forgotten dream seamlessly reintegrating into his creative spirit. The Garden of Forgotten Dreams thus stands as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the idea that nothing conceived by the mind is ever truly lost, only waiting, tended by a gentle goddess, for the moment it is needed most to make a broken world whole again. Now, let us move from the gentle melancholy of forgotten dreams to the quiet, profound patience of the Creator himself, Obatala. He is the Orisha of purity, wisdom, and most importantly, the divine sculptor who shaped the first human bodies from clay, breathing life into them with the sanction of the supreme god Olokun. He is the ultimate father, a figure of immense calm and deliberate action, who is often depicted in robes of immaculate white, symbolizing his unblemished nature. Yet this very purity, this divine standard of perfection, creates a deep and often misunderstood sorrow within him when he observes the world he helped create. We know Obatala as a god of creation, but a hidden legend reveals a remarkable aspect of his character. His response to frustration is not fiery anger, but a profound, creative, and ultimately hopeful form of waiting. This is the story of the clay soldiers of Obatala's patience. Imagine the creator's perspective. You have labored with love to craft each human form, a unique vessel intended to house a divine spark. You have given them free will, the ability to choose between the high road of character, or Iwa, and the low road of base instinct. Yet, century after century, you witness the same cycles of pettiness, greed, and violence. You see your children war with one another, betray sacred trusts, and despoil the beautiful world you gifted them. For a being of absolute purity, this is not a cause for rage, but for a deep, paternal disappointment. The popular tales might lead you to believe Obatala sits in detached judgment, but the hidden truth is far more moving. He actively grieves for the potential he sees lying dormant, like a master artist watching his finest paintings being smeared with mud, not out of malice but out of carelessness. It was during one of these periods of divine sorrow that he embarked on his most personal and secret project. He journeyed to a secluded, sun-drenched valley, hidden deep within the spiritual realm, a place where the red earth was of the purest, most malleable clay, and a single, tranquil stream provided the clearest water. Here, away from the chaos of the human world, he began to sculpt, but he was not creating new humans to send to Earth. He was creating an army. One by one, over what would have been centuries in our time, Obatala molded perfect soldiers. He did not use a single mold. Each figure was a unique masterpiece, a paragon of physical form and noble bearing. Their faces were carved with expressions of serene determination, not the fury of battle. Their postures were of unwavering resolve, not aggression. He detailed every muscle, every fold in their imagined clothing, every strand of hair on their heads, pouring into them all the ideal qualities he wished to see manifested in humanity: unshakable integrity, boundless courage, selfless loyalty, and a profound, innate sense of justice. These were not warriors designed for conquest, but guardians sculpted to represent the highest potential of the human spirit. The most critical moment in this legend, however, is the moment of inaction. Obatala, possessing the divine authority, the ass to bring his creations to life, stood before the countless ranks of his perfect clay army and chose not to animate them. He held the breath of life in his hands and consciously let it dissipate. This was not a failure or an act of abandonment. It was the ultimate expression of his wisdom and patience. To bring these soldiers to life and unleash them upon the world would be to force perfection upon an imperfect humanity. It would be to override the very free will he helped instill, to impose a moral order from the top down rather than allowing it to be cultivated from the heart outward. He understood that a perfection that is not earned, that is not struggled for and chosen through one's own trials, is ultimately hollow and meaningless. His clay soldiers would be flawless, but they would lack the one thing that makes humanity so beautifully, frustratingly worthwhile: the capacity for growth, for redemption, and for the hard-won wisdom that comes from making mistakes and choosing to do better. And so, the legend says, the army still stands in that hidden valley. They are not gathering dust. The valley is a sacred, preserved space, and the figures remain as pristine as the day Obatala finished them, awaiting a dawn that may never come. They stand in silent, endless ranks, a vast terracotta host frozen in a moment of perfect readiness. To stumble upon this valley, a near impossible feat for a mortal, would be to witness the most profound and patient hope imaginable. It is Obatala's unwavering belief that one day humanity will, through its own volition and the lessons carved into its collective soul by history, evolve to a state where it no longer needs such guardians. The soldiers are not a threat but a promise. They are a physical manifestation of the potential that Obatala sees buried within every human heart, a testament to his faith that we will, in our own time, grow into the perfection he so lovingly sculpted, making his silent army not a tool of enforcement, but a monument to the beautiful, arduous journey of becoming. Look up at the night sky, at that single, luminous pearl hanging in the velvety darkness. It feels permanent, eternal, a solitary companion to our world. But what if that constancy is an illusion? What if the sky once held a very different balance? This brings us to one of the most staggering hidden legends, a story written not in the earth but in the heavens themselves. The elders whisper that long, long ago, before humanity had even learned to count the passing seasons, our world was attended by two moons. The one we know today, a serene, silver-white disk, was paired with a smaller, more tempestuous sibling. This second moon was a vibrant, swirling maelstrom of deep crimson and smoky gray, a celestial body that pulsed with a raw, untamed energy. It was known as Oya's tear, and its very presence in the sky amplified her influence over the winds and storms, creating a world of more dramatic, more volatile transitions between seasons and states of being. The shattering of this second moon was not an accident of cosmic billiards. It was a deliberate, cataclysmic act born from a divine secret Oya has guarded from all the other Orishas, even her husband Shango. The common tales speak of Oya's fiery temper, but this event was rooted in something far deeper, a grief so profound and personal that it threatened to unravel the very fabric of her being. The hidden lore suggests that within the core of that crimson moon, Oya had concealed something or someone. Some versions say it was the crystallized soul of her first and most beloved child, a being of pure storm who was stillborn during the chaotic birthing of the universe. Others suggest it was her own twin sister, a being of equal power who sacrificed her physical form to save Oya from a primordial threat, her essence placed in the moon for safekeeping. Whatever the truth, Oya's tear was not just a satellite, it was her private reliquary, a secret chapel in the sky where she would go to mourn and to draw strength from a connection known only to her. The catalyst for the moon's destruction was a direct assault on this secret, a powerful, primordial entity of absolute stagnation, a being that feared all change and sought to freeze the universe in a single, eternal moment, discovered the truth of the moon's content. It knew that Oya's power over transformation was linked to this hidden wellspring of her sorrow. In a bid to break her and halt the relentless cycle of death and rebirth she governed, this entity launched an assault on the crimson moon itself. When Oya felt the violation, a shockwave of protective fury and terror coursed through her. She could not let her most sacred, secret grief be desecrated and used as a weapon against all of creation. Faced with an impossible choice to allow her deepest sorrow to be turned against everything she protected, or to destroy it herself, she chose the latter. Gathering every ounce of her power, she did not create a storm but became one. She transformed her being into a single, focused spear of cosmic wind, a vortex of such immense force that it pierced the heart of her own secret moon. The result was an explosion of silent, breathtaking violence. The crimson moon did not simply break apart, it vaporized in a flash of incandescent light that briefly outshone the sun. The force of the blast sent countless fragments hurtling out into the void, a spray of cosmic shrapnel that was eventually captured by the sun's gravity, settling into the great orbital path we now know as the asteroid belt. Each of those drifting rocks and planetoids is a frozen piece of Oya's secret sorrow, a permanent monument to the sacrifice she made to protect the dynamic flow of life. This is why the asteroid belt is seen in this hidden tradition not as a failed planet, but as a celestial graveyard, a ring of memories orbiting between Mars and Jupiter, forever marking the site of a god's most personal and devastating loss. This cosmic cataclysm fundamentally altered Oya's nature and explains the unique, unpredictable quality of her power. The remaining moon, our moon, was forever changed by the event. It was bathed in the energy of the destruction, and it now acts as a psychic resonator, constantly broadcasting the echo of Oya's hidden grief and her explosive resolve. This is the true source of her connection to sudden, radical change, when her influence is felt in a hurricane that reshapes a coastline, in a political revolution that topples a dynasty, or in the sudden, life-altering epiphany that shatters a person's old identity. It is not merely the force of the wind at work. It is the reverberation of that original, necessary destruction. The change she brings is so potent and often disruptive because it is fueled by the memory of a loss so great that it required the annihilation of a world to contain it. She understands, in a way no other Orisha can, that sometimes the most profound transformations require the complete and utter shattering of what we hold most dear, a lesson she learned at the cost of her own celestial heart. But deep within the sacred groves of Ossinian, where the dream weavers drift through the sleeping minds of herbalists, there exists a far more direct, though infinitely more perilous, channel of communication between the divine and the mortal. This is the 23rd of our hidden legends, the language of snakes in Ossinian's grove. While the forest god imparts wisdom through dreams, the serpents that coil around the roots of his most potent herbs are his living, breathing lexicon. They are not merely his companions or guardians, they are his scribes. The hidden lore reveals that Ossinian, the solitary god of one leg and one great ear, communicates the most profound and urgent healing secrets not through human language, but through a complex, living code written in the scales, movements, and whispers of these sacred reptiles. Their very existence is a text, and to learn to read it is to gain access to a library of cures that can never be found in any dream or written tome. The foundation of this belief rests on a single, staggering premise. Each species of snake within the grove is a living chapter in Ossinian's great book of medicine. The emerald green mamba is not just a venomous predator, it is a scroll detailing remedies for afflictions of the blood and the heart. Its speed and the specific pattern of its scales as it moves through the sunlight are said to illustrate the correct rhythm for administering a life-saving potion and the precise intervals between doses. The heavy, slow-moving python is a treatise on maladies of the spirit and the body's structure, its powerful, deliberate coils demonstrating the application of therapeutic pressure and the binding of poultices for broken bones. Even the smallest, most innocuous house snake carries vital knowledge. The delicate, intricate patterns on its back might mirror the exact arrangement of herbs needed to calm a feverish child. A hiss is not a warning but a syllable. A flick of the tongue is a punctuation mark. The coiling of a body around a specific plant at a specific time of day is a full sentence revealing that plant's most potent application. To become a reader of this living language requires more than just courage. It demands a complete surrender of the self and a fundamental rewiring of human perception. A priest who wishes to learn does not approach the snakes with tools or traps, but with an offering of absolute stillness and humility. The initial training involves sitting, often for days on end, at the edge of a clearing, simply observing. The novice must learn to quiet the internal monologue of their own mind, the fear, the analysis, the desire, until they are nothing but a receptive vessel. They learn to see not just a snake but the geometry of its movement. They learn to hear not just a hiss but its duration, its pitch, and its resonance in the air. This is not an intellectual study. It is a form of spiritual osmosis where the priest's consciousness begins to synchronize with the primal, non-verbal intelligence of the serpent. It is a dangerous courtship, for a single misstep, a single flare of unchecked fear, can be misinterpreted as a hostile statement, turning a lesson into a lethal confrontation. There is a famous, sobering account of a priest named Adami, who was considered the most promising student of his generation. He had mastered the visual patterns, learning to identify which plant to use for a raging infection by observing the black and white bands of a spitting cobra as it retreated into the ferns. But he struggled with the auditory component, the language of the hiss. In his frustration, he grew impatient. One evening, attempting to force a revelation, he confronted a large forest cobra, believing it held the secret to a cure for a wasting sickness affecting his village. He mimicked its hooding, he mirrored its posture, but his own anxiety bled into his actions, making his movements sharp and aggressive. The cobra, reading his chaotic energy, did not offer a cure. It delivered a single, short, sharp hiss, a word in the serpentine tongue that translates roughly to false student or betrayer of the stillness, and struck. Adami's death was not seen as a simple animal attack, but as a grammatical error with the highest stakes, a tragic reminder that one cannot demand knowledge from this language, one must earn the right to receive it. For those few who achieve true fluency, the rewards are nothing short of miraculous. A master reader can walk into Whispering Grove and have the entire forest speak to them. A viper basking on a warm rock might shift its body, and the shifting pattern of light and shadow on its scales will reveal a previously unknown combination of roots to combat a new kind of paralysis. The coordinated dance of two snakes in a clearing could outline a complex ritual for healing a rift in the community's spiritual health. The most profound cures, those for illnesses that have no name and no origin in the physical world, are believed to be locked within the silent conversations between snakes, observable only to the priest who has become so still that they are, for all intents and purposes, just another part of the grove's natural architecture. This secret language ensures that the most powerful healing knowledge remains protected, not by locks or guards, but by the sheer difficulty of attaining the purity of heart and mind required to understand it, preserving Whispering greatest gifts for those who approach his realm with the reverence it demands. After the solemn whispers of snakes and the cosmic silence of shattered moons, we arrive at a spectacle of pure, unbridled joy and chaotic possibility. Deep within the spirit world, in a dimension that overlaps with the most vibrant and forgotten human festivals, there unfolds a single, spectacular night each year known as the Carnival of Masked Deities. This is not a gathering for prayer or solemn council, but a grand, celestial masquerade ball where the most fundamental rule of existence is suspended. For this one night, every Orisha, every primordial spirit, and every ancestor of great renown is required to don a mask, a magical, impenetrable veil that completely obscures their divine identity and the immense aura of their power. At this carnival, the king and the servant, the creator and the trickster, the warrior and the healer all become anonymous participants in a grand cosmic game of pretend. Imagine the scene, a sprawling, ethereal plaza that seems to be woven from starlight and laughter, filled with pavilions of shimmering, weightless fabric and pathways that change direction according to the whims of the dancers. The air thrums with music played on instruments made of solidified emotion and percussive light. Here, the mighty Shango is not a king crowned with thunder. He could be the figure in the simple, unadorned wooden mask, dancing with abandoned glee next to a spirit he would normally command. The nurturing, maternal Yamoja might be the one wearing the fierce, leonine mask, experimenting with a bold, assertive energy she rarely shows in her daily role. The masks are more than disguises, they are licenses for freedom. They allow these eternal beings to step outside the rigid roles and responsibilities that define them, to interact not as pillars of cosmic order, but as pure, unburdened personalities, unshackled from the weight of their own legends. This glorious anonymity is the source of the carnival's most beautiful and most dangerous outcomes, the forging of unexpected pacts. Freed from the politics of their divine courts, two masked spirits might find a profound connection on the dance floor, discovering a shared sense of humor or a complementary view on the nature of creation. In the heat of this newfound camaraderie, they might clasp hands and swear an oath of mutual support, a vow made spirit to spirit, not God to God. They might agree that when the red star passes a certain constellation, their followers on earth shall aid one another, or that a specific type of offering made to one will be secretly shared with the other. These pacts are binding, woven from the raw ass of their mutual agreement, and when the masks come off at dawn, the Orishas are bound to uphold the promises their anonymous selves made. This is how seemingly unrelated events in the human world can occur. A sudden surge of creative inspiration from Oshun coinciding with a period of decisive action from Oya, all because their disguised essences formed a fast friendship at the carnival and agreed to combine their influences for their favorite mortal devotees. Yet for every beautiful alliance there is the potential for a catastrophic misunderstanding, and this is where the carnival's chaos directly spills into our lives. Without the context of identity, a playful jest can be taken as a grave insult. A dance that one spirit intends as a humorous parody of another's stern nature might be witnessed by the very target of the joke, who, hidden behind their own mask, seethes with a belief that they are being mocked by an unknown rival. The most famous of these calamitous confusions is the legendary feud between the spirits of two neighboring rivers. The tale says that at the carnival many centuries ago, the spirit of the slower, meandering river, wearing a mask of swirling silver, was gently teasing a dancer in a mask of jagged blue lightning about their frantic, unpredictable movements. Unbeknownst to them, the dancer was not a minor spirit of summer storms, but the volatile and proud deity of a powerful, fast-moving river. The jest was taken as a deep affront to its very nature. The next day, back in their recognized forms, the fast river spirit, believing it had been publicly humiliated, diverted its course to flood the banks of the slower river, a conflict that caused generations of hardship for the human communities living along their shores, all because of a masked comment whose intention was completely lost in translation. The repercussions are not always so dramatic, but they are often felt in the subtle, inexplicable conflicts that arise in the human world. A sudden, bitter rivalry between two previously peaceful villages might trace its origin back to a disagreement between two masked ancestors at the carnival, their earthly descendants subconsciously carrying on a grudge whose original cause is forever forgotten. A string of bad luck that befalls a family after they innocently adopt a new symbol for their home might be the result of that symbol being accidentally invoked by a masked Orisha during a carnival oath, now drawing the unintended attention of a spirit who feels bound to that image. The carnival of masked deities is therefore a powerful reminder that even in the highest realms, communication is fragile, and that the freedom of anonymity carries the equal risk of profound connection and devastating fallout, its echoes resonating through the spirit world and into the very fabric of our own daily lives long after the last mask has been put away. After the vibrant chaos of the carnival of masked deities, our exploration of the hidden world now turns inward to a place of absolute silence and finality. We confront the legend of Iku, the personification of death itself, not as a skeletal figure with a scythe, but as a fundamental, neutral force of transition, the essential gatekeeper between the world of the living and the realm of the ancestors. While many cultures fear death as an end, the Yoruba understanding is more nuanced, viewing Iku as a necessary envoy of Olodumare, performing a duty as critical as any act of creation. Yet, within this cosmology of acceptance, there exists a secret so audacious it borders on the unthinkable, the existence of a hidden well whose waters offer not a reflection of your own face, but a direct personal audience with this ultimate arbiter of fate. This is the Whispering Well of Iku, a place where the finality of death is not a decree, but a potential negotiation. Finding this well is a quest that is itself a test of character and resolve. It does not appear on any map, nor is it located in a fixed physical place you can simply stumble upon. The legends say the well only manifests to those who are already marked, not for immediate death, but for a death that is tragically premature or profoundly unjust, a vibrant artist in the prime of their creativity, a leader on the cusp of uniting their people, a parent whose young children would be left with no one. The seeker is often guided by dreams or cryptic messages from a babalawo, leading them on a journey that strips away all worldly attachments. The path is always solitary, winding through desolate, forgotten landscapes, a bleached salt flat under a relentless sun, a forest of petrified trees where no bird sings, or a canyon of wind-scoured stone that echoes only with emptiness. The journey is designed to force a complete and brutal confrontation with one's own mortality, peeling away the layers of fear and ego until only the raw, desperate core of the soul remains, making it pure enough to perceive the well's hidden location. When the seeker finally arrives, the well itself is a study in stark simplicity. It is not grand or ornate, but a rough circle of ancient, moss-free stones sunk into the barren earth, looking more like a forgotten animal burrow than a sacred site. There is no bucket, no rope. The water within is perfectly, unnaturally still, a disk of black obsidian that reflects no light and shows no sky, possessing a depth that seems to go down forever. The moment of truth comes when a person leans over the crumbling edge and gazes into those waters. You do not see yourself. The familiar lines of your own face, the light in your own eyes, are entirely absent. Instead, the water slowly resolves into a reflection, but it is the face of Iku. This is not a generic skull. It is a face uniquely tailored to the gazer, a visage that holds the accumulated weight of every loss the seeker has ever experienced, every goodbye they have ever uttered, and the profound, silent peace that lies beyond all suffering. It is a countenance that is neither cruel nor kind, but utterly, devastatingly truthful. The bargaining that follows is the heart of this hidden legend, a spiritual transaction of the highest stakes. The stories say that if you can hold that gaze without looking away, without succumbing to the primal terror that screams to flee, the reflection will speak. Its voice is not a sound that travels through the air, but a vibration that forms directly within your mind, a whisper that feels like the closing of 1,000 doors. It will state the simple, non-negotiable terms, a specific amount of additional time a year, a decade, sometimes only a few critical months in exchange for a single memory. But this is no random recollection. The well demands a piece of your most cherished memory, the one that defines the very core of your identity and your connection to what makes life worth living. It might be the memory of your child's first steps, the moment you first knew you were truly loved, the triumphant completion of your life's greatest work, or the feeling of perfect peace in a beloved place from your childhood. The price is not just the memory itself, but the emotional fabric woven into it, the joy, the pride, the love. That feeling, that essence, is what is extracted, leaving behind only the hollow, factual shell of the event, a museum exhibit of a happiness you can no longer feel. The consequences of this trade are a living paradox, a victory that is also a profound personal amputation. There are tales of a master drummer who, facing a plague, bargained for 5 more years to finish teaching his art to his grandson. He succeeded and his lineage was secured, but the memory he surrendered was the first time he ever heard the spirit of Ajogun speak through his own hands, the ecstatic moment that had given his entire life meaning. He lived those 5 years as a revered but hollowed-out man, able to play the techniques perfectly but forever separated from the divine joy that had once animated them. Another account tells of a queen who bargained for 1 more year to ensure a peaceful succession and avoid a civil war. She paid with the memory of her own coronation, the day she felt the weight of the crown and the acceptance of her people for the very first time. She ruled with wisdom and secured her kingdom's future, but she spent that final year feeling like an imposter in her own palace, a stranger to her own triumph. The bargain with Iku does not cheat death, it merely reallocates the currency of a life, trading the most precious moments of the past for additional, but often bittersweet, time in the present. The seeker returns to the world with more days to live, but must walk through them forever haunted by the ghost of the happiness they willingly surrendered, a constant reminder that even when confronting the ultimate power, every choice carries a cost that forever alters the soul. But after the silent, high-stakes bargaining at the well of death, our journey now finds its way to a gentler, more beautiful form of communication, one that illuminates the night with hope rather than obscuring it with finality. We come to the goddess Oshun, the embodiment of love, sweetness, and the life-giving waters, a deity whose presence is often felt in the shimmer of a river and the taste of honey. Yet, beyond these well-known symbols lies a hidden aspect of her grace, a method of sending her blessings that is as delicate as it is profound. This is the legend of the firefly messengers of Oshun, a celestial Morse code written in living light, meant for those whose hearts are open enough to read it. On a typical summer evening, the flicker of fireflies is a random, charming dance, a natural spectacle that brings a touch of magic to the twilight. But on specific hallowed nights, often when the moon is new and the world is at its darkest, or during the peak of the rainy season when Oshun's rivers are fullest, this display transforms into something far more intentional. A single swarm of these insects will gather, rising from the reeds along the riverbank to hang in the air like a constellation that has drifted too close to the earth. Then they begin their true work. Instead of scattered, independent flashes, they pulse in perfect, intricate unison. They might form a slowly rotating circle of light, or a cascading wave that ripples through the swarm, or a series of complex geometric shapes that appear and vanish in the span of a heartbeat. This is not a phenomenon of biology, it is a direct, conscious broadcast from the goddess herself, a luminous language carrying her most tender blessings to the world below. Learning to decipher this language is not an academic pursuit, it is an art of the heart. There are no dictionaries for this light speech, no rote translations. Understanding comes through intuition and emotional resonance, a skill often possessed by artists, lovers, and those who have maintained a pure, childlike wonder. The patterns are not words, but packets of pure feeling and potential, meant to be absorbed directly into the spirit. A slow, gentle, rhythmic pulsing that spreads outward from the center of the swarm might be a blessing of deep, abiding love, a reassurance from Oshun that a lonely heart will soon find its companion. A quick, sparkling, almost celebratory burst of synchronized flashes could be a herald of sudden prosperity, a promise that a long period of struggle is about to give way to unexpected abundance. For a musician struggling with a composition, the fireflies might arrange themselves in a visual rhythm that, when internalized, unlocks the melodic structure they have been searching for. For a painter, the shifting colors of light, for the fireflies in Oshun's service are said to occasionally glow in hues of gold and amber, not just green, might reveal the perfect palette for a masterpiece. The most compelling tales of these messengers often involve individuals at a crossroads of despair. There is a story of a young weaver named Funmaleo whose hands had grown stiff and uncreative after a personal loss. She felt her talent had dried up, and she spent her evenings sitting by the river, mourning the beauty she could no longer create. One night, a swarm of fireflies gathered before her, so close she could feel the air move from their wings. They did not flash randomly. Instead, they began to weave a tapestry of light in the air, duplicating the very patterns of her most famous forgotten cloth designs, but then evolving them, adding new, intricate details she had never before imagined. As she watched, mesmerized, the creative block in her mind shattered. She rushed back to her loom and worked through the night, her hands guided by the memory of that luminous blueprint. The cloth she produced was hailed as her greatest work, a direct gift from Oshun, delivered by her tiny, brilliant emissaries. However, like all divine communications, this one requires a receptive and respectful audience. The blessing is in the witnessing, and to try to capture or control it is to destroy its magic. There are cautionary tales of greedy individuals who, upon seeing the synchronized swarm, tried to catch the fireflies in jars, hoping to possess the source of the blessing itself. But the moment they are trapped, the insect's light dims to a dull, ordinary glow, and their synchrony vanishes. The would-be captor is left with a container of common bugs, the profound message having been instantly revoked. The fireflies serve Oshun, and they cannot be commandeered for selfish aims. Their appearance is a gift, an invitation to share in a moment of divine beauty and to carry the inspiration forward through one's own actions and creations, not to hoard the light for oneself. This hidden legend reminds us that the gods often speak in the quiet, overlooked wonders of the natural world, and that the most important messages are not always shouted, but whispered in a language of gentle, persistent light, waiting for us to simply look up and understand. But after the gentle, luminous communications of Oshun's fireflies, our journey now takes us into the heart of the tempest itself, to a legend of a sound so potent it could command the very skies to stillness. We come to the story of the Wawu bird, a creature of pure myth whose physical form is said to have vanished from our world countless generations ago. This was no ordinary bird. Its feathers were the color of a gathering storm, a shimmering, iridescent blend of deep indigo, bruised purple, and the sharp silver of a lightning flash. It was a solitary being, never seen in flocks, and it made its home in the highest, most treacherous peaks, where the winds howled with a fury that could strip the bark from trees. The Wawu bird did not flee from these gales. It thrived within them, riding the chaotic currents as if they were gentle breezes, for it possessed a power that made it the master of the storm, not its victim. This power resided in its singular, legendary call. It was not a song in any musical sense, but a precise, structured chant, a sequence of resonant tones that seemed to vibrate at the exact frequency of calm. When a destructive storm was brewing, when the clouds turned a sickly green, and the air grew heavy with the promise of tornadoes or devastating floods, the Wawu bird would take to the sky. It would fly directly into the storm's raging heart, and there, against the roar of the wind and the crash of thunder, it would release its chant. The sound was described as piercing the chaos without fighting it, a thread of perfect order woven into a tapestry of madness. Witnesses who claimed to have heard it in the old stories said it did not silence the storm, but rather persuaded it. The violent winds would slow from a scream to a sigh, the torrential rain would soften to a life-giving shower, and the lightning would cease its angry flashing, allowing the sun to break through the dissipating clouds. The bird's chant was a divine negotiation, a reminder to the raw elements of their place within a balanced cosmos. The tragedy, however, is that this magnificent creature is gone. The hidden lore does not speak of a hunter's arrow or a specific cataclysm that wiped it out. Instead, it suggests that the Wawu bird faded from existence as the world grew louder. As human civilization expanded with its clamor of industry, its dense populations, and the constant low-grade hum of modern life, the precise, subtle frequency of the bird's chant became impossible for it to properly resonate. Its power depended on a certain silence in the world, a receptivity in the atmosphere that was gradually filled with noise. The last Wawu bird is said to have simply sung its final chant into a gale that could no longer hear it, and then vanished, leaving the storms of the world to rage with one less crucial check on their fury. Yet the legend offers a sliver of hope, a quest for those brave and dedicated enough to attempt it. It is said that in the moments before the last Wawu bird disappeared, it performed one final, ultimate act. It flew to a specific hidden grove, a place known only as the Valley of Echoing Sap, where the trees are ancient beyond measure and their bark has the quality of polished stone. There, the bird alighted on the branch of a solitary crystalline tree that grows nowhere else on Earth and sang its core chant, the foundational sequence of its storm-calming power, directly into a single, unassuming seed pod. The energy of the chant was so concentrated, so pure, that it did not simply bounce off the seed. It was absorbed, imprinted upon the seed's very molecular structure, transforming it. The pod hardened not into a brittle shell, but into a flawless, gem-like vessel that looks like a drop of captured rainwater frozen into a perfect, teardrop-shaped diamond. This seed does not hold the potential for a new tree, but for the memory of a sound, Finding this seed is the heart of the quest, a task that cannot be achieved through simple exploration. The Valley of Echoing Sap is not a location you can find on any map. It exists in a fold of reality, a place that is both part of our world and slightly adjacent to it. To even perceive the entrance to the valley, a seeker must first achieve a state of profound internal silence, meditating for days to quiet the incessant chatter of their own mind and attune their spirit to the subtle frequencies of the natural world. The journey is guided by intuition and dreams, often leading the seeker in circles until their own inner noise has been sufficiently subdued. The seed itself is not lying in plain sight. It is buried in the soft, black earth at the base of the crystalline tree, indistinguishable from ordinary stones and roots except for one telltale sign. It emits a faint, almost imperceptible hum that can only be felt, not heard, by a hand placed directly over it. The true challenge, however, begins once the seed is in hand. To listen to it is not a matter of holding it to your ear. The chant is locked within, a vibrational pattern waiting to be activated. The method is one of deep spiritual resonance. The seeker must find a place where a storm is gathering, a place where the air crackles with potential violence. There, at the storm's edge, they must hold the seed tightly and begin to mimic the internal rhythm they feel pulsing within it. This is not an act of singing, but of toning, using the voice to create sustained, resonant notes that match the seed's hidden frequency. It is a dangerous, exhilarating process. As the seeker's voice aligns with the imprint, the seed is said to grow warm, then hot, and it may even begin to glow with a soft blue-white light. In that moment of perfect alignment, the seeker does not hear the chant with their ears. They experience it as a wave of knowing that flows from the seed through their body and out of their mouth. They become, for a few crucial minutes, the vessel for the Wawu bird's lost power, their own voice temporarily imbued with the authority to gentle the wind and pacify the rain. But such power is never without its cost or its purpose. The legends are clear that the seed's charge is finite. It is not a permanent tool, but a single-use reservoir of a lost magic. The individual who successfully activates it and calms a storm is granted a fleeting mastery, but the effort often leaves them spiritually exhausted, their own voice hoarse for days, as if they had channeled a force far greater than themselves. The quest for the Wawu bird's seed, therefore, is not for personal glory or to become a weather god. It is an act of profound responsibility, a mission undertaken for the protection of a community facing annihilation from a hurricane or a typhoon with no other recourse. It represents the enduring hope that even when a species vanishes, the echo of its most essential gift might still remain, hidden in the world, waiting for a heart pure enough and a will strong enough to give it one last life-saving voice. Now let us journey to the very source, to the moment of origin for the Yoruba people themselves, and to the figure who stands at that sacred beginning, Ojujuwa. He is the revered progenitor, the divine king who descended from the heavens on a chain, carrying a snail shell filled with sacred earth, a hen, and a chameleon to create the land upon the primordial waters. He founded the sacred city of Isle Ife and became the first Uni, the spiritual father of a mighty civilization. But just as a physical object cast in bright sunlight must by its very nature create a shadow, so too did this moment of supreme creation cast a profound and lasting echo. The hidden legend speaks of Ojujuwa's shadow self, an entity that is not a darker half or an evil twin, but something far more mysterious and fundamental, a separate yet eternally connected consciousness that he consciously left behind in the chaotic, watery void from which the world was formed. This shadow is not a being of malice. To label it as such would be a profound misunderstanding of its nature. Think of Ojujuwa's act of creation as an act of immense focus and definition. He brought order, structure, and solidity to the formless chaos. But that original chaos was not emptiness. It was a seething ocean of pure, undifferentiated potential, containing every possibility that ever was or ever could be. In the act of pulling forth the defined world, Ojojuwa could not bring all of that raw potential with him. It would have been like trying to carry the entire ocean in a single calabash. So he performed a divine act of division. He imbued a portion of his own essence, his own foundational ass, into the remaining waters, creating a sentient anchor, a keeper of all the paths not taken, the kingdoms that were never founded, the decisions that were never made. This is his shadow self, a neutral, vast intelligence that is the guardian of infinite possibility, forever watching the tangible world from the intangible depths. This connection between the creator and his shadow is not broken. It is a constant, silent dialogue that flows between the ordered world and the realm of pure potential. The shadow does not speak in words or send clear visions. Its influence is felt as a subtle pressure, a tidal pull on the destiny of those who sit upon the throne Ojojuwa first established. The legend holds that the shadow self has a particular interest in the lineage of the Unas of Ife and the great kings of the Yoruba people. Its influence is most potent during times of great transition or existential crisis for the kingdom. When a new king is being chosen, for instance, the shadow is said to project a spectrum of possible futures for his reign into the spiritual realm. A king who is naturally cautious and peaceful might suddenly feel an irresistible pull toward a path of bold expansion. A king who is warlike and aggressive might find himself visited by profound dreams of diplomacy and building, a counterweight to his innate nature. The shadow does not command, it proposes. It offers alternative scripts for the play of history, reminding the ruler that their destiny is not a single, fixed road, but a landscape of many possible paths. The mechanism of this influence is believed to be a phenomenon known as the Whispering Well that exists within the palace grounds in Isle Ife, a well that is said to have no bottom and whose waters are not connected to any earthly aquifer, but are a direct conduit to those same primordial waters where the shadow resides. During the coronation of a new Uni, part of the most secret rites involves him spending a night in solitude beside this well. He is instructed to listen, not for a voice, but for a feeling, a shift in the quality of the silence itself. A king who is open and spiritually attuned might perceive a calm from the well, a sense of deep, still potential that confirms his path is aligned with a stable and prosperous future for his people. Conversely, he might perceive a stirring, a restless, churning energy that signals a crossroads, a moment where a decisive choice must be made to avert a looming disaster or to seize a fleeting opportunity for greatness. The shadow communicates through this emotional and spiritual weather, offering a barometric reading of fate itself. There are specific, legendary examples from oral history that illustrate this dynamic. One account tells of an Uni in a time of great famine, a man known for his gentle and patient nature. After a night by the well, he emerged with a fierce and unshakable determination to launch a series of raids on a neighboring kingdom that was hoarding grain. His advisors were shocked by this sudden shift, but the king was adamant, acting with a strategic brilliance that was entirely out of character. The raids were successful, securing food for his starving people and ultimately forcing a favorable trade treaty. In hindsight, the elders understood this not as a corruption of his character, but as the shadow self providing the necessary counterbalance, the aggressive potential that the situation demanded, channeled through a leader who otherwise lacked it. Yet, this relationship with raw potential is not without its perils. The most tragic tales are of kings who misunderstood the stirring in the well, mistaking the shadow's offering of potential for a mandate of personal ambition. Another story speaks of a powerful and charismatic Olokun of Oyo who, after his vigil, became consumed by a vision of an empire that stretched beyond all known boundaries. The shadow had shown him a possible path of unprecedented expansion, but it was a path fraught with risk. The king, however, took this single possibility as an inevitability. He ignored the warnings of his council and the Babalawo, overextending his armies and breaking ancient treaties in his relentless campaigns. For a time, he was spectacularly successful, but the empire he built was like a palace built on sand, lacking the deep foundations of stable alliances and cultural integration. After his death, it fractured almost immediately, leading to a century of internal warfare and decline. He had chosen one thread of potential from the infinite tapestry and pulled on it with all his might, only to unravel the entire fabric. The shadow self is a reservoir of power, but it is a power that demands wisdom to wield, a lesson etched into the history of kings who reached for a crown of possibilities and found it turned to dust in their hands. And yet, even the most profound cosmic connections and the echoes of divine potential mean very little in the face of a simple, gnawing emptiness in the belly. After the grand narratives of kings and creators, we must now turn to the most fundamental need of any community, the need for food. This brings us to a quiet, humble, yet profoundly powerful hidden legend, the story of the granary of never-empty yams. In a world where a single season of drought could spell doom for an entire village, the promise of endless sustenance was the most potent magic imaginable. The granary belongs not to a major orisha, but to a forgotten earth deity, a spirit so ancient and fundamental that its name has been lost to all but the most esoteric of oral traditions. This deity is the soul of the fertile soil itself, the silent consciousness that guides roots downward and swells tubers with life-giving starch. Its granary is its ultimate gift, a physical manifestation of the earth's boundless capacity to provide, but it is a gift protected by a test of character so pure that it has become the stuff of both hope and cautionary tales. The granary itself is said to be hidden within a nondescript cave, one that seems to shift its location, appearing only in times of true desperation. It won't be found on a majestic mountaintop or in a lush, sacred grove. Instead, it might be concealed behind a waterfall that only flows during a drought, or in a fissure that opens in the side of a barren, sun-baked hill. The entrance is never grand. It is often just a narrow, dark opening that seems to lead nowhere, easily overlooked by a hunter in search of game or a traveler seeking shelter. But for the one who is meant to find it, the air around the cave mouth will feel different, not cooler or warmer, but thicker, carrying the rich, earthy scent of fresh-turned soil and the faint, sweet perfume of blooming yam vines, a sensory promise in a landscape of scarcity. Inside, the cave opens up into a single, cavernous chamber, and within that chamber lies the miracle. Stacked from the earthen floor to the shadowy ceiling are perfect, unblemished yams, each one larger than a man's forearm, their skins gleaming with a healthy, coppery hue. No matter how many are removed, the pile never visibly shrinks. It is as if the granary is not a container, but a direct portal to the inexhaustible womb of the earth. The true magic of this place, however, is not its endless supply, but the unbreakable law that governs access to it. The granary cannot be found by someone who is actively searching for it. A greedy chief seeking to consolidate his power, a wealthy merchant looking to control the market, or even a well-meaning but proud individual hoping to be hailed as a hero, all would walk right past the hidden entrance without a flicker of recognition. The cave reveals itself only to a person whose heart radiates a very specific, selfless frequency. This is not about performing acts of charity for recognition. It is a state of being. The intended finder is someone who, when they have one bowl of food, automatically thinks of who else is hungry. They are the person who labors in the community fields without complaint, who cares for the sick and the elderly without expecting payment, and whose first thought in a crisis is for the collective, not their own safety or gain. Their selflessness is not a strategy, it is their essence, as natural and unforced as breathing. The legends are filled with the poignant tales of those who succeeded and those who failed this ultimate test. One of the most beloved stories is that of an old woman named Agb. Her village was stricken by a famine so severe that people were succumbing to hunger daily. Agb had nothing left to give but her own meager strength. Every day she would walk into the sparse forest, searching for any edible root or berry, not for herself, but to make a thin broth for the village children. One afternoon, exhausted and despairing, she slumped against a sun-bleached rock. As her hand rested on the soil, she felt a strange warmth and a gentle vibration. A previously unseen crack in the rock widened just enough for her to squeeze through. Inside, she found the granary. Without a moment's hesitation or a thought for her own hunger, she began gathering as many yams as she could carry. She stumbled back to the village and without any fanfare began cooking, feeding every person she could find. She never revealed the source of the food, attributing it to a blessing from the earth, and she returned to the cave again and again, always taking only what was needed for that day, never hoarding and never seeking praise. The village survived, and Ag lived out her days in humble anonymity, the silent, selfless vessel for a miracle. But for every Ag there is a cautionary tale of a failed seeker. Another story tells of a young, strong farmer named Dada, who, hearing whispers of the granary, decided he would be the one to find it and save his people. He believed his intentions were pure, but a seed of pride had been planted. He imagined the songs they would sing about him, the respect he would command. He embarked on his quest with great fervor, but after weeks of searching he found nothing. Frustrated, he began to bargain with the earth, making loud promises and grandiose declarations of his own virtue. On the verge of giving up, he finally saw a faint glow from a small cave. His heart leaped, but as he approached, the glow flickered and died. The entrance, which had been moments before as clear as day, was now just solid, unyielding stone. He had come close, but his underlying desire for recognition had tainted his spirit, and the granary, sensitive to the slightest impurity of intent, remained hidden from him. The legend of the never-empty yams serves as a timeless reminder that the greatest gifts of the earth are not meant to be owned or controlled, but to be shared, and that the truest form of wealth is a heart that gives without ever counting the cost. Deep within the spiritual tempest that is Oya's being, beyond the storms she commands and the winds she rides, lies a ritual of such profound intimacy and power that it is never, ever performed for an audience of mortals or even other orishas. This is the secret dance of the 7 veils, a sacred undressing not of the body, but of the soul itself. It is not a performance of seduction, but a systematic unraveling of her own divine essence, a process that makes the raw, untamed forces of the universe momentarily visible. To witness this dance is not to watch a goddess, but to stand at the epicenter of creation and destruction unfolding simultaneously, an experience that offers ultimate power at the risk of ultimate annihilation. The dance begins not with movement, but with a profound and terrifying stillness. Oya stands at a spiritual crossroads, a place where the boundaries between all realms dissolve. The air around her grows heavy and silent, as if the cosmos itself is holding its breath in anticipation. Then, with an imperceptible shift, the first veil falls. This is not a physical garment, but a shimmering layer of her aura that slips away like mist burned by the dawn. With its removal, the first aspect of her power is unleashed, the wind. But this is not the gentle breeze of a spring day. It is the primal, formless breath of existence, the very current that carried Olojume's first word across the void. It whips around her, howling with the voices of countless storms, capable of scattering armies, scattering seeds of new life, or scouring the landscape down to bare stone. This wind carries not just force, but information, the whispered secrets of distant lands and the unspoken fears of every heart it has ever touched. As the tempest swirls, the second veil descends, and from its falling form erupts the essence of fire. This is not the controlled, domestic flame of a hearth, but the chaotic, purifying inferno that burns at the heart of stars and volcanoes. It licks at her feet and arcs from her fingertips, a blaze that consumes not with heat, but with absolute transformation. It is the fire that burns away deception, that forges new resolve in the crucible of loss, and that reduces the old, rotting structures of life to fertile ash. In its light, there are no shadows, only brutal, unforgiving truth. The wind and the fire now dance together, the gale fanning the flames into a roaring vortex, a visible manifestation of the storm that is her most famous domain. The third veil falls with a crack that echoes across the spirit realm, and from it springs the living essence of lightning. This is not merely a flash of light in the sky. It is the embodiment of sudden, decisive, and irrevocable change. It is the brilliant, painful flash of insight that shatters a lifelong illusion, the bolt of inspiration that strikes an artist, or the shocking betrayal that reorders a kingdom in an instant. The lightning does not merely illuminate, it reveals the fundamental, often terrifying architecture of reality. It moves with impossible speed, forking in multiple directions at once, showing the myriad paths that a single moment of choice can create. In this phase of the dance, Oya is no longer a being, but a living conduit for the universe's most abrupt and clarifying power. With the atmosphere supercharged with elemental fury, the fourth veil is shed, and this is where the dance turns inward, unleashing the aspect of pure transformation. This is the power that governs the space between states of being, the caterpillar dissolving into the butterfly, the living body returning to the earth, the loyal subject becoming the revolutionary leader. This force is a swirling, chaotic energy that erases boundaries and defies categories. To be touched by it is to have your very identity unmade and remade. It is the most dangerous aspect for a witness, for it promises rebirth but demands the complete destruction of the self you once knew. There is no guarantee of what or who you will be on the other side. Having unraveled the forces of nature and change, the dance then descends into two realms deeply connected to human life and death. The fifth veil reveals her connection to the cemetery. This is not a power of morbid decay, but of sacred transition and ancestral memory. A cool, profound silence emanates from her, the silence of polished gravestones and deep, accepting peace. This aspect is the guardian of the gate, the respectful stillness that honors what has passed and holds the wisdom of those who have completed their journey. It is a necessary counterbalance to the chaotic transformations, a reminder that all cycles must have an end to give meaning to their beginnings. Immediately following, the sixth veil falls to unveil the spirit of the marketplace. This is Oya's domain of vibrant, chaotic life, commerce, and social exchange. The energy shifts from silent reverence to a cacophony of voices, transactions, and gossip. This is the power of opportunity, of shifting fortunes, of the deal that elevates a family and the rumor that topples a chief. It is the whirlwind of human interaction, where identities are forged and broken not by elemental forces but by social currents. It showcases her mastery over the storms of society, the unpredictable winds of wealth and poverty that can reshape a community as thoroughly as any hurricane. Finally, as the dance reaches its crescendo, the seventh and final veil is released, revealing her profound connection to the river Niger. This is the power of flow, of persistence, and of the deep, patient current that carved its way through the landscape of existence. It is the lifeblood of a civilization, the constant movement that both nourishes and erodes. This aspect tempers the fire and the lightning, reminding the witness that even the most violent transformations are part of a larger, enduring flow. In this moment, all seven aspects — wind, fire, lightning, transformation, the cemetery, the marketplace, and the river — swirl around her in a unified, magnificent, and terrifying symphony of power. To witness this complete dance is the ultimate spiritual gamble. The potential reward is the gift of divine authority on an unimaginable scale. A mortal could emerge with the ability to command the winds, to see the paths of transformation before they unfold, or to wield influence in the marketplace of human affairs with preternatural skill. They would hold a fragment of Oya's own essence, making them a living vessel of change, but the risk is absolute. To gaze upon this unraveling of cosmic forces is to stand before a spiritual singularity. The untamed wind could scatter your consciousness to the void. The purifying fire could burn away your soul, leaving only an empty husk. The power of transformation could unmake you without the wisdom to put you back together. The witness must possess a soul of incredible resilience and purity, not to resist her power, but to withstand the overwhelming revelation of what she truly is, not just a goddess of storms, but the very embodiment of the dynamic, beautiful, and terrifying process of life, death, and rebirth itself. And so we come to a legend that unites the forged fire of the earth with the cold fires of the heavens, a tale of love that literally fell from the sky. This is the story of the blacksmith who married a star, a hidden lineage that explains the sudden, inexplicable genius of certain artisans whose work seemed touched by something not entirely of this world. In a small, unassuming village there lived a blacksmith named Ademi, whose skill was the talk of the region. He was not merely a craftsman, he was an artist of iron. His blades were so sharp they could slice a falling silk scarf in two, and his farming tools never broke, seeming to share a symbiotic strength with the hands that wielded them. But for all his mastery, Ademi was a solitary man. His heart was as hard and unyielding as the anvil he worked on, devoted entirely to his craft until one night, the sky itself reached down and changed his destiny forever. It happened during a great celestial event, a night when the stars seemed to dance and swirl in a frantic, brilliant display. As Ademi watched from the doorway of his forge, a single star, brighter than all the others, broke from its celestial anchor and streaked downwards, not as a dying ember, but as a ribbon of shimmering light that landed softly in the grove just beyond his village. Driven by a curiosity he could not explain, he took his lantern and went to investigate. There, nestled in a circle of flattened grass, he did not find a smoking crater or a piece of rock. He found a woman. Her skin held the faint, luminous sheen of mother-of-pearl, and her eyes were the deep, dark pools of the night sky, speckled with points of silver light. She was disoriented, her memory a blank slate, knowing only that she had fallen from a great height. Ademi, a man of few words and practical hands, did not question the miracle. He simply offered his cloak and led her back to the safety of his home. He named her Imol, which means light, and as the days turned into weeks, her presence began to soften the hard edges of his world. But her otherworldly nature was not so easily concealed. She was fascinated by his work, and Ademi soon discovered that her touch could cool red-hot metal without a hiss of steam, leaving it perfectly tempered. When she hummed, the fire in his forge would burn with a cleaner, hotter, blue-white flame. She could glance at a lump of raw ore and point unerringly to the purest vein of metal within it. Under her silent, celestial influence, Ademi's work transcended its already impressive quality. He began creating pieces that were not just tools but marvels. He forged a ceremonial staff for the Oba that was so perfectly balanced it could stand on its point for a full day, and a necklace of interwoven iron links that felt as light as air and never tarnished. The village whispered that he had been blessed by Ogun himself, but Ademi knew the truth. His blessing was a more personal, more cosmic one. He had fallen in love with a creature of the heavens, and she with him, a mortal whose hands could shape the very earth she had fallen upon. Their union was a happy one, and they were blessed with children, but this was no ordinary bloodline. The children and grandchildren of Ademi and Imol were born with a startling and innate duality in their souls. Their hands, like their fathers, were gifted for craftsmanship, but their minds, like their mothers, were wired for the cosmos. They could look at a complex piece of metalwork and intuitively understand the stresses and forces within it, as if they could see the invisible lines of tension and compression that held it together. But their gaze was just as often turned upward. They were the first in the village to map the constellations with any real accuracy, predicting seasonal changes and celestial events with an uncanny precision that went far beyond simple agriculture. They spoke of the stars not as distant lights, but as relatives with a familiarity that both awed and unnerved their neighbors. This hidden bloodline became the mythical source of the most legendary artisans in Yoruba history, a secret guild within the Guild of Blacksmiths. They were the master smiths who were whispered to have forged the living steel for the royal guards of ancient Oyo, a metal that was said to sing a low, warning hum when danger was near. They were the creators of the sacred Orun altars, intricate astrolabes made of brass and iron that could track the movements of the planets, and were used by the most senior Babalawos to determine the most auspicious times for great rituals and decisions. One famous tale speaks of a craftsman from this lineage who was commissioned to create a new gate for the city of Isle Ife. He worked for a year and a day, and when the gate was hung, people discovered that at the exact moment of the winter solstice, the rising sun would shine through a series of perfectly aligned holes in the metalwork, projecting a detailed star map onto the floor of the main square, a celestial calendar built into the city's very defenses. The descendants of the star and the smith were said to carry a physical mark of their heritage, not a birthmark, but a subtle, almost imperceptible coolness to their touch, and eyes that, in a certain light, seemed to hold a faraway glitter, a remnant of the void from which their ancestor came. They were taught from childhood that their gift was a sacred trust, a fusion of earthly skill and cosmic knowledge that was to be used for the elevation and protection of their people, never for personal gain or warfare. The legend states that the bloodline persists to this day, its members often unaware of their spectacular origins, their inherent talents for engineering, astronomy, or art simply feeling like a natural calling. They are the hidden architects, the visionary sculptors, the engineers whose designs seem to defy conventional physics, all because somewhere deep in their lineage, a star once fell in love with the fire of a mortal forge, and in their union gave the world a new way of seeing, one eye on the anvil and the other on the infinite sky. Picture a quiet, secluded bend in the mighty Ogun River, a place hidden from all known paths where the moonlight does not touch the water. This is no ordinary tributary. On every other night of the month, it is invisible, its waters seamlessly blending with the main flow, indistinguishable and forgotten. But on the single night of the new moon, when the sky is a void of black velvet and the world is at its darkest, this hidden channel reveals itself. Its waters begin to churn with a soft, phosphorescent glow, and then, defying all laws of nature, they halt. For a terrifying, silent moment, the river stands completely still. Then, with a deep, groaning pull that seems to come from the very bones of the earth, the current reverses. The river that flows backwards begins its brief, miraculous run upstream, a liquid serpent coiling back into the throat of time itself. This phenomenon is not a mere hydrological curiosity. It is a crack in the foundation of reality, a chance to reach back through the fabric of one's own life and pull a single, haunting thread. The belief is that within the immediate vicinity of this backward flow, time itself unravels. The effect is not a wholesale reversal of history, but a highly localized and intensely personal rewinding. It targets one specific, pivotal moment, the single, profound mistake that has become the ghost in a person's story. This is not for trivial regrets or minor embarrassments. The river calls to those burdened by a choice so consequential it has shaped their entire existence. The word of harsh truth left unspoken that broke a family apart, the moment of cowardice that cost a kingdom its freedom, the act of betrayal that condemned an innocent person to suffering, or the missed opportunity to show love to someone now forever gone. The river offers a doorway back to that exact crossroads, not to observe but to intervene. The journey to find it is itself a purgatory. A seeker must be so consumed by their regret that it becomes a spiritual compass, guiding them through the otherwise impenetrable jungle, past illusions and false turns, until they stand on the glowing, churning bank at the precise moment the waters begin their ascent. The process of rectification is as disorienting as it is profound. As the seeker wades into the luminous, backward-flowing current, the physical world begins to dissolve. The sounds of the night forest fade, replaced by the growing echoes of the past. The sensation is not of moving through space, but of being pulled backwards through the tapestry of one's own memory. The seeker does not become a younger version of themselves. They arrive at the pivotal moment as their current self, a ghost with agency, an invisible witness suddenly gifted with the power to speak or act. Imagine a warrior, now an elder, returning to the moment he fled a battle, leaving his comrades to die. He stands beside his younger, terrified self, and with all the weight of a lifetime of shame, shouts a single word of command. "Hold." The younger version, startled by a voice from nowhere that feels like his own conscience screaming, plants his feet and raises his shield, changing the outcome of the skirmish and in turn the fate of his clan. Or picture a woman returning to the deathbed of her mother, where she had been too consumed by her own grief to say the words, "I forgive you." Now, as a spectral presence, she leans over and whispers them into the still air, and in that revised past, her mother's face relaxes into peace before the final breath. However, the legend's most critical and chilling aspect is its core warning. The river's path is impossible to find twice. This is not a matter of a shifting landscape or poor memory. It is a fundamental law of this cosmic loophole. The moment you use the river to alter your past, the version of you that was burdened by that specific regret ceases to exist. The longing that acted as your compass is extinguished, and without that burning, specific need to guide you, the hidden tributary becomes forever invisible to your eyes. You cannot return to fix the fix or to tinker further with the delicate machinery of cause and effect. You are granted one and only one audience with your own history. And the consequences of this intervention are wildly, terrifyingly unpredictable, echoing through a life in ways no one can foresee. The warrior who found his courage and saved his friends might return to a present where he is now a celebrated but paranoid general, haunted by the knowledge that his valor was a gift from his future self, never truly earned. The woman who offered her mother forgiveness might find that in her new timeline, her own daughter, no longer shaped by a legacy of unresolved anger, is a stranger to her, less driven, perhaps, or lacking the fierce independence that was born from hardship. The river corrects one mistake, but it cannot control the domino effect of that correction. A life is a complex web, and pulling on one thread of regret might tighten another you never knew was loose, creating a new, different kind of sorrow, a shadow regret where once there was only light. The river that flows backwards is therefore the ultimate moral paradox, a chance to heal a wound that has festered for decades, but at the potential cost of the very person you became because of it. It offers the seductive promise of a perfect past, but delivers at best a different present, teaching a lesson as deep as the current itself. That our greatest mistakes are often the silent architects of our greatest strengths, and that a life without regret might also be a life that has never truly been tested. But beyond the personal reckonings of backwards flowing rivers and the lineage of star-born artisans, there exists a more fundamental layer to reality, a foundation upon which all other legends are merely embroidered. We now arrive at the 33rd of our hidden legends, a concept that reaches back to the very first moment of existence, before the Orishas were even a thought in the mind of Olokun. This is the story of the cosmic weaver, the primordial entity who sits at the silent, humming loom of the universe, weaving the threads of destiny from materials far older than time itself. Imagine a being that is not a person, but a process, a constant, eternal act of creation that uses a loom whose warp and weft are spun from the very substance of the cosmos. The vertical strands are threads of solidified starlight, each one a timeline, a possibility, a life begun. The horizontal strands, crossing and intertwining, are woven from the mysterious, unseen bulk of the universe, dark matter. This is the hidden architecture that gives the tapestry its structure and strength, the invisible influence that shapes the visible patterns we see. With each pass of the shuttle, a new event is born. With each knot tied, a destiny is sealed. The entire magnificent tapestry that results is the story of everything that ever was, is, or could be, a living, breathing textile of incalculable complexity and beauty. The true hidden secret, however, is not just the existence of this cosmic act, but the profound and beautiful connection it has to human artistry. For generations, the master weavers of West Africa, particularly those creating the vibrant, iconic Kent cloth of the Ashanti and the exquisite patterned textiles of the Yoruba, have operated on a principle that is more than just aesthetic. They have believed they are not inventing designs from scratch, but rather they are remembering. The hidden legend suggests that in moments of deep meditation, in the rhythmic click-clack of their own looms, these master artisans can sometimes quiet their minds enough to catch a faint, shimmering reflection of the cosmic weaver's grand design. The intricate geometric patterns, the bold, symbolic colors, the precise arrangements of lines and blocks, these are not random. They are human interpretations, tiny fragments of the universal code, translated into a form that human hands can recreate and human eyes can comprehend. When a weaver chooses a specific pattern, like the Oyakoman Jai Nyame, symbolizing the supremacy of God, they are not just selecting a symbol, they are attempting to stitch a piece of cosmic truth into a physical garment to wear a sliver of destiny itself. This connection explains the immense spiritual and social power that these textiles have always held. A Kent cloth is never just clothing. It is a narrative, a history, a prayer, and a shield all woven into one. The legend provides a framework for understanding why a specific pattern might be reserved for royalty, or why another is worn during times of great spiritual seeking. It is because these patterns resonate with specific frequencies within the great cosmic tapestry. The pattern known as Sika Futuro, for example, with its interlacing gold and silver threads, doesn't just represent wealth. It is a human echo of the cosmic weaver's pattern for abundance and flow, a deliberate attempt to align the wearer's destiny with that particular strand of universal potential. A funeral cloth with specific soma, intersecting lines might reflect the weaver's pattern for transition and honor, helping to guide the soul of the departed along the proper threads in the tapestry towards the realm of the ancestors. The weaver, in this context, is not a mere craftsman but a technician of fate, an artist who partners with the cosmos to bring a specific, divine order into the tangible world. The most compelling evidence for this hidden link lies in the stories of the master weavers themselves, those who are said to have achieved an almost supernatural level of skill. There are tales of weavers who could work for days without sleep, their hands moving with an impossible fluid certainty as if guided by an unseen force. They would produce cloths of such stunning complexity that others could not replicate them, even with the pattern right in front of them. The legends say these individuals had, perhaps through a dream, a vision, or a moment of profound personal clarity, managed to achieve a deeper synchrony with the cosmic weaver's rhythm. They weren't just copying a design, they were channeling it. One famous account speaks of a weaver in the court of an ancient Uni who was commissioned to create a cloth for a great peace treaty. He worked in solitude for a month, and when he presented the finished textile, the elders were astounded. The pattern was one no one had ever seen, a beautiful, complex arrangement that seemed to tell the entire history of the two warring peoples and their path to reconciliation. When the treaty was signed upon this cloth, the peace lasted for generations, as if the very fabric of the agreement had been woven into the fabric of destiny itself, a direct collaboration between human intention and cosmic design. This legend invites us to see the world and human creativity in an entirely new light. It proposes that every act of true artistry, every moment where we strive to create patterns of beauty and meaning, is an unconscious attempt to participate in the fundamental nature of the universe. The weaver at her loom, the musician finding a perfect chord progression, the architect drawing the lines of a building that feels both new and eternally right. All are reaching in their own way for the same cosmic blueprint. The loom of the cosmic weaver is not in some distant galaxy. It is the underlying structure of reality, and the traditional textiles of West Africa stand as one of humanity's most profound and enduring testimonies to our innate spiritual desire to not only witness the grand design, but to pick up a thread and weave our own small, beautiful, and essential part into its endless, unfolding story. Look at the hyena skulking at the edge of the firelight, its hunched shoulders and cackling call making it an outcast, a symbol of cowardice and gluttony in so many tales. But what if everything we think we know about this creature is a misunderstanding of a sacred, ancient tragedy? The hidden legend reveals a truth that recasts the hyena from a lowly scavenger into a primordial witness, a keeper of the first and greatest secret, whose very being is now a prison for a truth it can no longer utter. Long before the first human drew breath, before the Orishas walked the earth, in the silent, swirling void before time had a name, the supreme god Olokun was preparing to speak creation into being. And on that day, of all the beings yet to be formed, only one was present in its nascent proto-conscious form, the creature that would become the hyena. It was not a scavenger then, but a silent, watchful spirit drawn to the epicenter of the imminent cosmic explosion. As Olokun gathered the divine breath, the ass, to shape the universe from chaos, a fragment of that foundational knowledge, the blueprint of all that would ever be, needed a witness. This was not a truth meant for the mighty Orishas, who would each govern their own domain, but a singular, overwhelming awareness of the entire interconnected system. Olokun chose the hyena not for its strength, but for its profound and innate neutrality. It held no bias, no desire for a specific domain like the sky or the sea. It was simply there, a perfect, blank slate upon which the first secret could be inscribed. In a moment of cosmic intimacy, Olokun whispered the secret directly into the hyena's soul. This was not a sentence or a word, but the vibrational understanding of the cosmic egg, the reason for existence, the pattern of every destiny, the true name of every star, and the precise location of every hidden legend we have been exploring. The hyena, for one glorious, silent moment, understood everything. But the weight of omniscience is a burden no single being, not even an incipient one, was ever meant to bear. As the first syllable of creation roared from Olokun's will, as light shattered the darkness and the elements flew apart to form the world, the sheer cataclysmic force of that reality being born struck the hyena's consciousness like a physical blow. The perfect, unified knowledge it held was instantly fragmented, shattered into a billion disconnected pieces. The secret did not vanish, it was trapped, scrambled, and jammed inside the hyena's very essence. In that same moment, as a consequence of this cosmic trauma, its physical form was twisted into the one we recognize today, the sloping back, the powerful jaws built for crushing bone, a body perfectly adapted for surviving in a world of leftovers, a living metaphor for its new role as a consumer of scraps, both physical and spiritual. It was cast out from the center of creation, forever separated from the divine clarity it had briefly known. And this is the source of that haunting, manic laugh that echoes across the savannah. What we hear as a mocking cackle is, in truth, a constant, agonizing, and utterly futile attempt to articulate the secret. The hyena is not laughing at us, it is desperately trying to speak. Every time it opens its mouth, the scrambled truth within it struggles to form itself into coherent sound. The staccato bursts, the wheezing gasps, the choked-off yips, these are the fractured syllables of the cosmic blueprint, the shattered grammar of creation itself trying to force its way out. The sound is unsettling to us because it is the sound of ultimate knowledge trying and failing to be born, a divine seizure of the voice box. It is a creature perpetually on the verge of the most profound revelation, only to have it dissolve into hysterical nonsense at the moment of expression, a torture it must relive with every single breath. This hidden truth forces us to see the hyena not with disgust but with a profound, tragic reverence. It is the universe's first librarian, cursed with perfect knowledge it can never share. Its scavenging nature becomes a poignant allegory. It cleans up the mess left by other, more glorious predators, just as it is left with the messy, incomprehensible fragments of a glory it once witnessed firsthand. To see a hyena feeding is to watch a being consigned to the aftermath, both in the physical world and in the spiritual one. There are even whispers among the most esoteric diviners that on a perfectly silent night, if you can quiet your own mind to an impossible degree and listen to the very first note of a hyena's call, before it descends into its characteristic chaos, you might hear a single, pure tone, a fleeting, perfect frequency that is the ghost of the original secret. They say that hearing this tone can grant a momentary flash of inexplicable insight, a solution to an impossible problem appearing in your mind, or a sudden understanding of a hidden connection in your life. But the effort to isolate it is immense, and the price is often a lingering sense of the hyena's own cosmic despair, a small taste of the divine frustration that has become its eternal song. Beneath the crushing, eternal darkness of the deepest ocean trenches, where no sunlight has ever penetrated and the pressure would flatten a submarine like a tin can, there moves a procession of shadows so vast it defies mortal comprehension. This is Olokun's phantom fleet, an armada of spectral vessels that glides in perfect, silent formation through the abyssal plains, their sails made of solidified mist and their hulls carved from the petrified wood of primordial forest. And within this ghostly navy, one ship holds a unique and solemn post. This is the Nepa, the ghost ship of the lost, a vessel that is not a prison for tormented souls, but a sanctuary for those who have made a conscious, eternal choice. When a soul is claimed by the sea, it stands at a crossroads. It can follow the call of the ancestors, moving on to the realm of the dead to be judged and hopefully reborn. Or it can answer a different call, a deep, resonant hum that emanates from the heart of Olokun's domain. This hum is an invitation to service, an offer to forego the peace of the afterlife in exchange for a sacred duty, to protect those still living who brave the treacherous domain of the ocean. The crew of the Nepa are not vengeful spirits or restless phantoms. They are volunteers, a legion of the drowned who have turned their own tragic endings into a mission of mercy for others. The ship itself is a breathtaking and sorrowful sight to behold, a monument to the very element that claimed its crew. Its form is ever shifting, a mirage woven from memory and seawater. At one moment, it may appear as a majestic, three-masted schooner from the age of exploration, its tattered sails billowing with an unseen wind. In the next, it might flicker and reform into the sleek, metallic silhouette of a modern cargo ship, its bridge dark and empty. This chimeric nature comes from its construction. The legends say the Nepa was not built in any earthly dockyard, but was grown by Olokun themselves from a single, massive tear of compassion shed for all those lost to the depths. Its planks are forged from drowned memories, its rigging spun from the final, hopeful prayers of sailors as their ships went down. This origin makes it uniquely attuned to the emotional frequency of despair and the desperate will to survive that echoes across the waves during a storm. The Nepa's purpose reveals a profound aspect of Olokun's character that is often overshadowed by their immense, lonely power. While they are the ruler of the deep and the keeper of vast wealth, they are also a deity of profound compassion, a parent who mourns every child taken by their domain. The ghost ship is an extension of this compassion, a divine intervention meant to soften the brutal impartiality of the sea. It does not appear on calm, sunny days. Its moment of action comes during the ocean's most violent fury in the heart of a hurricane, a typhoon, or a squall of legendary power. As the winds scream and the waves rise like liquid mountains, the Nepa will surface. It does not ride the waves, it cuts through them, an island of eerie calm in a maelstrom of chaos. It becomes visible not as a solid object, but as a sustained flash of ethereal green light within the raging foam, a luminescent outline of a ship that should not be able to float, yet moves with impossible stability against the mightiest currents. Its method of guidance is a masterpiece of spiritual navigation. The ship does not use flags or radio signals. Instead, it projects a powerful psychic beacon, a wave of calm certainty that washes over the minds of the sailors on any vessel caught in the storm. A captain, blinded by rain and fighting a spinning wheel, might suddenly feel an unshakable intuition, a clear and urgent thought that is not their own. Turn to port now. A navigator whose instruments have failed might look into the sheeting rain and see, for just a second, the glowing outline of the Nepa through the mist, perfectly indicating a safe heading away from the storm's deadliest center. This is the collective consciousness of the lost crew at work, their own hard-won knowledge of the sea, the knowledge that failed to save them, now being used to save others. They understand the ocean's fury intimately because it was the very force that ended their lives, and in their eternal service they have mastered it. There are countless documented accounts from seasoned sailors who swear they survived a certain doom because of an unseen guide. One of the most famous comes from the logs of a British freighter caught in a hurricane in the North Atlantic in the 1920s. The captain wrote of being completely lost, his ship taking on water and his crew resigned to their fate. He described a sudden, profound sense of peace descending upon him, followed by a vision of a glowing galleon off the starboard bow. Against all logical seamanship which dictated running with the storm, he felt compelled to turn his dying ship directly toward the apparition. Miraculously, he found a lane of relatively calm water that led them safely into the eye of the storm, where they were able to make emergency repairs and ultimately survive. He attributed it to divine providence, but within the Yoruba diaspora, his description matched the ancient tales of the Nepa perfectly. The ultimate sacrifice of the crew, however, is what makes this legend so poignant. These souls have chosen an eternity of vigilance, forever sailing the border between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. They bear witness to countless rescues, but they also must forever endure the very conditions that killed them, surrounded by the symbolic fury of the ocean without ever again knowing the peace of dry land or the embrace of their ancestors. They are the ultimate guardians, their service a perpetual penance that redeems their own tragic ends not through rest but through relentless, selfless action. The ghost ship of Olokun's fleet is therefore not a tale of horror, but one of the most powerful hidden legends of hope, a testament to the idea that even in the face of absolute loss, a choice can be made to create a legacy of protection, ensuring that the same waves that claim lives can also, through the compassion of the lost, become a path to salvation. Tucked away in a range of mountains so remote and forgotten that it doesn't appear on any modern map, there stands a singular peak known to a handful of elders as Okefef, the mountain of the whispering wind. But its true, hidden name is Oak Alay, the mountain that breathes. This is no mere geological formation of rock and soil. It is a slumbering earth deity of immense age and power, a primordial consciousness that settled into this form at the very dawn of the world, becoming one of the great, silent anchors of the continent. While the active Orishas govern the dynamic forces of life, Oak Alay is the guardian of deep, patient time, a being whose dreams are the slow, grinding tectonic shifts of the planet itself. Its surface is a tapestry of ancient, gnarled forests and moss-covered stone, but its heart beats with a rhythm so slow and profound that mortals can only perceive it once every 100 years, in an event that is both a geological phenomenon and a spiritual awakening. This legendary breath is not a sudden volcanic eruption. It is a gradual, majestic process that unfolds over the course of a single lunar cycle. The first sign, as passed down through shamanic lineages, is a sound. It begins not as a noise heard with the ears, but as a deep, subsonic hum that is felt in the bones, a vibration that causes the leaves on the trees to tremble without any wind. Animals for miles around grow quiet and still, instinctively sensing the shift. As the days pass, the mountain itself seems to swell almost imperceptibly, its vast bulk expanding as it draws in a cosmic inhalation that pulls not just air but spiritual energy from the surrounding land. The air grows heavy and charged, thick with the scent of ozone and wet stone. Then, at the peak of this inhalation, there is a moment of absolute, terrifying stillness, as if the entire world is holding its breath alongside the mountain. The exhalation is the moment of revelation. From countless hidden fissures in the mountainside, from beneath ancient roots and within deep caves, a mist begins to seep forth. This is no ordinary fog. It is a shimmering, silver vapor that seems to be woven from liquid moonlight and memory. It does not dissipate quickly but rolls slowly down the slopes, pooling in the valleys and clinging to the forests in great, luminous banks. This is the vision's breath, the exhalation of the mountain's ancient consciousness, and it is the entire purpose of the perilous pilgrimage that the most dedicated shamans and babalawos undertake. They do not seek this mountain for personal power or trivial knowledge. They come as humble petitioners, seeking a glimpse into the grand, unfolding pattern of the next century, a prophecy not for an individual, but for the people, the land, and the very spirit of the age to come. The journey to Okalay is itself a sacred trial, a filter that ensures only those of pure intent and resilient spirit can even hope to witness the breath. The mountain does not welcome visitors. The paths that lead to it are said to be unmappable, shifting and rearranging themselves with each season, guided by the mountain's own protective will. A traveler might follow a riverbed described in an elder's song, only to find it has vanished, replaced by an impassable thicket of thorns. Star charts that once pointed the way seem to lie, their constellations distorted in the sky above the peak. The seeker must rely not on maps but on a deep, meditative intuition, learning to read the intention in the lay of the land and the whispers of the wind. They must undergo rigorous purification rituals for weeks beforehand, abstaining from certain foods and cleansing their spirit of malice and ego, for the mountain is said to repel any heart clouded by selfish desire. To arrive at the base of Okalay as the century draws to a close is to have already passed a profound test of one's worthiness. When the mist finally rolls down, the shamans who have successfully made the pilgrimage step into it with a mixture of terror and reverence. The experience is not like looking into a crystal ball that shows clear, linear events. The vision's breath operates on a symbolic, emotional, and collective level. A shaman immersed in the silver vapor does not see specific names or dates. Instead, they are flooded with a cascade of potent images and sensations that represent the spiritual currents of the coming age. One might feel a sudden, overwhelming grief, seeing in their mind's eye a great forest turning to dust, a vision that speaks not of a single fire, but of a century of environmental disregard and its consequences. Another might be filled with a surge of exhilarating, chaotic energy, perceiving the clashing of countless invisible networks, a prophecy of the digital age and its impact on human connection. There is a famous account from the oral tradition of a shaman who witnessed the breath at the turn of the last century. He described being shown a great iron bird falling from the sky, not in flames but in a silent, tragic descent. This was not a prediction of a single plane crash, but a profound symbol of the end of an era of isolation and the terrifying, interconnected conflicts that would define the coming decades. He also saw a spider weaving a web of light that connected every village in the world, a beautiful but fragile network that held both immense potential for unity and a new vulnerability to collective fear. These symbolic prophecies are what the shamans carry back to their people. They do not return with a list of events to be checked off a calendar. They return with a spiritual weather report for the next 100 years, warnings of coming spiritual droughts, indications of where the waters of cultural renewal might flow, and guidance on what inner strengths their communities will need to cultivate to navigate the looming tides of change. The cost of this profound knowledge, however, is a burden that marks a shaman for life. The visions are not gentle dreams, they are an overwhelming psychic onslaught. To open one's mind so completely to the raw, unfiltered flow of potential futures is to risk being shattered by the weight of what is seen. Some who have returned speak of being haunted by fragmented images for the rest of their days, unable to fully return to the simple present. Others find their own personal identities temporarily dissolved, having held the consciousness of the mountain for too long. Furthermore, the prophecy is not a fixed destiny. The mountain shows the currents, not the final destination. The vision of a great conflict can be averted if the people heed the warning and change their ways. The prophecy of a cultural renaissance can wither if the community grows complacent. The shaman's role, therefore, is not just to see, but to interpret and to guide, to use the glimpse of the mountain's breath to help humanity steer its own ship through the uncertain seas of time, forever bearing the double-edged gift of knowing what might be, and the immense responsibility of trying to shape what ultimately will be. Beneath the skin of the world we walk upon, there exists a vibration, a deep and steady hum that is the very pulse of the planet. Most of the time it is inaudible, a foundational note too low for human ears to register. But what if that vibration could be coaxed, amplified, and directed by human will? This brings us to the 37th of our hidden legends, a story of a desperate pact and a sonic key that can literally rattle the foundations of reality. It is known as the song that quakes the earth, a specific and immensely powerful chant that, when sung with absolute perfection by a dedicated chorus of initiated priests, can generate palpable earth tremors. This is not a myth about controlling nature for conquest, but about a last resort appeal, a form of spiritual telegraphy used to signal the gods that a line has been crossed, that a wrong has been committed so profound it threatens the very covenant between humanity and the divine. The origin of this song lies not in a time of peace, but in a period of catastrophic silence from the heavens. The story tells of an ancient king, Olokun, who ruled a prosperous kingdom that was suddenly stricken by a blight that no prayer seemed to reach. The rains ceased, the crops withered in the fields, and a strange lethargy fell upon the people. The Babalawos performed every ritual, made every offering, but the skies remained a hard, cloudless blue. King Jimo, in his despair, realized that the channels of communication were not just quiet but severed. The Orishas were not listening. Driven by a love for his people that outweighed his own safety, the king undertook a solitary, perilous journey to the most powerful and territorial of the earth deities, an Orisha known as Age Saluga, the owner of the foundation. This was not a gentle god of fertile soil, but a being of immense, patient strength who held the continents in place and whose displeasure was expressed through chasms and landslides. The king found Age Saluga in a cavern that breathed the scent of deep minerals and ancient water. The Orisha was not hostile but profoundly indifferent, a force that measured time in millennia and saw human kingdoms as fleeting patterns in the dust. King Jimo did not beg for rain or food. Instead, he made a breathtaking argument. He stated that the balance of the world relied not just on the power of the gods, but on the morality of humanity. He argued that when a people are allowed to perish through no fault of their own, when justice is so absent that hope itself dies, it creates a spiritual crack in the foundation of the world that weakens even the Orishas. Age Saluga, intrigued by this mortal's audacity and the unsettling truth of his words, agreed to a pact. He would not grant the king a simple favor. Instead, he would provide a tool for communication so direct and physical that it could never be ignored. He taught the king a sequence of notes, a chant with a specific rhythmic structure that resonated at the exact frequency of the earth's own deep hum. When sung with perfect collective intent, it would not beg for attention. It would demand it, creating a tremor that would be felt as a physical question in the courts of the gods. In return, the king and his descendants swore that this song would only be used when all other avenues of justice were exhausted, and its misuse would cause the very land they stood on to reject them forever. The responsibility for this song now lies with a secretive and highly trained priesthood known as the Acunian, the stone singers. They are not chosen for the beauty of their voices, but for their unshakable character and their ability to hold a single, unwavering note of intent in their hearts for hours. Their training is a lifelong discipline of vocal control and spiritual focus. They learn to breathe from the very bottom of their lungs, to project sound not just from their throats, but from their core, visualizing the vibrations moving down through the soles of their feet and into the bedrock. The song itself is deceptively simple in its melody, but its power lies in the synchronization of the singer's will. They must achieve a state of perfect emotional and spiritual unison, their minds focused as one on the specific, unbearable injustice they are protesting. It is not the sound alone that causes the tremor, but the sound as a carrier wave for a concentrated blast of moral outrage that the earth itself is compelled to echo. The circumstances that warrant its use are etched into the lineage's most sacred laws. It is not for war, for famine, or for pestilence caused by natural cycles. It is reserved for a specific, profound societal failure. Examples passed down through oral tradition include the unjust execution of a known innocent, the betrayal and murder of a king by his own council, the poisoning of a community's primary water source out of greed, or the enslavement of an entire village that had sought sanctuary. The event must be one that so thoroughly violates the concept of iwa, or good character, that it threatens to unravel the moral order of the community. Before the stone singers gather, the Babalawo must confirm through divination that no other ritual, no other offering will suffice. The decision is never made lightly, for each activation of the song is understood to weaken the spiritual boundary between the human and elemental worlds, a risk that is only worth taking when the alternative is the complete collapse of justice. The ritual itself is conducted at a specific, hidden location, always a flat expanse of bedrock that acts as a natural amplifier. The Acunian priests form a circle, their bare feet making direct contact with the stone. They begin the chant softly, a low, droning hum that builds slowly over the course of an hour, layering voice upon voice until the air itself feels thick and heavy. Witnesses to the few times it has been used describe a strange phenomenon. The world does not grow louder, but rather, all other sound seems to be sucked away, leaving only the chant as the dominant vibration in reality. The ground beneath them does not suddenly heave. Instead, it begins to shudder in a continuous, low-frequency vibration, like the purr of a colossal cat. The tremor is rarely strong enough to cause damage. Its purpose is not destruction, but notification. It is a ripple sent through the foundation of the world, an undeniable signal that something is deeply, fundamentally wrong. The aftermath is as critical as the song itself. The tremor is the question, the response from the orishas is the answer, and it is never what one might expect. The legends do not tell of lightning bolts striking down the guilty. The correction is often more nuanced and profound. In one account, after the song was used to protest the murder of a holy man, the king who ordered the killing was not harmed. Instead, he was struck by a sudden, overwhelming clarity, a waking vision where he was forced to relive the murder from the victim's perspective. This spiritual shock led him to publicly confess his crime and abdicate the throne, restoring honor to the kingdom not through his death, but through his profound transformation. In another tale, a corrupt council that had hoarded wealth during a famine found that their hidden storehouses were miraculously empty the morning after the song was sung, the grain reappearing in the central market square, anonymously distributed to the people. The song that quakes the earth is ultimately a legend about the profound responsibility that comes with a desperate power. It reveals a universe where the Earth is not an inert stage for human drama, but an active, responsive participant in the moral order, and where the human voice, when perfectly aligned with truth, can resonate with a force that literally moves the world. Now, let us shift our focus from the deep, resonant frequencies that shake the earth to the quiet, stifled sounds that never quite escaped the human heart. Imagine for a moment every single word you ever held back, the heartfelt apology that died on your lips out of pride, the declaration of love you were too timid to utter, the cry of pain you swallowed to appear strong. Where do these unspoken things go? According to our next hidden legend, they do not simply vanish into nothingness. They have a destination, a strange and melancholy dimension known as the marketplace of lost voices. Picture a vast, open-air forum that exists just beyond the periphery of waking consciousness, a bazaar not of goods but of sentiments where the very air thrums with the pent-up energy of a billion silenced thoughts. Here, the unvoiced words manifest as delicate, ethereal objects, each one a captured moment of human vulnerability. Presiding over this peculiar economy is a minor, often overlooked Orisha named Ohun Ofo, which translates roughly to the keeper of the lost sound. She is not a mighty ruler like Shango or a nurturing mother like Yamoja, but a quiet, meticulous archivist of the unsaid. She is depicted as a figure of immense patience, her ears tuned not to the roar of crowds or the crash of thunder, but to the faint, whispering echoes of words that never were. Her role is to collect, categorize, and preserve these lost voices, ensuring that the truth they carry, however fragile, is not erased from the cosmic record. The marketplace itself is a reflection of her nature, orderly yet sorrowful, with narrow, winding paths between stalls that aren't made of wood but of solidified silence. The wares for sale are not for purchase with cowrie shells or gold, but with something far more precious, courageous listening. The items in this spectral market take on forms that mirror their emotional content. An unvoiced apology might appear as a small, rough stone that feels unnaturally warm to the touch, its surface etched with a faint, shimmering glyph of regret. A declaration of love never spoken could manifest as a perfect, closed flower bud that pulses with a soft, rose-colored light, holding its beauty in eternal potential. A stifled cry of anguish might be a shard of obsidian that seems to absorb all light around it, cold and heavy with contained sorrow. There are even stalls dedicated to lost laughter, bright, floating orbs of golden light that dart about like captive fireflies, and unspoken words of encouragement which look like smooth, weightless feathers that vibrate with a gentle, affirming hum. To walk through this market is to be surrounded by the ghostly anatomy of human hesitation, a museum of almost was and could have been. The journey to this marketplace is not a physical voyage, but a perilous inward trek achieved only through the deepest, most focused states of meditation. A skilled babalawo or a profoundly gifted empath does not simply close their eyes and wish to be there. They must first empty their own mind of its internal noise, quieting their own desires and regrets to become a clean, receptive vessel. This state of absolute mental silence is the only passport to this realm. The path is often described as a descent through layers of personal memory and subconscious thought, a journey where the meditator must confront and release their own lost voices before they can perceive the collective repository. It is a disorienting experience, like swimming upstream through a river of forgotten dreams, and the traveler must maintain an unwavering focus on the specific person and the specific category of lost voice they wish to retrieve, using that intention as a spiritual homing beacon. Once a seeker successfully arrives, they cannot simply grab any appealing object. The retrieval process is an act of profound empathy and precise identification. The seeker must hold the image and essence of the person they are trying to help firmly in their mind, and then wander the market's paths, allowing their spirit to resonate with the unique frequency of that individual's lost words. They might be drawn to a stall where a particular stone grows warm in their presence, or where a closed flower bud begins to slowly unfurl as they approach. The act of purchasing the voice is not a transaction but a vow. The seeker must cup the ethereal object in their hands and make a silent, solemn promise to the keeper that they will faithfully deliver this lost truth back into the world of the living, acting as a conduit for a message that is long overdue. The process of delivering the retrieved voice is where the legend meets the tangible world, and the consequences are often as transformative as they are unpredictable. The seeker, having returned from their meditative trance, must then find a way to transfer the essence of the lost voice to the intended recipient. This is rarely done by simply repeating the words aloud. The delivery is more symbolic and sensory. For a retrieved apology, the babalawo might have the person hold the warm, symbolic stone during a ritual cleansing, and as the water flows over their hands, a wave of understanding and the specific memory of the transgression might flood their mind, compelling them to finally seek forgiveness. For a lost declaration of love, the pulsing flower essence might be woven into a scented oil that is gently applied to the person's temples, leading them to have a dream so vivid and emotionally resonant about the object of their affection that they wake with the courage to speak their heart at last. There is a powerful, documented story of a woman named Anik who suffered for years from a deep, unexplained rift with her elder sister. As children, Anik had broken a cherished family heirloom, a pot belonging to their late mother, and in a moment of panic, she let her sister take the blame. The lie festered for decades, creating a wall of silent resentment between them. A babalawo, sensing the hidden wound, journeyed to the marketplace and retrieved the lost voice of Anik's childhood confession. He did not tell Anik what to do. Instead, he gave her a simple, smooth river stone that felt oddly warm and asked her to hold it while she sat with her sister in silence. As Anik held the stone, the memory of that long-ago day surfaced with painful clarity, and the words she had swallowed for 50 years finally tumbled out in a sobbing, heartfelt apology. The relief was immediate and profound, mending a fracture that had seemed permanent. The retrieved voice had not created a new feeling, but had simply removed the blockage, allowing a truth that was always there to finally flow. However, this work is not without its spiritual dangers. To act as a messenger for lost voices is to expose oneself to the raw, unresolved emotions of others. A seeker who retrieves a cry of pain must be strong enough to hold that anguish without being consumed by it. There are tales of inexperienced meditators who went to the marketplace out of curiosity and became overwhelmed by the cacophony of silent suffering, returning to their bodies with a fragment of someone else's deep despair clinging to their own spirit, a melancholy that took months of ritual cleansing to dispel. Furthermore, the timing of the delivery is crucial. Presenting a lost declaration of love to someone who is not ready to receive it can cause confusion or even fear. The ethics of this practice are clear. The retrieved voice is a key, but it is the individual who must choose to turn it in the lock of their own life. The marketplace of lost voices ultimately teaches a beautiful and humbling lesson, that our unspoken words have weight and consequence in the unseen world, and that sometimes the most powerful magic is not about creating something new, but about having the courage to finally deliver a truth that has been waiting in the wings of the soul for a lifetime. But in the vibrant tapestry of Yoruba spirituality, where we have encountered forces of destruction and creation, of deep sorrow and cosmic power, there exists a sacred source of pure, unadulterated joy. We come now to the Ibeji, the divine twins, often portrayed as playful children, the bringers of good fortune and laughter. Yet, beneath this joyful exterior lies a hidden legend of profound cosmic significance, a truth that redefines their very nature. They are not merely two separate deities who happen to be siblings. The concealed lore reveals they are two halves of a single, primordial flame of joy and abundance that has burned since the first moment of creation. Imagine the very first spark of delight that flickered into being when Olokun conceived of the universe. the original essence of celebration and effortless blessing. This spark, too potent and dynamic to remain a singular point, immediately split into two identical dancing flames, forever connected, forever reflecting and amplifying one another. This is the true origin of the Ibeji. They are a duality that forms a perfect unity, a divine paradox where two separate bodies house one indivisible spiritual consciousness. Their synchronized laughter is the sound of cosmic harmony, and their playful games are the very mechanics that distribute fortune and happiness throughout the world. This understanding of their shared flame completely transforms the cultural reverence for twins in Yoruba society. To bear twins is not simply to have two children, it is to host a divine fragment of this primordial joy within your family. The twins are seen as a walking, talking blessing, a direct conduit to the orishas of prosperity. Their arrival is met with celebration, for their presence alone is believed to attract good health, wealth, and harmony to their entire household and community. They are treated with immense respect, often given the first choice of food and the best portions, not as spoiling, but as an act of reciprocity. By nurturing them, you nurture the very source of abundance they represent. Their bond is considered sacred and inviolable. To see them whispering secrets to each other or finishing each other's sentences is not just childhood camaraderie. It is the visible manifestation of their single flame communicating with itself, a constant, silent dialogue of their shared divine essence. They are a living testament to the idea that the greatest power in the universe is not always found in solitary might, but in perfect, joyful connection. This beautiful interdependence, however, casts the tragedy of a twin's death in a light of cosmic, and not just personal, consequence. In any other circumstance, the death of a child is a devastating human loss. But when one of the Ibeji passes, the event carries an additional, terrifying spiritual dimension. The single primordial flame is violently unbalanced. One half of the sacred fire continues to burn in the living twin, while the other half is suddenly severed, its energy left to wander, disconnected and anchorless. This imbalance does not just create grief, it creates a dangerous spiritual vacuum. The family is not only mourning a child, they are now host to a fractured divine power. The lingering essence of the deceased twin, no longer grounded by its physical counterpart, can bring misfortune, illness, and a pall of sorrow that seems to resist all conventional comfort. The joyful blessing they once represented now threatens to curdle into a curse, not out of malice, but from the sheer, unnatural state of a divided cosmic force. It is from this profound crisis that one of the most poignant and beautiful traditions in all of African spirituality emerges, the creation of the Air Ibeji, the sacred statue. This is not a mere memorial figurine, an inanimate object to remember the dead. In the hands of a specially consecrated carver, the Air Ibeji becomes something far more powerful, a spiritual vessel, a meticulously crafted new body designed to house the wandering essence of the departed twin. The selection of the wood is a sacred act in itself, often involving divination to find a tree whose spirit is compatible with the child's. The carving process is a ritual of remembrance and invocation, with the artist seeking to capture not just the physical likeness, but the unique energy and personality of the child. Once complete, the statue is not left on a shelf. It is welcomed back into the family with a ceremony as significant as a birth. It is given a name, often the same name as the deceased twin, and is ritually fed, washed, clothed, and cared for alongside the living sibling. The mother will include it in her daily routines, perhaps placing a morsel of food on its lips or sprinkling it with water during a bath. This ongoing care is the heart of the hidden legend. The ritual attention given to the Air Ibeji is not an act of morbid delusion. It is a continuous act of spiritual focus, a deliberate and loving effort to provide a stable anchor for the unmoored half of the primordial flame. By treating the statue as a living presence, the family creates a resonant frequency that calls the lost essence home, giving it a stable point to latch onto within the physical world. The living twin plays a crucial role in this process, their own intact half of the flame acting as a powerful beacon, constantly drawing its other half toward the sanctuary of the carved figure. Over time, through this consistent devotion, the spiritual imbalance is corrected. The fractured flame is reunited, not in a single physical body, but across the bridge between the living twin and the consecrated statue. The air ibeji ceases to be a simple carving and becomes a true vessel, a repository of divine energy. The misfortune lifts, the family's joy slowly returns, and the sacred balance of the ibeji is restored, ensuring that the primordial blessing of twinhood continues to flow, protecting the lineage and affirming that even death cannot truly sever the most sacred of bonds. Leaving behind the joyful, interconnected flame of the ibeji, we now journey into a landscape of absolute stillness and profound patience, to a place where time itself has been captured and turned to stone. Hidden within a secluded, rain-starved valley, shielded from the world by sheer, unscalable cliffs, lies the oracle of the petrified forest. This is not a forest that died. It is a forest that was transformed, frozen in a single, cataclysmic moment by a forgotten event so powerful it altered the very substance of reality. The popular belief might be that petrified wood is simply the result of natural mineral replacement over eons, but the hidden legend tells a different story. It speaks of a confrontation at the dawn of time between Obatala, the creator who sculpts form, and a primordial spirit of absolute stasis, a being that sought to halt the flow of creation itself. To protect the vibrant, growing world from this entropic force, Obatala did not destroy it, but instead redirected its power, channeling it into this one-contained valley. The spirit's essence washed over the forest, and in an instant every tree, every leaf, every blade of grass was transmuted from organic life into eternal, crystalline stone, creating a perfect snapshot of a primordial world, a library where the books are made of agate, jasper, and quartz. Walking into this forest is an experience of overwhelming silence and surreal beauty. The sun beats down on a landscape that seems both familiar and utterly alien. You walk among towering giants that look like ancient Iroko and baobab trees, but their bark is polished stone, gleaming in hues of deep red, brown, and smoky gray. Their branches, frozen in mid-sway, are solid rock against the sky. The ground beneath your feet is not soil, but a carpet of stone leaves and shattered stone twigs that chime like porcelain with every step. The air is dry and carries no scent of life, only the faint, clean odor of dust and silicon. It is a place devoid of the rustle of animals or the whisper of the wind through leaves, a silence so deep and heavy it feels like a physical pressure on the eardrums. This is not the silence of death, however, but the silence of immense, concentrated listening. The forest is not empty, it is full, saturated with the captured vibrations of millennia, waiting for a receptive ear to decode its stored memories. This is where the forest's true nature as an oracle is revealed. The act of consultation is one of intimate, physical connection. A seeker must approach one of these stone sentinels with absolute reverence, often after a period of fasting and meditation to quiet their own mind's internal chatter. They then press their ear directly against the cool, unyielding surface of the stone bark. For a long moment, there is nothing but the deafening silence and the thump of their own heartbeat. But if the seeker's spirit is calm and their intent is pure, the stone begins to speak. The sound is not heard through the air, but felt as a deep, resonant vibration that travels directly through the bone of the jaw and into the inner ear. It is the slow, grinding language of geology, the sound of continents drifting, of crystals forming, of time itself passing at an imperceptible rate. Within this foundational hum, specific frequencies begin to resolve. The echoes of events that were so momentous their impact was literally recorded in the substance of the world. The whispers of the past that one can hear are not simple narratives. They are raw, sensory impressions, pressing your ear to one tree, you might be suddenly flooded with the visceral terror of a massive asteroid impact that occurred millions of years ago, feeling the heat wave and the ground shock as if you were there. Another tree might hold the joyous, collective celebration of the first human tribe to discover fire, the vibrations carrying the crackle of the flames and the rhythm of their ecstatic dance. You could listen to a stone that was once a sapling and hear the gentle footfalls of a now extinct species of giant buffalo passing by, or press against a different trunk and receive the echoing chant of a forgotten ritual performed by a people whose name has been lost to history. The forest does not filter these memories for importance by human standards. It records the moments of greatest emotional and energetic intensity, preserving the peaks of joy, terror, love, and despair that have resonated through the land. Yet the oracle's most sought-after and dangerous gift is its ability to sometimes offer prophecies. These are not clear, linear predictions of specific events. The future, to the stone, is a landscape of potentialities, of converging probabilities that appear as shifting patterns of pressure and stress in the deep bedrock of time. To hear a prophecy is to experience a seismic event in reverse. The grinding sound might suddenly coalesce into the psychic imprint of a great city that does not yet exist, followed by the devastating sensation of that same city crumbling into dust. A seeker might receive the overwhelming sensory overload of a future technology, a cacophony of light and sound that has no name, only for it to be swallowed by the profound silence of its eventual obsolescence. These prophecies are often terrifyingly ambiguous. A vision of a lush, green world could be a promise of a coming golden age or a warning of rampant, choking overgrowth that suffocates civilization. The slow, rhythmic pounding heard from one ancient stone might be the heartbeat of a future unifying king or the marching cadence of an unstoppable army. The spiritual and physical toll of consulting this oracle is immense, serving as a natural limit on its use. To open one's mind to the unfiltered flow of deep time is to risk being utterly unmoored from the present. There are accounts of seekers who, after listening too long to the whispers of a past volcanic eruption, returned to their villages convinced they were living in the midst of the flowing lava, their perception of reality permanently shattered. Others who sought future prophecies became trapped in a state of permanent anticipation, unable to live their lives because they were always waiting for the foretold event to manifest, their own personal timeline rendered meaningless against the eons they had brushed up against. The stone itself imparts a coldness, a geological patience that can drain the warmth and urgency from a human soul. One does not leave the petrified forest simply informed. One leaves changed, carrying the weight of ages in their bones, and a new, humbling perspective on the brief, brilliant flicker of a single human life against the backdrop of a world that remembers everything. But if we journey upwards from the petrified library of the Earth's memories, we find a creative power of a different kind, one that painted the world not with stone but with color and life. Our next hidden legend connects the Yoruba spiritual universe to a foundational motif found across countless African cultures, from the Dogon of Mali to the Zulu of southern Africa, the great rainbow serpent of creation. While Olokun is the supreme architect of the cosmos, this immense primordial being was the active sculptor, the divine instrument that translated the thought of God into the physical geography of our planet. In the time before time, when the earth was a soft, formless mass of steaming clay, the rainbow serpent uncoiled from the mists of the void. Its body was not flesh and bone, but a living spectrum of energy, a river of shimmering color that held the potential for every hue that would ever grace a flower, a bird's wing, or a sunset sky. Where it slid across the primordial landscape, it did not simply move, it carved. The gentle, meandering curves of its passage became the great river valleys like the Niger and the Congo, providing the channels for life-giving water. The powerful, thrashing undulations of its coils forged the deep canyons and mountain ranges, giving the world its first contours and shadows, its first drama and scale. The most breathtaking aspect of this being, however, lies in its scales. Each individual scale is not a single color, but a miniature, ever-shifting canvas that reflects a specific form of life. One scale might shimmer with the spotted pattern of a leopard, while right next to it, another holds the iridescent green of a rainforest canopy. There are scales that mirror the intricate stripes of a zebra, the deep blue of the ocean abyss, and even the rich, dark brown of fertile soil. The rainbow serpent is therefore a living archive of biological potential, a physical manifestation of biodiversity itself. As it moved across the raw earth, it didn't just shape the land, it seeded it. Microscopic particles of light and color, sloughed from its scales as it traveled, settled into the mud and the water, becoming the genetic and spiritual blueprints for all the plants, animals, and people that would one day arise. This legend provides a profound answer to the question of life's variety, suggesting that the incredible spectrum of nature was not a separate act of creation, but an inherent, overflowing quality of the creative force itself, literally shed from the body of the world shaper. Once its great work was complete, its immense energy spent, the rainbow serpent did not die or ascend to the heavens. Instead, it sought rest within the very world it had helped to form. It coiled itself into a deep, deep slumber, burying itself in the warm, dark heart of the planet, where the molten rock flows like a subterranean sea. Its colossal body settled into a resting place so vast that some myths suggest its head lies beneath one continent and its tail beneath another. Its sleep is not the sleep of death, but a state of profound, regenerative stillness. Its slow, rhythmic breathing is the pulse of the planet, and the gentle, unconscious shifting of its immense form in its sleep is what we understand as the geological process of continental drift. The gradual movement of tectonic plates, the slow collision that raises new mountains, and the rifting that creates new oceans, these are not random, mindless processes. They are the stirrings of a dreaming god, the natural, restless adjustments of a being of cosmic scale finding a comfortable position in a bed it carved for itself. This connection offers a beautifully animate view of our planet. It proposes that the Earth is not a dead rock, but a living entity with a sleeping consciousness at its core. The tremors and volcanic eruptions that sometimes shake the surface are not merely destructive forces. They are the equivalent of a sleeper turning over, a momentary, dramatic shift in the serpent's posture. This perspective reframes geology as a form of divine somnambulism, where the most powerful forces shaping our world are the direct physical consequence of a creator's dream. For the spiritual seeker, this legend suggests that to walk upon the earth is to walk upon the body of a slumbering deity, and that every river we cross and every mountain we behold is a permanent, beautiful scar left by its creative journey, a reminder that the world was not made and abandoned, but is continuously, gently being reshaped by the deep, slow dreams of its first and greatest artist. Deep within the ancient forests, far from any path ever walked by human feet, there exists a clearing where the air itself seems to hold its breath. Here, shielded from the wind by a perfect ring of silk cotton trees, lies a pool of water unlike any other. Its surface is not merely calm, it is as immobile as polished obsidian, a perfect disk of liquid glass that reflects the sky with such flawless precision it appears to be a hole leading into another, identical world. This is the mirror pool of true reflection, and its legend serves as a sobering counterpoint to all the quests for external power and hidden knowledge we have encountered. While other secrets grant dominion over storms or whispers from the past, this one offers a far more perilous discovery, the unvarnished, absolute truth of the self. You do not come to this pool to see your face, your clothes, or the world around you. You come to see the architecture of your own soul, the hidden map of your intentions, and the accumulated weight of every choice you have ever made, all rendered in a silent, undeniable vision. The journey to find the pool is itself the first test of character, a filter designed to weed out the casually curious and the arrogantly powerful. It cannot be tracked by conventional means, no map leads to its location, and no guide can take you there. The pool reveals itself only to those driven by a genuine, often desperate, need for self-reckoning, a need so profound it creates a unique spiritual resonance that the water answers. A king who has begun to suspect his own motives are tarnishing his reign, a warrior haunted by the ghosts of those he killed beyond the call of battle, or a healer who fears their compassion has been secretly eroded by pride. These are the souls who might suddenly find a forgotten animal trail opening before them, leading them unerringly to the silent clearing. The path is never easy, forcing the seeker through thickets of thorns that seem to grasp at pride and across rivers that wash away superficial certainty, ensuring that by the time they arrive at the water's edge, they have been stripped down to their most vulnerable and honest state. To gaze into the pool is to undergo a psychic unraveling. You do not see a distorted or monstrous version of yourself. The vision is far more devastating in its clarity. A person who has built their identity on a foundation of false generosity might see their reflection surrounded by a shimmering, beautiful network of golden threads, but upon closer inspection, each thread is revealed to be tethered to a reward, a favor owed, or an expectation of praise, exposing their kindness as a transactional currency, not a pure virtue. A brave warrior might behold their reflection clad in magnificent armor, but the metal is pitted and scarred not from enemy blows, but from the corrosive fear that secretly fueled their recklessness, each dent representing a moment they charged into danger to silence their own terrors rather than to protect others. The pool shows your potential as a brilliant, unwritten light surrounding you, and your regrets as dark, heavy stones tied to your ankles, pulling you down into the depths of the reflection. It presents your life not as a story you tell yourself, but as a mathematical equation of cause and effect, action and consequence, revealing the precise distance between the person you pretend to be and the person you have actually become. History and myth are filled with cautionary tales of those who sought the pool's wisdom but were broken by its revelations. One of the most poignant legends speaks of a powerful king, Oba Adekanme, renowned across the land for his justice and wisdom. Yet in the quiet of his own heart he nursed a secret doubt. He had come to power after his older brother, the true heir, mysteriously vanished during a hunting trip. For decades, Adekanme ruled well, but the whisper of usurper followed him in his dreams. He journeyed to the pool, believing that if he could just see his own inherent goodness reflected, the ghost of his brother would be silenced forever. When he gazed down, he did not see a usurper. Instead, he saw the truth he had hidden even from himself. On the day of the hunt, he had not caused his brother's disappearance, but he had seen a leopard stalking him, and in a single, frozen moment of cowardice and ambition, had chosen not to call out a warning. The pool showed him not as a murderer, but as a man whose entire glorious reign was built upon the foundation of that one silent, selfish decision. The king did not go mad with rage or denial. He simply sat by the pool for 3 days and nights, watching the unchangeable truth of his character, and then returned to his kingdom a hollow man. He continued to rule, but the fire of his conviction was gone, his every decree now haunted by the knowledge of the man he truly was at his core. The pool's most challenging lesson, however, is that it does not judge. It simply reflects. This is what makes its vision so difficult to bear. Human conscience can be rationalized. We can soften our own memories, blame others, or contextually frame our failures. The mirror pool offers no such comfort. It presents your character as a neutral, objective fact. A cruel and greedy merchant who looks into the pool will not see a demon. He will see the stark, efficient mechanics of his own avarice. The way his happiness is directly tied to the misery of others, presented not as evil, but as a simple, tragic equation. This lack of condemnation is often more terrifying than any monstrous vision could be, because it places the full weight of responsibility squarely on the gazer. There is no devil to blame, no cursed fate to decry, only the clear, still water showing you the sum of your own free will. It forces you to sit in final, absolute judgment of yourself, with no one else to hold accountable for the person staring back at you. And yet, for the very few who can withstand this brutal self-confrontation, the pool offers a gift more valuable than any throne or treasure: the possibility of authentic transformation. The legends say that if you can endure the vision without looking away, without crumbling into denial or despair, a subtle shift begins to occur. The reflection does not change, but your relationship to it does. The dark stones of regret, once seen and fully acknowledged, begin to lose their power to drag you down. The beautiful but false golden threads of performative virtue dissolve, leaving behind the smaller, stronger, genuine threads of real compassion. The pool does not erase your past, but by forcing you to accept it without illusion, it grants you the clarity to move forward without the same burdens. A seeker who emerges from this trial is not necessarily a saint, but they are forever free of self-deception. Their actions from that day forward are taken with full awareness, their choices made from a place of profound and hard-won integrity. They have seen the blueprint of their own soul, and while they cannot redraw it entirely, they now possess the wisdom to build upon its strongest foundations and reinforce its weakest points, becoming not a perfect being, but finally, authentically themselves. But after the profound self-confrontation of the mirror pool, our journey now turns to a far more public and involuntary form of truth, one that blooms under the cover of darkness and carries a fragrance more dangerous than any poison. Deep in the most secluded and forgotten valleys, where the moonlight struggles to penetrate the dense canopy, there grows a botanical marvel and a psychological trap known as the oru petal, the night-blooming flower of secrets. This is no ordinary plant. For 6 years, 11 months, and countless nights, it appears as little more than a nondescript, thorny vine clinging to the mossy trunks of ancient trees, utterly indistinguishable from the surrounding foliage. It gives no sign of its latent power, biding its time with an almost sentient patience. Then, on one single, specific night every 7 years, triggered by a precise and unknown alignment of lunar and celestial forces, it undergoes a breathtaking transformation. A single, magnificent bud swells at the end of the vine, its petals the color of crushed lapis lazuli veined with silver. As the moon reaches its zenith, the bud unfurls with a soft, almost audible sigh, revealing a blossom of impossible complexity and beauty, a star-shaped flower that seems to have been woven from threads of moonlight and shadow. The true power of the oru petal, however, lies not in its appearance but in its scent. The fragrance it releases is not floral. It carries no notes of jasmine, rose, or honeysuckle. Its aroma is uniquely, terrifyingly personal. The moment the scent reaches a person, it bypasses the rational mind and travels directly to the seat of memory and conscience. There, it performs an instantaneous chemical and spiritual analysis, identifying the single most powerful, most deeply buried secret the person carries, the one that shapes their life, fuels their fears, or anchors their guilt. The flower then replicates the precise olfactory signature of that secret. For a corrupt chief, the air around the blossom might suddenly smell like the metallic tang of blood money he embezzled from his people. For a lonely soul, it could carry the faint, lost perfume of a former lover's hair, a scent tied to a betrayal they have never forgiven themselves for. A warrior who abandoned his post might be assaulted by the smell of smoke and burning thatch from the village he failed to protect. The flower makes the abstract tangible, transforming a hidden truth into an inescapable sensory experience that floods the nostrils and overwhelms the brain. This olfactory trigger is the point of no return. The scent acts as a key, unlocking the vault where the secret has been stored. The mental and physical reaction is immediate and violent. The person's heart begins to race, not with fear of the flower, but with the raw, unmediated emotion of the secret itself, the shame, the terror, the longing, or the guilt. Their vision may tunnel, the world fading away until nothing exists but the scent and the memory it evokes. There is no fighting it, no holding it back. The pressure builds in the chest and the throat, an unbearable tectonic force demanding release. Then, involuntarily, the confession begins. It does not emerge as a calm, considered admission. It is torn from the person, often in a choked gasp or an anguished cry, their voice sounding alien to their own ears as they speak the words they have sworn they would carry to their grave. They confess not to the empty air, but as if the person most wronged or the entity most relevant to the secret is standing directly before them. The confession is always complete, detailing the act, the motivation, and the consequent lie, leaving no room for ambiguity or half-truths. It is a purging, a spiritual emetic that leaves the person physically and emotionally spent, collapsed on the forest floor as the final, damning words echo in the silent night. This devastating property makes the flower the ultimate prize for two very different kinds of seekers, turning its rare blooming into a tense, high-stakes race. The first group are the truth seekers, the most dedicated babalawos and community elders who serve as arbiters of justice. For them, the oru petal is a divine lie detector, a tool of last resort when the community is fractured by a crime with no witnesses or a betrayal so cleverly concealed that it threatens to rot the social fabric from the inside out. They will send a chosen, morally impeccable individual to retrieve the blossom, not to use on the masses, but to place in a sealed chamber with a single suspect. The resulting involuntary confession provides an unimpeachable verdict, resolving disputes that could have otherwise led to bloodshed or generations of suspicion. There are stories of long-standing feuds between families over a stolen tract of land that were instantly resolved when the accused patriarch, in the presence of the flower, suddenly blurted out the truth of his father's forged boundary marker, his voice filled with 70 years of concealed guilt. The second group, however, are those who fear the flower's power above all else, the guilty who have built their lives upon a foundation of deception. A corrupt merchant whose wealth is founded on a swindle, a poisoner who has masqueraded as a grieving relative, or a spy working against their own king, these individuals live in dread of the 7-year cycle. Knowing that a single breath near the blossom could unravel their entire constructed reality, they become desperate hunters, not to use the flower but to destroy it. They will venture into the forest as the fateful night approaches, armed with fire and blades, seeking to locate and obliterate the vine before it can bloom and fall into the wrong hands. This creates a clandestine war in the shadows, a battle between those who seek restorative truth and those who survive through its suppression. The forest on that night becomes a chessboard of silent stalkers and hidden agendas, where the goal is not to claim a treasure, but to control the very mechanism of revelation itself. The aftermath of a forced confession is a complex tapestry of consequence, never clean or simple. While the truth is revealed, the context of its unveiling, brutal, public, and involuntary, often creates new wounds even as it closes old ones. A political leader exposed by the flower might be deposed, restoring a measure of justice, but the trauma of his sudden, humiliating confession could shatter his family, who are innocent of his crimes but are now forever defined by them. A person who confesses to a long past, emotionally charged secret, like a hidden parentage or a moment of cowardice, might find their relationships irrevocably altered, not necessarily for the better. The truth, however pure, delivered in such a violent manner, can be a weapon as much as a bomb. The flower does not offer forgiveness or a path to reconciliation. It offers only the naked, undeniable fact. It is then left to the community and to the individuals involved to pick up the pieces of a reality that has been fundamentally and irrevocably reshaped by a single, intoxicating breath taken under the light of a 7-year moon. A reminder that while the truth may set you free, the process of its liberation can feel indistinguishable from utter destruction. We have seen the gods as pillars of cosmic order, as perfect creators and unerring judges, But what happens when the divine hand itself slips, when the flawless plan encounters a moment of heavenly distraction? This brings us to a legend that humbles the entire pantheon, a story not of mortal failing but of divine fallibility, centered around the mighty Ogun himself. You know him as the formidable god of iron, war, and technology, the one who wrested the secret of metal from the earth's heart and gave humanity the power to shape its own destiny. He is the ultimate craftsman, a being whose forges birthed the tools that built civilizations and the weapons that defended them. His workshop in the spiritual realm was a place of absolute precision, where every hammer fall was a note in a symphony of creation, and every tool he crafted was a perfect extension of his will. Yet the hidden lore whispers of a single, cataclysmic misstep in this divine workshop, a moment that introduced the concept of the fatal flaw into the very fabric of human endeavor. The legend speaks of Ogun's supreme creation, a tool that was the physical embodiment of his essence. It was not a sword or a spear, but a simple, perfectly balanced hammer. Its head was forged from a single, unblemished ingot of celestial iron, a metal that sang with a pure, clear tone when struck. Its haft was carved from the heartwood of the primordial Iroko tree, the very same that connects the worlds, granting the tool an innate understanding of all realms. This was the Alijo, the stranger or the perfect agent, an instrument so attuned to its purpose that it could shape reality as easily as it shaped hot metal. With the Alijo, Ogun could forge crowns that bestowed true wisdom, plows that ensured everlasting fertility, and shields that could turn aside any curse. It was a tool of absolute potential, and in the hands of its divine creator, it was infallible. The breaking of this perfect instrument did not come from a battle with a great monster or a clash with a rival god. It came from a moment of profoundly human carelessness, a fleeting lapse in Ogun's divine focus. The stories vary on the cause. Some say he was distracted by the joyous, chaotic drumming from a festival for the Ibeji, the twins, the sound of pure, untamed celebration pulling his attention away from his precise work. Others suggest he was momentarily consumed by a vision of the future wars and suffering his gift of iron would inevitably bring, a wave of divine regret that caused his grip to falter for a single, critical instant. Still others whisper of a more personal failing, a moment of pride where Ogun, admiring his own work, struck a blow with just a fraction too much force, believing his own power to be without limit. Regardless of the trigger, the result was the same. As the Alijo came down upon a star metal ingot meant for a royal scepter, it did not ring true. Instead, a sound like a mountain cracking echoed through the spiritual realm, and a hairline fracture, finer than a spider's thread, appeared along the hammer's flawless face. On Ogun's next strike, the unthinkable happened. The Alijo shattered. The celestial iron did not simply break into two pieces. It exploded into a shower of metallic stardust and one large, razor-sharp shard that fell from the divine workshop, tumbling through the layers of reality like a burning comet. It pierced the veil between the spiritual and the physical, plummeting to earth and burying itself deep in an unknown, unmarked location where it is said to rest to this day, its perfect, broken energy seeping into the world's telluric currents. This event was more than just the destruction of a tool. It was a fundamental shift in the nature of creation. The shattering of the Alijo introduced the principle of imperfection into the blueprint of technology. From that moment onward, no human tool, no matter how skillfully made, could ever be truly flawless. The divine standard had been broken, and its fragments became the source of all our worldly frustrations with the material world. This single lost shard is the hidden explanation for the inherent fallibility we live with every day. It is the reason the finest sword can develop an unseen weak spot that causes it to snap in the heat of battle, betraying a skilled warrior at the moment of their greatest need. It is why the most carefully engineered engine of a ship can fail in the middle of a storm, or why a farmer's trusted hoe, passed down through generations, will finally break on the day the rains are most desperately needed. We call it bad luck, poor craftsmanship, or material fatigue, but the hidden legend suggests these are all echoes of that primordial fracture, a cosmic flaw that resonates through every piece of technology we create. The shard's influence is not malicious. It is a neutral, persistent reminder of that first divine mistake. It is the reason our most advanced computers still occasionally crash, why the most precise watch can lose a second, and why the architectural calculation that seemed perfect on paper can lead to a fatal weakness in a bridge. It represents the ghost of uncertainty that haunts every act of human making. Yet, this legend is not meant to dishearten us. Instead, it offers a profoundly comforting and relatable perspective on the nature of existence. By showing that even Ogun, the master of his domain, is capable of a careless error, the mythology makes the Orishas more accessible, more complex, and more deeply connected to the human experience. Their power is immense, but it is not robotic or absolute. They possess focus and they possess distraction. They feel confidence and they know regret. This fallibility creates a sacred space for human perseverance. We are not failing to meet a perfect divine standard. We are struggling alongside the gods themselves against the inherent entropy and unpredictability of a cosmos where even the best-laid plans can go awry. Our endless quest to improve our tools, to refine our designs, and to overcome failures is not a mark of our inferiority, but a shared cosmic journey with the very deities we revere. The broken shard of the Ajogun is a silent, eternal teacher, reminding us that perfection may not be the goal, but that the relentless, beautiful, and often frustrating pursuit of it is what truly forges both character and destiny. Now consider the towering, ancient baobab tree, a giant that seems to stand upside down with its roots clawing at the sky, a silent witness to centuries of history. While many cultures revere it for its medicinal properties and its imposing presence, there exists a far more profound and carefully guarded secret. This is the legend of the gateway in the baobab tree. Not every baobab holds this power, but a select few, distinguished by a unique, spiraling pattern in their bark and a hollow of precisely the right acoustics, are not living wood at all. They are cosmic architecture, living doorways whose roots are said to tap directly into the unseen rivers of spiritual energy that flow beneath the earth, and whose highest branches brush against the lower realms of the ancestors. These specific trees are junctions, permanent intersections where the veil between our world and the spirit world is worn thin, not by chance but by design, acting as stable portals for those with the knowledge and the courage to cross over. These gateways are never left unattended. They are protected by a specific class of spirit known as the Iwin, the guardians of the threshold. An Iwin is not a malevolent entity, but it is fiercely territorial and bound by ancient pacts to test any who would use its tree. It rarely appears in a single, stable form. To a passing hunter, it might be nothing more than a sudden, chilling draft emanating from the tree's hollow on a windless day. To a child who strays too close, it could manifest as the unsettling feeling of being watched by the tree's very bark. But to a shaman who approaches with intent, the Iwin will take on a more defined shape, often that of a humanoid figure woven from shifting light and shadow, with eyes that hold the deep, patient green of the forest's oldest leaves. Its purpose is not to deny passage, but to ensure that only those who understand the profound laws of this spiritual transit are allowed to proceed. It assesses the purity of a seeker's purpose and, most critically, their knowledge of the proper protocols, acting as the gatekeeper to a realm where a single misstep can mean becoming forever lost. Gaining the Iwin's permission requires more than simple bravery. It demands a precise and ritualized offering, a key tailored to the specific spirit of that particular tree. This is not a general sacrifice that can be repeated from one baobab to the next. The required item is often revealed only through deep divination or a dream sent by an ancestor. It could be a specific type of honey gathered from a hive in a lightning-struck tree and presented in an unglazed clay pot. It might be 7 perfect white cowrie shells, arranged in a pattern that mirrors a constellation only visible during the dry season. For some gateways, the offering is not an object at all, but a performance, a specific, complex rhythm beaten on a goatskin drum, a rhythm that must be played without a single error in timing or intensity. The offering is never left at the base of the tree. It must be placed directly within the hollow, the sacred mouth of the gateway itself. The moment the correct offering is accepted, the Iwin does not vanish, but instead steps aside, its form dissolving back into the dappled light and shadow of the forest, a silent signal that the path is now open for the journey to begin. The act of opening the gateway is an auditory key, a sequence of spoken words that are less a language and more a series of resonant frequencies. These incantations are not written down anywhere. They are passed orally from master shaman to initiated apprentice, and their power lies as much in their perfect pronunciation as in their secret meaning. The shaman must stand within the hollow of the baobab, their back pressed against the ancient pulsing wood, and speak the words with absolute clarity and conviction. The effect is immediate and physical. The air within the hollow grows thick and begins to shimmer like heat haze on a savanna, and the world outside the tree's opening seems to recede, its colors fading and its sounds becoming muffled. The interior of the tree, however, expands, the walls appearing to stretch away into a tunnel of swirling mist and soft, phosphorescent light. This is the moment of crossing, a disorienting passage where the shaman's spirit is pulled from their body and ushered into the vast and unpredictable landscape of the spirit world. Yet the most perilous part of the entire ritual is not the journey out, but the journey back. The legends are filled with tragic accounts of powerful shamans who successfully navigated the spirit realms, gained immense wisdom, or pleaded with ancestors, but who, in their triumph, grew careless. The incantation to return is not the same as the one used to open the gateway. It is its mirror, a reverse sequence of sounds that acts as a spiritual homing beacon, pulling the traveler's consciousness back along the silver cord that tenuously connects it to their physical body waiting in the hollow. Forgetting this return chant or mispronouncing even a single syllable is a catastrophe. The gateway, once a welcoming tunnel, becomes an impassable barrier. The shaman's spirit is severed from its anchor and left to wander as a wraith in the spirit world. While their physical body in the baobab hollow withers and turns to dust, the tree itself slowly absorbing the empty vessel. This ultimate price underscores the immense responsibility that comes with such power, a stark reminder that the greatest secrets are not just about gaining access, but about securing a safe return, ensuring that the wisdom of the unseen realms can be brought back to nourish the world of the living. Now imagine a community facing a sky of relentless, scorching brass, the earth beneath their feet cracking into a mosaic of despair. The rivers are mere dusty scars on the landscape, and the crops bow their heads not in reverence but in surrender. In such a time of absolute desperation, when prayers seem to evaporate before they can reach the heavens, the elders of the village would perform a solemn, hidden rite, one that calls upon the most fundamental rhythm of life itself. This is the legend of the iron ojo, the drum that summons rain. This is no ordinary instrument kept with the others. It resides in a sealed, windowless chamber within the sacred grove, a room whose walls are painted with symbols of clouds and flowing rivers. The drum itself is carved from a single block of wood taken from a tree struck by lightning, its surface inlaid with veins of polished blue lapis lazuli that mimic the courses of long-vanished streams. It is never played for celebration or for dance. Its voice is reserved for a single, sacred purpose, and its players are not musicians with skilled hands, but the community's most revered elders, whose own vital rhythms become the catalyst for a miracle. The ritual begins not with a song, but with a profound communal silence. The elders, often 5 or 7 in number, gather in the sealed chamber, their bodies frail but their spirits resolute. They sit in a circle around the iron ojo, placing their bare hands upon its resonant skin, which is made from the specially treated hide of a white deer, an animal considered a messenger of the Orishas. There are no drumsticks, no mallets. The playing technique is one of absolute stillness and internal focus. The elders close their eyes and begin a deep, meditative breathing exercise, slowing their own heartbeats, syncing their pulses with one another until they beat as a single, powerful, and unified drum. This synchronization is not a metaphor. It is a physical and spiritual discipline achieved through years of shared experience and a deep, empathetic bond. As their heartbeats align, a subtle but palpable vibration begins to emanate from the drum. It is not a sound heard with the ears at first, but a low thrumming felt in the chest, a resonant frequency that matches the very pulse of the parched earth crying out for relief. The principle behind this sacred act is one of cosmic sympathy, the belief that the inner state of a community has a direct, tangible effect on the outer world. The drum acts as a spiritual amplifier, a giant diaphragm that translates the collective, synchronized life force of the village's wisdom keepers into a call that the elements cannot ignore. The elders are not begging the sky for rain. They are demonstrating through the ultimate act of unity that the community is worthy of it. Their shared heartbeat becomes a symbolic offering of their own vitality, a powerful statement that says, "Our lives are as one, and our collective will is a force of nature in itself." The drumming of their hearts is a rhythm of pure need, stripped of all ego and individual desire, creating a psychic beacon that pulls the scattered moisture from the air and coaxes the reluctant clouds to gather. It embodies the profound truth that harmony among people can literally reverberate into harmony with the environment, that a village united in purpose can gently persuade the heavens to listen. Of course, such a powerful ritual is fraught with immense spiritual danger, and its success hinges on a factor that is heartbreakingly fragile: the absolute purity of the elders' collective intention. The moment a single elder's focus wavers, if a thought of personal pride, a flicker of doubt, or a hidden resentment towards another elder enters the sacred circle, the unified rhythm shatters. The moment the heartbeats fall out of sync, the drum's resonant frequency collapses into a discordant, useless thud. The energy being channeled has no room for impurity. It is a laser of collective will, and any crack in that focus causes it to scatter and dissipate, rendering the entire ritual void. There are tragic tales whispered of villages where the ritual failed, not for lack of trying, but because of a long-suppressed grievance between two elders that surfaced at the critical moment. In one such story, a community suffered for another full season because one elder, in the depths of the trance, could not let go of his jealousy over a decision made decades prior. The ritual demands not just physiological unity, but a spiritual one, forcing a confrontation with any lingering discord that might exist in the hearts of those who lead. The culmination of a successful ritual is described not as a sudden, dramatic downpour, but as a gentle, persistent response from the cosmos. Witnesses outside the sealed chamber would not hear a thunderous beat, but would feel a change in the air itself, a heaviness, a sudden coolness, the distinctive, metallic scent of impending rain. The sky, which had been a hard, unforgiving blue for months, would begin to soften at the edges with the first tentative gray clouds. The rain that follows is never a destructive deluge, but a steady, nurturing shower that soaks deep into the cracked earth, a direct and compassionate answer to the community's synchronized plea. The iron ojo is never struck again until the next great drought, its power preserved and respected. This hidden legend serves as a timeless testament to the idea that humanity is not separate from nature, but an integral part of its systems, and that our greatest power often lies not in dominating the world around us, but in achieving such a profound state of internal harmony that the world cannot help but respond in kind. But what if the shadow you see stretching behind you on the ground at sunset is not your only one? What if there exists a second, more profound silhouette, one that is not painted by the sun's light, but cast by the very luminescence of your own soul. This brings us to one of the most metaphysical and introspective of the hidden legends, the concept of the primordial shadow, known in the most guarded Ifa traditions as Ojoji Iwaju. This is not the dark patch that follows you on a sunny day. It is an entirely different kind of echo, a spiritual silhouette that contains the entire breathtaking spectrum of your unlived life. It is the visual manifestation of every road not taken, every word left unspoken, every chance encounter missed, and every dormant talent that never saw the light of day. While your physical shadow is a flat, two-dimensional outline, your primordial shadow is a deep, multidimensional tapestry, woven from the shimmering threads of every possible destiny you carried within you from the moment of your first breath. The nature of this shadow is one of pure potential. Imagine standing at a crossroads in your life. One path leads to becoming a healer, another to a life as an artist, a third to a journey across the seas. In our tangible reality, you can only walk down one of those paths. The other possibilities do not simply vanish. According to this legend, they are not erased, they are archived. The energy of those unchosen paths, the ghost of the artist you could have been or the explorer you might have become, coalesces into this spiritual form, your primordial shadow. It trails behind you not on the ground, but in a layer of reality just adjacent to our own, a silent, parallel existence that holds the complete map of your soul's journey, including all the destinations you never reached. It is why you might sometimes feel a strange, inexplicable pang of nostalgia for a place you have never visited, or possess a sudden, innate understanding of a skill you have never practiced. You are brushing up against the edges of a life that exists in full color within your other shadow. Accessing this profound well of personal history is the secret domain of a specific, highly specialized branch of Ifa priest known as an Awise Ojoji, a reader of the unlived. These individuals are not common diviners. Their training is a lifelong pursuit of perceptual refinement, learning to see not with their physical eyes, but with what is called the eye of the womb, a form of spiritual sight that perceives potential and origin rather than solid matter. A Babalawo might read the patterns of the sacred palm nuts to understand your current path and future, but an Awise Ojoji seeks to read the patterns of your absence, the beautiful, haunting architecture of what is not there. The ritual to perceive the primordial shadow is conducted in absolute darkness, often in a sealed room where no external light can penetrate. The diviner does not use nuts, chains, or any physical tools. Instead, they enter a deep trance, quieting their own consciousness to such a degree that they become a living mirror, capable of reflecting the subtle, non-physical light of the seeker's soul. In that profound silence, they claim to see the primordial shadow detach itself and unfold like a celestial scroll, revealing its hidden contents. The interpretations offered by such a reading are not about predicting a fixed future. They are about understanding the roots of your present discontent, your latent strengths, and the silent callings you may be ignoring. An Awise Ojoji might describe seeing the vibrant, colorful shape of a master musician within the shadow of a farmer who, as a child, was forced to abandon the drum for the plow. They might perceive the clear, sharp outline of a leader and orator in the shadow of a quiet, hesitant individual, a potential that was crushed by an early childhood humiliation. One famous account tells of a blacksmith renowned for his skill, who consulted an Awise Ojoji plagued by a recurring dream of the ocean, a place he had never seen. The diviner, in the darkness, described the man's primordial shadow as being filled with the deep blue of the sea and the powerful, sinuous forms of great fish. He revealed that in another, unmade life, the blacksmith had been a legendary boat builder and navigator, his soul still echoing with the call of the waves. This revelation did not compel the man to abandon his forge, but it helped him understand the source of his restlessness, and he found peace by carving intricate maritime scenes into the hilts of the ceremonial swords he made, integrating his lost destiny into his chosen one. There is, however, a profound and often painful duality to this knowledge. To gaze upon the full catalogue of your unlived lives is to confront a powerful form of spiritual beauty and sorrow simultaneously. It can be a source of immense liberation, validating feelings of being meant for something more and giving a person the courage to finally pursue a long-suppressed passion. It can explain a sense of incompleteness not as a personal failing, but as the whisper of a parallel self. Yet it can also be a source of deep regret, making a person mourn for the poet, the lover, or the hero they never became, seeing the ghost of a more fulfilled self standing just behind them. The wisdom of the wise Ajogun lies not just in revealing the shadow, but in guiding the seeker toward integration, not replacement. The goal is never to abandon your current life, but to understand that the strengths and inclinations of those unlived destinies are not lost. They are still part of your spiritual inheritance. The courage of the warrior you could have been can be channeled into standing up for your family. The compassion of the healer you almost became can infuse your daily interactions. The primordial shadow is not a museum of your failures, but a treasury of your soul's vast, untapped potential, waiting to be acknowledged and woven into the rich, complex, and singular tapestry of the life you are actually living. Imagine a grand celebration in the celestial realms, but one where the guest list is a heartbreaking tally of faded names and the music is a whisper of lost hymns. This is the Feast of the Forgotten Gods, a somber and secretive festival that unfolds in the spirit world during the liminal hours when one year gives way to the next. While humanity celebrates its major holidays, offering prayers to the mighty Shango, the wise Obatala, and the nurturing Yamoja, this other hidden feast takes place in their shadow. It is not for the powerful, active Orishas, but for the vast and silent multitude of deities and spirits that time and memory have left behind. These are the gods of a single, forgotten stream, the spirits of a particular type of stone that is no longer quarried, the patrons of crafts and customs that have vanished from the earth. Their temples are ruins, their names are spoken by no living lips, and their domains have been swallowed by the forest or buried beneath modern cities. This feast is their sole remaining acknowledgement, a sacred act of remembrance performed by the other Orishas themselves, so that these faded powers do not fade completely into the void. The origins of this feast are rooted in a profound and ancient spiritual contract, a pact of mutual respect among the divine to honor the foundational layers of existence, even those that have been superseded. Think of the Yoruba pantheon not as a static list, but as a living, evolving ecosystem. Just as a great forest has its towering, famous trees, it also has the quiet, ancient mosses and the specific fungi that once played a vital role in the soil's health. The forgotten gods are that spiritual undergrowth. They might be the original earth spirit who governed a valley before a great river carved its way through, or the deity of a specific star whose light can no longer be seen from earth, or the patron of a primordial hunting technique made obsolete by the bow and arrow. Their power is not gone, but it has become dormant, and a dormant power, especially a divine one, can curdle into a potent and unpredictable form of energy. The feast is, therefore, as much an act of cosmic maintenance as it is one of compassion, a way to placate these ancient forces and ensure their residual energy does not manifest as bizarre misfortunes or inexplicable decay in the human world. For humanity, the ability to participate in this feast, even indirectly, is a secret key to unlocking a very specific kind of fortune. The blessings of the major Orishas are well documented and sought after. Shango grants courage, Oshun bestows love, Ogun provides technological success. But the blessings of the forgotten ones are entirely different. They are the blessings of the obscure, the unexpected, and the serendipitous, because these deities are no longer bound to a specific, well-defined portfolio. Their influence is far more generalized and strange. Paying them respect is not like applying for a loan at a bank. It is like planting a seed for a tree whose fruit you cannot even imagine. a person who makes a proper offering might find themselves miraculously saved from a rare disease that modern medicine cannot name, the cure appearing in a dream sent by a forgotten god of healing herbs. An archaeologist might stumble upon a priceless, unknown civilization not through skill alone, but because a forgotten earth spirit, pleased by the respect shown, guided their trowel to the right spot. These are not blessings of abundance or power, but blessings of preservation and discovery, protecting one from the peculiar dangers of obscurity and opening doors to lost knowledge. The rituals to connect with this feast are among the most guarded secrets, passed down through specific lineages of Babalawos who act as ambassadors to this silent parliament of the divine. The timing is critical, aligning with the moment of the year when the veil between all things is thinnest. The offerings themselves are not the rich, vibrant items given to the major orishas, no red palm oil for Shango or honey for Oshun. Instead, the offerings are relics of memory. They consist of things that are themselves forgotten or on the brink of being lost. A priest might use a type of pottery shard from a culture with no living descendants, a leaf from a nearly extinct herb, water from a well that has run dry, or a chant in a dialect that only 3 elders in the world still remember. The act is one of symbolic empathy, a way of saying, "We remember that you were once remembered." The rituals are performed in absolute silence, often at a crossroads at midnight, and the prayers are not spoken aloud but are poured from the heart directly into the ether, a stream of conscious gratitude aimed at no one in particular and everyone who has been overlooked. The most compelling reason to engage with this feast, however, is not for the potential blessings, but as a profound form of spiritual protection against the most baffling and ancient of curses. In Yoruba cosmology, a curse is not just a spoken word of ill intent. It is a living, spiritual entity that attaches itself to a person or a lineage. While a Babalawo can usually identify and nullify a curse from a known source, the most dangerous curses are those whose origins are lost to time. These are the generational afflictions that seem to have no logical cause. A family that for generations has all its firstborn sons die in water-related accidents, or a lineage of artists who lose their sight at the peak of their talent. Often, these are not curses cast by a human enemy, but are the lingering, resentful energy of a forgotten god whose sacred spring was polluted by an ancestor, or whose sacred grove was cut down without a parting offering. The forgotten ones, when ignored, do not attack, they simply withdraw their protection, and in the spiritual vacuum left behind, these ancient, amorphous curses can take root and thrive. By participating in the feast of the forgotten gods, a person or a family is essentially conducting a form of spiritual archaeology, offering respect to the very powers their ancestors may have inadvertently offended. It is a blanket apology to the past, a way of saying, if any of our forebears wronged you in their ignorance or pride, we acknowledge that wrong now. This act of acknowledgement has the power to dissolve curses that have persisted for centuries, not through a battle of wills, but through the simple, profound power of remembrance. The forgotten god, feeling seen and respected after eons of silence, may choose to retract the subtle, negative influence it has been radiating, lifting a burden the living never knew they carried. This is the ultimate hidden power of the feast. It is not about gaining something new, but about healing a very old wound in the fabric of a family's destiny, a wound so ancient that its cause had been erased from every earthly record, but not from the eternal memory of the spirit world. Now picture the most intricate and personal tapestry you could ever imagine, one where every thread is a moment from your own life, the color of your childhood joy, the texture of your hardest challenges, the intricate patterns of your relationships. This is the work of a profoundly personal and often overlooked Orisha, the divine craftswoman known as Aniyegba, the weaver of human fates. While the great cosmic weaver crafts the grand tapestry of the universe, Aniyegba sits at a countless number of smaller, more intimate looms, one for every single human soul who has ever drawn breath. She is not a distant, deterministic force that preordains your every step. Instead, she is a master artisan who works with the materials you provide. Her hands are ceaseless in their motion, taking the threads of your choices, the strands of your actions, and the vibrant or somber hues of the external influences around you, and she weaves them together into the unique and unfolding story of your existence. Each snip of her scissors is not an end but a transition. Each knot she ties is a connection between cause and effect, creating a fabric that is both beautiful and strong, capable of holding the entire weight of a human life. The true, hidden power in this process, however, lies not with the weaver alone, but with the one whose life is being woven. The legend reveals that for every person, there exists a single, luminous, golden thread that is kept separate from the rest, held not in Aniegba's basket, but within the very heart of the individual. This is the thread of pure, unadulterated free will. It is not a thread of destiny or fate, but one of pure potential, shimmering with the energy of a choice that has not yet been made. Aniegba, in her divine wisdom, does not control this thread. She cannot weave it into your tapestry on her own. She can only wait, her hands pausing for a breath, her loom falling silent for the moment you decide to consciously offer it to her. This is the ultimate collaboration between the divine and the mortal. The weaver provides the structure, the skill, and the context of the loom, but you hold the power to introduce a new color, a new direction, a new pattern that can fundamentally alter the entire design of your life's fabric. The act of inserting this golden thread is not a simple wish or a fleeting desire. It is a moment of profound, conscious intent, a decision so powerful it sends a ripple through the spiritual realm. Imagine a person standing at a crossroads, trapped in a pattern of behavior that has led to the same disappointing outcome again and again. Perhaps a pattern of failed relationships built on distrust, or a cycle of financial instability born from impulsive decisions. The tapestry on their loom would show a repeating, frustrating motif, a section of dark, tangled threads. In that moment of clarity, when they truly decide to change, to act with courage instead of fear, or with patience instead of haste, they are, in effect, reaching into their own soul, taking hold of that golden thread and presenting it to Aniegba. The moment the golden thread touches the loom, the entire tapestry shifts. It doesn't erase the existing threads. The dark strands of past mistakes and the vibrant hues of past joys remain, for they are part of the strength and history of the cloth. But the golden thread introduces a new element. It might weave a path through the old tangle, connecting it to a new, brighter section, transforming what was once a flaw into a point of learning and strength that gives the entire pattern more depth and meaning. This hidden dynamic explains those sudden, life-altering turning points that can seem like miracles from the outside. The story of a woman named Adesuwa illustrates this beautifully. Adesuwa was born into a lineage of farmers, and her tapestry, for decades, was woven with the strong, earthy browns and greens of agricultural life. It was a good life, but she carried a secret, burning thread of gold within her, a passion for storytelling and the history of her people. For years, she kept this thread to herself, believing her duty was to follow the pattern laid out before her. Then, a great drought struck her village, and the familiar patterns of farming began to unravel into threads of despair. In that crisis, Adesuwa made a choice. She decided to use her voice, not her hoe. She began to gather the elders and record their stories, weaving tales of past famines and how the community had survived. Her courage, her golden thread, was offered to the loom. Aniegba, receiving it, wove it into the tapestry of not just Adesuwa's life, but of the entire village. The stories she collected and shared became a new source of resilience and identity. Adesuwa did not become a farmer. She became the village's first official historian and storyteller, her golden thread creating a brilliant, new, and unexpected pattern that strengthened the entire community's fabric, a pattern that would never have existed if she had not consciously chosen to insert her own will into the design. This partnership with fate means that our lives are not a finished painting we are forced to admire, but a living textile we are actively helping to create. The worn, sometimes frayed threads of our past are not signs of failure. They are evidence of a life lived, of lessons learned, of a fabric that has been tested and has held fast. The golden thread of our free will is our capacity to learn from those worn threads and to introduce a new, stronger fiber that can reinforce the entire structure. Aniyegba's silent, patient presence at her loom is a constant spiritual invitation. She asks us not to be passive observers of our own destiny, but to become conscious co-creators, to look at the patterns taking shape, and to have the courage to reach within ourselves for that singular, shining strand that can change everything, reminding us that the most beautiful tapestries are often those with the most surprising and courageously chosen design. And so we arrive at the final, foundational mystery, the legend that lies beneath all the others, the secret that gives purpose to the entire human journey. This is the story of the last words of the first human. Before cities, before kingdoms, before the very first story was ever told around a fire, there was the first one, the archetypal ancestor from whom all of humanity would descend. This being lived in a state of primal unity with the world, knowing the Orishas not as distant figures, but as intimate forces within the breath and the blood. Life was an unbroken conversation with creation, but this unity contained a necessary schism, a destined moment that would define the very nature of our species. The moment was not birth, but the first encounter with the end of life. Whether it was the first predator, a fall from a great height, or simply the quiet closing of a very long life, the stories agree on one thing: the first human did not face this end with ignorance. In that final, lucid moment, as the bridge between this world and the next began to form beneath their feet, they understood everything. They perceived the grand, beautiful, and terrifying design of existence, the intricate dance of joy and sorrow, the purpose of struggle, and the true nature of the soul's journey. And from that place of ultimate understanding they spoke. The air itself is said to have stilled to listen. The last breath that left their body did not carry a gasp of pain or a sigh of regret. It carried a sentence, a phrase, a single, condensed utterance of pure truth. This was not a complex prophecy or a lengthy prayer. It was an elegant key, a sequence of sounds so perfectly arranged that it resolved the fundamental tensions of being. The legend says these words accomplished two things simultaneously. First, they revealed the ultimate meaning of life, not as a riddle to be solved, but as a simple, profound state to be experienced. They explained why we are here, what we are meant to learn, and how our individual lives contribute to the cosmic whole. Second, and perhaps more urgently, these words contained the secret to conquering fear. Not just the fear of death, but the fear of loss, the fear of failure, the fear of the unknown that would go on to haunt every human heart for all of time. In that one utterance, the terror of mortality was disarmed, transformed from a terrifying abyss into a meaningful transition. But here lies the great tragedy, the cosmic slip that set all of human history in motion. There was a witness to this event. Perhaps it was a single child, a mate, or a close companion. This witness heard the words, felt their truth resonate in their very bones, and understood them completely. For a few glorious moments, the secret was safe in a human heart. But the shock of the loss, the overwhelming grief of witnessing the very first death, created a crack in that perfect understanding. The witness, reeling from the emotional cataclysm, tried to repeat the words to others to share this ultimate comfort. But as the sounds passed their lips, filtered through the newly discovered emotions of sorrow and loneliness, the purity of the message was fractured. The perfect frequency was slightly distorted. With each subsequent retelling, as the memory was passed from one grief-stricken generation to the next, the original utterance became more garbled, its core truth fading like an echo in a vast canyon, until all that remained was the faint, nagging memory that a great secret had ever been spoken at all. This loss is not presented in the myth as a punishment, but as a necessary part of the human condition. It created the primordial emptiness, the spiritual homesickness that has driven us ever since. The hidden legend posits that every single human endeavor, every quest for knowledge, every spiritual practice, every work of art, and every act of love is on some unconscious level an attempt to rediscover those lost words. When a scientist peers through a telescope seeking the origins of the universe, they are trying to hear the echo of that first truth in the laws of physics. When a monk sits in deep meditation seeking enlightenment, they are quieting their mind to listen for the ghost of that original frequency. When a poet struggles to find the perfect combination of words to capture the human experience, they are trying to reassemble the primal sentence from its shattered fragments. Our entire civilization, with all its glorious complexity and terrible conflicts, is a collective, sprawling search party, scouring every corner of existence for the lost key to a lock we can no longer even properly describe. This is why the 50 hidden legends we have explored are so much more than just stories. They are not random folktales. They are the most significant fragments recovered so far in that great search. The silent vow of Obatala's clay army is a reflection of the lost word's message about patience and potential. The transformative power of Oya's storms echoes the truth about the necessity of change and the release from fear. The compassionate, weeping statue of Yamoja embodies the word's message of shared sorrow and unconditional love. Even the chaotic bargaining in the Ajogun's market and the precise justice of Osusi's arrow are facets of the original, lost understanding of cosmic balance and consequence. Each myth, each ritual, each symbol preserved in the Yoruba spiritual tradition is a piece of the grand puzzle, a breadcrumb on the path leading back to that first forgotten moment of clarity. The most beautiful and heartbreaking implication of this final legend is that the answer is not lost in some distant star or hidden in a forgotten tomb. The myth suggests that the first human's last words were so fundamental that they were imprinted into the very substrate of reality and woven into the essence of every soul that followed. The secret to life's meaning and the conquest of fear is not something external to be found, but something internal to be remembered. It is buried deep within our own consciousness, obscured by layers of personal fear, cultural conditioning, and the simple noise of living. The spiritual journey, therefore, is not a voyage outward, but a voyage inward, a process of stripping away everything we have accumulated to rediscover the pristine truth that was there at the very beginning. Our longing for connection, our search for purpose, our acts of incredible courage in the face of overwhelming odds, these are all moments when we draw closest to that buried knowledge, when we almost remember the words that would make everything make sense. And so this final hidden legend does not truly conclude our journey, it simply reframes it. The 50 secrets are not a closed book, but an open invitation. They assure us that our deepest yearnings are not in vain, that the emptiness we sometimes feel is not a void, but a memory of a profound wholeness. The quest to rediscover the first human's last words is the unspoken mission of every person who has ever looked at the stars and wondered, who has ever loved and lost and loved again, who has ever sought to leave the world better than they found it. It is the silent, driving force behind every prayer ever whispered and every question ever asked. The legend offers no map, but it gives us the most valuable thing of all, the certainty that we are searching for something real, and that the search itself, with all its struggles and its beauties, is the entire point. The meaning we seek is not at the end of the path. It is woven into every step we take along the way, in the perpetual, hopeful, and sacred human effort to remember what we have always deep down known. And so, our journey through the hidden layers of the Yoruba spiritual universe comes to a close. We have walked from the silent, watchful presence of the Iroko tree, down into the deep, sorrowful waters of Olokun, and upwards to the very shattering of a moon in the heavens. We have witnessed cosmic bargains in the markets of the Ajogun, listened to the divine laughter echoing from sacred palm nuts, and felt the profound weight of a single, unspoken name. These 50 hidden legends are far more than a collection of fantastical tales. They represent a complete and intricate philosophical system, a way of seeing the world where every element of nature is conscious, every action has a spiritual consequence, and humanity is an active, responsible participant in a grand cosmic dialogue. This is a world you built on the understanding that creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin, that joy and sorrow are equally sacred teachers, and that the deepest truths are often found not in the loudest proclamations, but in the quietest whispers of the earth, the wind, and our own hearts. What these stories reveal is a living tradition, a spiritual technology that has been refined over millennia to help people navigate the complexities of existence. They are not frozen relics of a bygone era, but dynamic philosophies that continue to offer guidance. The story of the Ajogun and the desperate Midnight Covenant provides a framework for understanding profound loss and the fierce power of parental love that challenges the very laws of life and death. The legend of the celestial market of the Ajogun reframes random misfortune not as blind chance, but as a complex spiritual economy, empowering individuals through ritual to advocate for their own destiny. These narratives give names and faces to the abstract forces we all encounter: chance, injustice, inspiration, grief, allowing us to engage with them, to negotiate, and to find our place within a universe that is ultimately structured, even in its apparent chaos. They teach that we are not powerless in the face of the unknown, but that we possess the tools through character, community, and ritual to shape our path. As we step back from this deep exploration, the most important next step is one of respect and context. The vibrant wisdom we have uncovered is rooted in the lived experience and sacred practices of the Yoruba people and the African diaspora. This is not a mythology to be appropriated or diluted for fleeting entertainment, but a profound cultural heritage to be honored. If these legends have sparked a fire of curiosity within you, I urge you to fan that flame with respect. Seek out the work of Yoruba scholars, historians, and practitioners who speak from within the tradition. Read the translations of the Odu Ifa, listen to the voices of Babalawos and cultural elders, and approach this spiritual landscape with the humility of a guest, not the entitlement of an owner. Understanding the context transforms these stories from mere curiosities into the profound, life-sustaining philosophies they are meant to be. Before we part ways, I would love to hear which of these hidden legends resonated most deeply with you. Was it the tragic, poetic justice of the singing bones of Sango's betrayer, a chilling reminder that some deeds echo for eternity? Or perhaps it was the beautiful, hopeful partnership of the blacksmith and the star, a testament to the incredible potential born when the cosmic and the earthly unite. Maybe the silent, patient vigil of Obatala's clay army spoke to you, embodying a divine hope for our own potential. Share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's continue this conversation and build a community of shared wonder. Your engagement helps ensure that these incredible stories continue to find new audiences and that the hidden wisdom of the ages is never forgotten. In the end, the true power of myth is not that it tells us about a world that never was, but that it reveals profound truths about the world that is and the world that lies within us. These 50 hidden legends of the Yoruba are a majestic, sprawling map of the human soul, charting the territories of our courage, our fears, our creativity, and our capacity for both great love and profound error. They remind us that we are part of a story much larger than ourselves, connected to the past by the whispers of our ancestors and to the future by the choices we make today. They endure because they speak to the eternal questions that stir in every human heart, offering not simple answers, but a luminous, complex, and endlessly fascinating path toward understanding. But to view these 50 hidden legends as stories locked away in the past would be to miss the most vital truth of all. Yoruba mythology is not a museum exhibit, but a living, breathing forest, its roots reaching deep into antiquity while its branches constantly grow new leaves in the modern world. This tradition thrives on a powerful dialogue between the unchanging essence of the divine and the ever-shifting context of human experience. The Orishas are not frozen statues, they are dynamic forces whose stories are continuously unpacked and applied to new challenges, finding powerful resonance in everything from contemporary art to global social movements, proving that these ancient spirits have never stopped speaking to those willing to listen. We see this vibrant evolution most clearly in the realm of modern art and literature, where creators of the African diaspora are actively engaging with these myths to explore complex issues of identity, displacement, and resilience. The novelist who writes a character struggling with their heritage might draw a direct parallel to the Abiku spirit, trapped between two worlds, using this ancient narrative to frame a very modern sense of cultural alienation. A visual artist might create a stunning portrait of Oya, not as a figure from a dusty folktale, but as a symbol of the transformative power of political revolution, her winds sweeping away corrupt systems. Another might reimagine Oshun not just as a river goddess, but as a patron of self-love and healing for Black women in a world that often denies them their beauty and worth. These artists are not merely illustrating myths, they are in conversation with them, asking new questions and receiving new answers, allowing the archetypes of the Orisha to provide a profound symbolic language for articulating 21st century struggles and triumphs. This relevance extends powerfully into the sphere of social and environmental justice, where the principles embedded within these legends offer a robust philosophical framework for activism. The concept of As, the divine authority to speak things into being, becomes a rallying cry for communities seeking to reclaim their narrative and power from oppressive structures. The story of Ogun's discovery of iron is re-examined through a critical lens, used to discuss the dual-edged nature of technology and industry, questioning our responsibility in an age of environmental crisis. Followers of Osinian, the god of the forest, might find in his lore a sacred mandate for ecological preservation, framing the defense of the rainforest not just as a political act, but as a spiritual duty to a divine guardian. In this way, the mythology moves beyond personal spirituality into the realm of collective action, providing a deep cultural underpinning for the fight against injustice and the protection of our planet. Crucial to this ongoing life is the role of the diaspora, whose forced separation from the African continent created a powerful and painful need to reconstruct and reconnect with a stolen heritage. The survival and flourishing of Yoruba religion in the Americas transformed into Santeria in Cuba, Candomblé in Brazil, and Vodou in Haiti is a testament to the incredible resilience of these stories. In these new worlds, the Orishas had to be disguised as Catholic saints to survive persecution, yet their core essences remained intact. This act of spiritual syncretism was not a dilution, but a brilliant strategy of preservation and adaptation. Today, as descendants of the enslaved journey back to their spiritual roots, they are not simply recovering a static tradition. They are bringing with them the unique interpretations and intense devotion that flourished in exile, enriching the practice with new layers of meaning and experience forged in the crucible of survival. Ultimately, the most compelling evidence that these are living myths lies in the fact that new, hidden legends are being born even now, in the quiet moments of personal revelation and communal sharing. When a young person grappling with their gender identity finds solace and strength in the androgynous nature of Olokun, they are writing a new chapter in that deity's story. When a community organizer uses the principle of the Midnight Covenant to break a generational cycle of violence in their neighborhood, they are adding a modern verse to an ancient song. The digital age itself has become a new grove for these spirits, with online forums and social media platforms serving as global villages where devotees and the curious alike can share experiences, interpretations, and art, ensuring the tradition evolves at the speed of thought. The hidden legends we have explored are not a closed canon. They are an open invitation, a spiritual toolkit offered to each new generation, asking us not just to remember the stories, but to live them, to reinterpret them, and to discover within them the wisdom and power